Hey, what's up, crew? This is Pistol Pete coming to you. We're doing another Mega Mix video. This time it's lessons. So this is 4.5 hours of Mark giving lessons. This is some of our old videos. There's nothing new here. This is just like our other Mega Mix video. It's kind of just all our old videos put together. That way, if you miss some, or if you just, need to kill 4 hours and you want to watch one video, here you go. So enjoy.
What's going on, Storm Nation? We down at Westpack down in OC again with Mark Baker. Today we are going to be talking about the new harsh reality, and we're going to be comparing it to a few balls that have just come out so that you can kind of see where it might stack up in your bag. We got a few of the guys over. We're going to be talking about some different techniques and things that you can use when using these balls as well, when the best time to use them, when the worst time to use them might be, and we'll get Mark's intake on that too. So come on, let's check them out. So, what are we doing here with these strong, solid ASIM balls that I don't even know when I'm going to use it? I know it's got to be for heavy oil, but...
Well, you're in luck today because I got plenty of heavy oil on my lanes.
Okay.
So, at the Westpack Training Center, my typical house shot, 27 mils, 42 feet, but only 8-to-1 ratio. I don't have a lot of built-in free hook. Lane 1 has a lot of hang right at 5. Now, lane 1 has just been freshly oiled, so they're going to play a little farther right. For lane 2, I've already given a couple lessons today. They're going to be closer to third arrow, but I can't wait to see this harsh reality. I've heard great things. Just watching them warm up, this is a really, really strong ball. But here's the difference, dude, since you were here last time. That's way better, but look at this. That's what everybody in the world's looking for. Well, you don't have your thumb in the ball. That's why you do it. It's just like bowling like a two-hander. So if you look at the ball as the earth, a typical one-hander with their thumb in tries to get their fingers below the equator. Two-handers or bowlers without their thumb in the ball, they're trying to get their hand down, their fingers down by Antarctica. That allows you to roll the ball half a turn of the earth for free. And there you go. You don't really turn your hand that much, but look at all the ball shape you get because you're throwing it from the bottom of the ball, not the middle in the ball. That's actually more important if you're on the inside or outside of the ball. It's that you're on the bottom. And that's why two-handers and people without their thumb in the ball can make the ball hook so much. It's where you're on the bottom of the swing. When you come around it too much, your ball actually goes really, really straight, or it gets to the dry too soon, it overhooks. So if you watch the best bowlers, you see their ball hooks. I mean, obviously the most common one is Tackett right now. EJ throws maybe the best release of all time. He's barely turning it. His hand never goes past that little magic horseshoe he puts up there at the end. That little thing right there, that's where EJ gets to, but he's got the ability to, he turns it, it goes, his hand is always going more forward than it is going around it. So his momentum is always greater than his rotation. When people see him bowl, especially on TV, and you see how much it hooks, it's beyond cool. As an ex-pro, I love watching EJ's ball. Like I wish my ball still did that, or ever did that. But everybody sees it as this. I want to turn the ball like EJ Tackett. No, EJ gets it going forward with rotation. His rotation never supersedes his momentum. I think most amateurs get that wrong. They want to see it hook. You turn a doorknob, you roll a bowling ball.
You're right. And that's what I've realized in the difference in the tilt. When my tilt is more forward and it's not as, high, I'm actually able to get a better read on the lane. And the ball reacts so much better.
Right, well, here, hold this. Let's look at EJ Tackett. EJ Tackett's break point's usually between 43 and 47 feet, between 9 and about 2. So because his break point's so deep all the time, no matter what condition he bowls on, if the 1-3 sits like that, when EJ's ball comes in, EJ's pins sit like this. His pocket is as wide as you can make it. Who would be next at that? Would be Jason Belmonte in his prime. His pocket was wider. Why do you think they carry so many 10 pins, so many off hits, especially where the messenger head pin gets a 10? Because they turn the ball later, their reaction is later. So their pin, they make the 1-3 look wider. So if you make your break point too soon, or if you come around it and it hooks early or it doesn't hook, in essence, you're making the 1-3 very, very narrow. That's your flat 10s, your 2-8 10s, and 3-6 10s. That means you have the wrong ball in your hand. That's the easiest way I explain it. If you look at it from the pin's point of view, they like how Belmonte and Simonson and Tackett and O'Neill's ball look. They make the 1-3 the widest. And they all have the same thing in common. Their balls are all rolling this way when they come off the spot. None of them are rolling this way, and that's where the amateurs get confused, trying to make it hook by hooking it. Those guys make it hook by rolling it. So how much different are you going to play this lane?
I'm going to move 4 boards right.
Your target?
Probably D6.
I like it. Let's see it. We have a bowler in the midst. But that's how bowling works. So for those of you at home, when you go bowl league or you bowl tournaments and you expect the lanes to be the same, they never are. I'm the only person that oils the lanes here at the Westpack Training Center. I oil them with a half hour of each other. They're playing about 7 boards different. The left lane always plays tighter. The right lane always hooks back from the gutter better. I'm the only one that does them. I put in the oil. I make the mix for the cleaner. You should expect in league your lanes to always play slightly different. I only oil 1 lane a day and it plays different every day. There you go. Where you slide and where you hit is going to predicate where your ball goes. So your ball is going to hit 14. That means you're going to slide somewhere around 27, 28. You sit on 29. Where you slide and where your ball hits here will tell me if it's going to go to the right spot down lane. It's really not up to you. True. If you'd have slid on 23 and hit that target, you'd have gone Brooklyn. Yeah. If you'd have slid on 32, hit that target, you would have washed out or 2, 4, 8, 10. Yeah. Where you slide might be the most important thing to bowling compared to where you hit if you want your ball to that right spot down lane.
And something you taught me, where you slide isn't necessarily where you start. So you got to pay attention to your drift too. Very,
very few bowlers have a 0 drift. The only 2, there's 3 I know of that are really good. Norm Duke, Chris Barnes, and Barry Asher. Okay. They actually slide where they start and hit what they look. Everybody else has different numbers. So let's use this example right here. So you slid on 28 and you hit 14. So if I was your doubles partner and I was bowling with you, my numbers are always 4 and 3. That means I drifted 4 and I missed by 3. So if I would stand on 24, I would look at 11, I would hit 28 and go over 14.
Yeah, mine's 4 and 4.
But you have to know your numbers because it's more important where you slide than where you start. Everybody drifts. People that tend to hook it drift left. People like to throw it straight tend to drift right.
So everybody has their own unique combination.
Right. And as a coach, if you drift less than 7 or 8 going left, I don't say much. But if you drift more than 5 going right, it's very, very hard to play third arrow. Because people that slide that drift more than 5 right have a hard time sliding left at 25. People that drift a lot left, like you, don't like sliding right at 20. Welcome to bowling. People that drift left like to play inside. Yeah. People that drift right like to play outside. That's just how bowling works.
So let's see the comparison then to where I threw that ball there to over here.
What do you drift? What do you drift? 5?
Yeah, 4.
So 23. So stand on 18.
18.
Got it right at the tape. And
I
on
did
that
miss
lane,
it right.
it never gets back.
Yeah.
But that's the purpose of the tape down lane. It's feedback. You need to know that shot missed right.
I did. Right. And that's good information to have so that you don't
so
make
I would
it more than
one
once.
more right, leave my eyes same place, but I'd try to stay behind him more.
Okay.
That ball had too much rotation.
I got on the side of it. I felt that. Got to roll the ball, guys. So now we're at 17. And I'm aiming probably 6, 7, right?
Yeah, 6, 7, 8. That'll work. So that time you slid on 23 and you hit at, went through 11, break point 7.5.
Amazing. And
no, it's just math. It's just math. It's all geometry at a certain point.
You know, even to a bowler though that bowls a lot, it still fascinates me sometimes how consistent what we do actually is.
Especially the shots that work.
Exactly.
Because it really is math. Everybody's math's kind of the same.
Yeah.
I mean, if you slide on 22, 23, and you hit 11, it's going to feed to the tape. Shot before that, you slid on 25, and you hit 9, the ball hit 3 down lane. It's just math. So everybody has to learn their math. You need to learn your drift and your miss. So the easiest way to learn your drift and your miss, I learned by a guy named Larry Matthews back in the late 80s, Northern California, a really good coach. Stand on 18, look at 10. Try to walk straight, try to hit second arrow. Do it for 10 times, and have somebody else write down where you slide and where you hit. So when I did 28, I did 18 and 10, I slid on 22 every shot, and I hit 12, 13 every ball. So I knew my drift was 4 left and my miss was 3 left. So that way, if I see somebody bowling good and they're sliding on 20 and they're hitting 10, I stand on 16 and I look 7, I'm lined up in 1 shot. The easiest way to get lined up in bowling is to find somebody else that throws it like you and just slide where they slide and hit where they hit.
Or you could get a coach.
And I can do the math for you.
And he can do the math
For me to come down and watch you bowl league, that gets real expensive.
I learned though because of you showing me that I drifted 4 boards because I had no idea. And I was trying to do what you told me. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to hit his mark. And in doing that, you made me aware you weren't even standing in the right place.
Well, everybody gets very, very hung up on where you watch them. You watch bowlers and they're so exact. I mean, they're like they're digging in. I mean, they're like
it's like a batter in the batter's box.
You know, they're digging in there and they got the. I mean, then they get the ball and they hold on, please. Now I'm not trying to. If this is you at home, I'm not making fun of you. I just don't understand you. So you give it this little one, and you give it the dig, and then they give it this one.
The
you don't throw the ball in your stance. You can start this way. You can start this way. Never start that way. So they just kind of do all those different things. So let's see how I do. Standing on 16. If I look at 7, I'll probably drift around 20. Oh, I'm old. Hit 10. And that's why I'm retired and I give lessons for a living. Because the wrist is no good and that ball spun like a top. That's embarrassing.
But he hit his mark. He
Tom
hit his
Baker's
mark.
in North Carolina going, damn, dude, you spun that one a lot. Dude, you are so much better than last time.
He's still granted.
I mean, that just went right between the teeth.
Thing is, I like throwing on these links because like there's a lot of oil here. Because like typically in the house alley that we're in.
So it's not that I have a lot of oil.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of ratio.
Yeah.
So ratio is how much oil to how much dry.
Yeah.
I only have 8-to-1, and because this is a training center, I didn't want you to come here, and people that take lessons at the Westpack Training Center, I didn't want you to get a false sense of how you threw it. When you throw it that good, you should get that reaction.
Yeah.
But if you kind of whiff it on the bottom and you get it right at the tape, I don't want that ball to suck up and knock out the 10, and you think, oh my God, I'm throwing it good.
Yeah.
When in reality it wasn't, but my lanes are so easy, that's what happens.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of bowlers bowl good in one center and they never leave it.
Yeah.
But if you want to be able to bowl anywhere you want, you got to be able to hit a target. So the reason why my lanes are tight because I'm 8-to-1 ratio and I don't have a lot of free hook. A lot of centers don't put a lot of oil between 5 and 10. So you throw the ball there and it hooks off your hand. I put a little bit of oil there. For one, I give a lot of lessons during a day, typically 7 or 8. I don't want to oil them every lesson.
Yeah.
So because a lot of bowlers want to play 3rd, 4th arrow. Some bowlers want to play them when they're tight. So I try to adjust for everybody. But because my ratios are only 8-to-1 and there's no free hook, you do play farther right here than other places. Yeah. But it also makes you understand your release because now as you move right, you're rolling it much better. So when the ball got to the tape, it looked exactly like it did on that lane from 3rd arrow.
Yeah.
So the back of the lane, the ball rolled the same.
Yeah.
That's my theory on coaching. I'm not charging enough for lessons. I got to raise my rates, baby. Woo! Woo! You think you got better?
I hope.
Lay down. 15-2, 15-2. Arrows, 0.3 boards difference. Break point, 0.4. He's playing out, so the Baker box can start early when you play zone 1. 2 feet difference. Slaunch speed off his hand, same. A little more entry angle. Look at that, the average speed. And over here, the shot time, I put this up here for one reason. Earl Anthony's the greatest bowler who ever lived. Earl Anthony trained on the stopwatch. That's the stopwatch numbers. 2.48 to 2.49. Earl could throw them all between 500ths of a second. So when you do it like that, Earl Anthony from above is going, hey man, that was a pretty good shot.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, so we got the big solid ASIM in the harsh, and we got the absolute power as well, which is also strong ball, solid ASIM. But 2 completely different balls, believe it or not, different shapes. So we're going to see how they look on this lane. This lane is hooking a little bit more than the other one, so you'll actually really be able to see a reaction out of this. And who knows, maybe they're even too strong for what we're throwing on, but we're going to find out.
So you assumed it was going to hook an arrow more, and it pretty much played them the same. It's a different motion off the spot, but they're not that different in the front. So throw that ball again and go back to where you throw the other one.
Yep.
Remember, it's going to pick up sooner because it's so strong, but it's not going to bounce like the idle did.
You're right.
But I see that all the time. People go to a stronger cover, they think it's going to hook more in the back. That's kind of, it can't hook both places. You actually missed that way right, and it still didn't go high.
Had a lot of hand in it.
Right, but that's what those balls are, smoother on the back,
I
right?
see that now.
When they say that like a ball's stronger than another ball, in a lot of people's misconception of the ball stronger is that it's going to hook harder
It hooks. Balls that tend to be stronger tend to hook sooner.
sooner.
So that's why they're good on a lot of oil. They pick up so your ball will read.
Yeah.
But once the lanes, once you get some dry to the right and the back ends are hooking, the stronger ball sometimes reads so soon it looks like it's weak down lane. It just hooked too soon. Whereas 45 minutes earlier on this lane, that ball was great because there was enough oil to get it down. Let the ball do exactly what it was supposed to on the back of the lane.
Yeah.
That's a tricky. There's not a universal way of saying it. People say a stronger ball. I tend to think it's the cover stock. It's going to pick up sooner. Because some of the balls that hook the most on the back have weak cores, but because they have the cover stocks are different, they get the ball longer, so you see a much more pronounced move on the back, like you did with the idle.
Sometimes is how some
Right.
symmetrical and weaker balls still move.
Every ball reacts to every bowler a little bit different. That's why your arsenal is unique to you. Or when you're throwing it good, they all work. The harsh reality in average league, especially if you have a lot of free hook, you would have to be fairly speed dominant, or if your rev rate's a little bit low, this is going to be a must ball for you. Now you got a high rev rate and you throw medium speed. In league, this may not be your best ball. It might right to the optimum. But if you bowl on any type of sport shot and you've got any kind of rev rate or any kind of speed, the harsh reality should definitely be one of the first balls you try.
I agree.
Because right now I'm seeing it, the nice part I'm seeing it, it's not overhooking and it's not burning up.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to a lane that's tight, a lane that's been broken down, then you guys moved in, then you move back, and that harsh reality is working on everything. So that's kind of how when I recommend a ball, I'm with the Storm brands, and when I recommend a ball, I tend to usually wait until I see 5 different bowlers of my students all make one ball work from different parts of the lane, then I start referring it. I don't tend to refer balls that are very, very unique to just a one style. So when I see 5, like today, I've seen 4 different bowlers make that harsh reality work good from 2 different lanes, different parts of the lane, sliding different, all the same break point. That's going to be a really good ball for a lot of people.
I think so
For
too.
a strong ball, it gets through the front really clean.
Really, really clean.
And it recovers, but it doesn't burn up.
Okay. Well, so
if
let's see that.
If I were still bowling, I would probably have 2 because I was very speed dominant.
Okay.
As you saw, when I throw it, my ball didn't want to pick up. I throw it
Yeah.
hard. So that would probably be, I'd have 2 of those.
And you would drill them differently.
A little bit different. One has a little more shine on the other. But
Smart,
that balls
man.
that I can throw hard that I know are going to pick up for a guy that's, especially the guys that bowled back in the day, we had a pretty good rev rate. Now we've gotten older and father time's undefeated. I can still throw it hard, but my rev rate's not very good. So I need balls that are super strong that I'm only good at one thing, throwing it hard.
Yeah.
Trying to roll it, trying to, all the different releases. I don't have that.
Okay.
I got basically a half of release left, and I can hit a target and throw it pretty hard. So I want balls that are strong so I can throw them even harder.
So that's more cohesive to somebody that's like an athlete that just is coming into the game. Is that why solids are probably better balls for them to throw?
And then, how is your personality? My personality is pretty hyper. So when I want one, I'm never going to throw it slow. So I want a ball that picks up that makes me throw it harder. If I throw it slow, it's too much. Good. I want balls that make me throw it hard because I'm only good at one thing.
Yeah.
Now, if you're good at throwing, you're bringing your speed down and you're soft, I would definitely be here. That ball's probably going to pick up too soon. Then you might actually, the absolute power would be a really good ball for that.
And that's actually what we're going to try next. So I'm
So
curious
part
to
of your
see.
part of picking balls has to match some of your personality as a human. Balls, all because it's the ball.
Yeah.
If that doesn't fit how you bowl, you can't throw it.
They say the way you do one thing is how you do everything, so it shows up everywhere.
Right.
And,
So that's.
yeah.
I would, if I still bowled a lot, I'd be throwing gems and I'd be throwing realities, balls that are super strong, so I can throw it hard and not try to make my ball hook pick up. I want my ball to pick up in spite of me.
Anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see how the power
So you have to
matches
know
up then.
yourself
Let's see.
pretty well to make your arsenal work best for you.
Okay, so this is also another solid ASIM, the power. It is, I think the diff is a little bit
So far, that's been the
lower
best
on
ball in
this.
the training center the last 3 weeks.
Okay,
Like 15 different people brought that in, and they've all made a strike.
everybody's
So
looked
don't be
good.
the first one to miss.
All right, sounds good. We're gonna see what happens. I gotta know where to stand first.
There you go.
I love that ball. That's my favorite so
Yep,
far.
that's what I'm seeing. That could be a really good benchmark ball.
It's mine.
So I'm seeing a bunch of different styles, a bunch of different rev rates, all throwing that ball anywhere from 8 to 25, and they're all having unbelievably good success. And they're all walk back. Everybody's walking back going, I love how that ball rolls. So when you get a bunch of different people, young, old, two-handed, one-handed, and they're all saying that,
Something's got to be right.
when you, to me, you have to have a pretty wide range of the balls to work.
Head top.
Yeah, bro.
What's going on?
Yes,
There
sir.
you go.
Better. Money.
Mark, in your experience, what would you say is like a deciding factor of like when to throw, let's just say 2 balls, same arching, same diff, right? What's a difference maker in the game where it's like a symmetrical to an asim? Like what would be the best case scenario for like an asim ball to be thrown down the lane in comparison to
I don't really go by the asim sim thing too much. I just go by what my eyes see.
Yeah.
And the one that picks up the easiest, that you can throw firm. Most bowlers miss throwing it hard.
Yeah.
So the ball that picks up the easiest, that goes through the pins pretty good, I always want people to throw that. Now whether that's asim or sim, that's such a wide. There is no box to put somebody in. You should only throw asim. You should only throw sim. Yeah, if you look at the higher rev rate bowlers when they're bowling on certain things on tour, they have very specific balls for how the lanes play. But that's a lot of reps and a lot of sample size.
Yeah.
The average bowler is going to bowl league at the same center. Like in a situation like this could easily be game 1 in league. I don't want to move too much. Game 2, oh, I had a bunch of 2-handers on my pair. Move in game 3. Now that would be a 3-ball arsenal for league right there.
Yeah, I agree.
Or hey, they hook too much in league. You start with here. I start with here with smooth. I bowl pretty good the first 2. Got about 490 turning. I go 4-pin, 3, 6, 10, 5 left. Hook around it. Then I shoot 770. I shot 279.
What's up, Cleanup Crew? Today we're coming to you with a very special video. We're here live in Las Vegas, Nevada at Camp Bakes. So if you want to take an inside look at what happens at Mark Baker's personal camp, watch this video and let's see.
So then you walk into your swing, then you have no choice but to have your thumb go around it. So when I'm walking with you and I get you to go and your swing is straighter, then your hand is, but once you walk into your swing, you can't throw it through your own hips, so your hand has to go around it. So you try to fix it with your hand, but it was all in your foot speed. Much better, Ed. You're like somebody I used to know called Ed.
Got a stomach kick yesterday for that ball.
Man, that's a good shot there, bro.
That worked.
So you walked way straighter. Yeah, you walk straighter and you walk faster. When you walk, I mean, if you, unless you're really good at being drunk, if you walk that way, it's hard to walk fast. That's why I don't hang out. That's why I don't hang out with you guys at night. You guys are on your own. Much better. See how much on the lane? That's what happens when you walk better. So then you're here, then you throw it out and turn it. When you walk slow and into it, you turn it back here. So when you get to the bottom of your swing, it's already here and it just falls off.
Okay, got it.
So that's why when we do the presentation, the rhythm of your feet is on there. The rhythm and the direction, so it's both. See, I think if you just kind of really work on walking naturally and don't hesitate, your hip won't hurt as much. So when you slow down in your pivot step, then I think a lot of force goes on your left hip. Yep. Look at that, textbook. Too much hand. Too much hand. Ah.
Whoa.
See the difference?
Yeah, okay.
See, look, you had 0 drift.
Yeah, okay.
So here, I'll do it. Here, you stand over here. Same shot, but it went through here because you slid there. When you slide farther right, here's your ball. So there's the, where the spot is down lane. You just got to it 10 feet too soon. Everything was the same, just because of where you slid. We took it up and we went.
Thank you.
Much better. Well, Wally? Yes, Wally, that's it. See, what happens is when you walk, so when you get slow with your feet and your head gets forward, the ball, grab my hand, the ball swings in an arc. So when your head goes here, this shoulder socket goes forward. Once that shoulder socket goes forward, it takes your thumb. So now that's how you threw the ball. Feel my arm, feel how strong that is? I can feel it here. Once this rotates in, now you're hanging on like that. Make my hands touch. Nobody ever has in history. Nobody's strong there. You don't pick up anything with your thumb and your fingertips. So when your head's up, your hand's here. When your head's forward, now your hand's on the ball like that. So then that causes the infamous chicken wing. Because you're hanging on for dear life. Because Sir Isaac Newton, undefeated. He always wins. All right, just walk with me. How does my arm come back?
Very loose.
Right, you're coming back very fast, so then your feet get quick and you can't catch up. Do it again. I want you to have that feel. So put my hand under there. I'm just trying to make your, if I have my hands under there, you can't move it as fast. Hey, look at that balance. Yes. Night and day. That was a swing. That wasn't a throw. In balance, hit your target, and you put a move on at the end. All the difference was this instead of, once it goes down, how's it going to go back? You got to rip it back. When you rip it back, your feet can't go forward. So your swing's always ahead of your feet, and you flip it. That was good. So you got to use that power source, not that power source. If you're early, it's that one. If you're in time, it's that one. When you walk down the street, do your thumbs hang out? If your thumbs hang out, there'll be a lot of 230 average bowlers in the world. If everybody walked like this, that would be a good setup. That setup sucks. You know why? Because your arms hang like this. So you're trying to stay on the inside of the ball, right? So you're over here. That's the only time you're on the inside of it. You throw it from out here. So this is killing you. So get here and hold it like that. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Okay. Now bring your arm up. That's where you should hold the ball. Because that's how you walk.
Like this?
Yeah, you don't throw it in your stance. Who cares if you're on the side of it in your stance? It worked out okay for Walter Ray. People telling you to be on the inside of the ball in your stance, never bowled on TV. Because you know why? Because your arms don't walk. You can't make your arm walk like that. I don't want to. Maybe nobody's told you yet, but you're not 25. I didn't know if you didn't know. All right. We on the same page, Dave?
Okay.
Here to here. Now you're in the middle of the ball. Now you come down and you can do what you want here. You're trying to do it from here. So you do this, then you go to the outside, and you go there. So the more you're on the inside in your stance, for one, that hurts. There's tremendous strain on my elbow. My wrist does not set that way anything in life. When you walk down the street, that's why the athletes always shake out their wrists. Watch basketball players. Right, runners, the guys that run the marathons, they're never tight. You're putting your hand in a very extreme position, trying to stay on the inside of the ball. Because everybody's been telling you to stay behind it all your life because you've been throwing it like that. That's because you're in the wrong spot here. And your forearm's aiming at the pins over there. Let's try this different. You want to have a neutral stance. You know why? Because you can do it every time the same. All right, here we go. Now your ball's actually aiming your target. This is where you're aiming. So now you got to reroute it. The ball goes on that seam of that shirt. There.
Come home with me, would you?
Well, if I come with you to league, that gets real expensive. But you ain't gonna get my wife to sign off on that. There, you get here and you hook it in the front of you. Always hook it later. That's better, Mark. That was better. You turn that in front of you. So then when you turn it, so what happens is when you turn it in front of you, you're here, so the ball goes that way and then that way. When you get here and you have the rotation early, the ball comes off like this and it shoots it dead right. That was really good. Cleanup crew that have already signed up for virtual lessons, when you send them in, this is the IT guy. This is Mark. He does everything for me on the virtual lessons. Thank you for sending them in. We'll keep sending them back. So your head's diving. So when your head dives, you get here and it dives, it has to do that. Like you're almost trying to hit it too hard because you were throwing the wrong ball. You always want to throw the ball that makes you not hit it too hard. Do it again. Yeah, big fingers. Second step up under your head. See, that's when you get here. So now your head's in front, so you're just jacking on it with your shoulders. So your legs aren't up underneath you far enough. Your steps get choppy. Still throwing the wrong ball. Me? Are they fresh still? Should it be a stronger ball? You got a ball that likes to bounce. Right now the back ends are clean. They're bouncing. You miss in, what does it do? Try it again. I'm not the one throwing it. You can't be asking me if you don't know. How are you going to bowl big events? So you're not hitting a target. You know why? Because this is what happened last night. You went and bowled and you weren't mentally ready. I was out. This is what happens when you're not mentally into it. So now your physical game doesn't look very good. You're here, slide. You're here. And when you bowl good, you're now slide. There. See how much this got engaged? Now when I get it here, what gets engaged? Here. So what happens? So you're pushing it out and dropping it and ripping it back. Instead of you pushing it out and this coming back smooth, now go on slide. Now feel your right leg. All right, try that. When you drop early, your feet get on the ground too fast, and your upper body gets forward, and you're basically hitting with both shoulders. It swings off your shoulders, don't hit it with your shoulders. Ooh, that was good. Hey, we got one to the right. Why are you playing so far right? You're sliding on 25, playing 12.
Yeah, that's true.
You're playing where Mike is with a rev rate of 190.
I just keep, I don't know, because everyone's, Steve and all of them, they're like, stay right, stay right, stay right.
Is
But my rev
Steve
rate,
throwing the
that's
ball,
true, that's true.
or are you throwing the
That's
ball?
true. I move like 8 left.
Sure.
Probably like 8, yeah.
Let's do something different, because that's not going to work for the rest of the day. Don't try to rip on it so hard, making it hook. Just roll through the tape. You guys keep me employed.
Trying too hard.
You think?
God.
There's being mentally in and then trying too hard. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're mentally in, then you never try too hard. So even though that struck, we both know that wasn't what you wanted. Your number one thing when you don't strike is your push weight goes down and you walk right. It's got to push up so you get your body ahead of your swing. If your body's not ahead of your swing, your right leg can't engage at the bottom of the release. So you walk completely different. Roll was way better, but you walk straight so your hand was here. That's all caused by this. Once you do it this way, then you get that way. Not bad. Oh. Now she can move left. Hey, hang on. Look out, Winnipeg. Here he comes.
I go and throw that 10 pin, I look at 20, I hit 17.
Backwards. Because
It changes.
well, you're using the object pin in the back and where you're sliding. So there's math. So you're here and it's there, so your eyes are going to the right. They're faking you out. Because what happens with the plastic ball, so when you throw your strike ball, reactive resin, or urethane, that matter, it's always going to grab and read.
Right.
So when you throw a spare ball and it's that far left of the pin off your hand, you think you're going to miss left, but that ball faded into it. That ball almost, if it was going to miss, it was going to miss right. Plastic balls and oil don't hook.
Right.
So everybody tries to make their 10 pin off their hand with their plastic ball. At the very last second, the ball falls in the gutter because the ball's not picking up like their strike ball. They see that shape on the back. Well, you bought a plastic ball not to see that shape.
Right.
So that's why I want you to slightly miss it at 45 feet and it just fades back in there. Here's why I like doing camp. Because you meet people with very, very unique pasts. First time in all my years of coaching, 25,000 lessons, 42 camp bakes, I met a professional bull rider. My favorite guy is Ty Murray. This is my second favorite bull rider of all time, Gary from Killdeer, North Dakota. And he showed me the picture. He used to be really skinny and strong.
How's it going, crew? Earl the Pro here. We're out here at Westpack Training Center with Mark Baker. Me and the squad are just bowling right now. This video specifically is going to kind of focus on the two-finger bowling, no thumb audience out there. Me and my boy Brian Cook over here, we both bowl two fingers a little bit differently. He has a higher rev rate, higher speed. I'm a little bit more on the medium kind of side. So hopefully today we kind of dissect the game a little bit more on our, we kind of dissect the game a little bit better on our terms. So hopefully this video helps you out.
So when you talk about just using your two fingers and not using your thumb, there are a couple good rules to have. One, you got to have a pretty relaxed stance because your thumb's not in it. I mean, the easiest way to do this is just copy Tom Doherty, the best one-handed bowler in the world. Well, I mean, two-finger, no thumb bowler in the world. Go like this. The key to this is the ball has to always stay in your palm because there's no thumb. So the pushaway has to be very smooth and your hand has to stay behind the ball as long as possible. And the best thing you can do is keep your head up. If you get it up here, when you get here and your head goes down, when my head goes down, it pulls my shoulder. There's no thumb in the ball, then you'll constantly drop it or it'll come off on the inside. So when you're using just two fingers and no thumb, keep your head up, try to really walk. At the very end, you keep your head up, use the foul line as a barrier, so the ball will stay in your hand and you can actually get on the lane and have the rotation last. Very imperative to keep your head up, and keep the ball in your hand and have a very smooth push away and swing. Because there's no thumb, if you get quick anywhere in here, the ball's gonna wanna fall off and bad things happen. So right here, you see how he loads up his hand? He's perfectly in balance here. Watch it up back. Here we go.
A couple people in the comments have been asking how far I put my fingers into the bowling ball. For personal preference, I go at least like what, 1.5 divots in. Just for personally, it's a little bit more comfortable.
So when you're talking about just using your fingers, not using your thumb, the first thing you'll notice is how short his backswing is. That's predicated by not having a thumb. So if your swing gets too high, the ball will fall off. So the key is really being able to balance the ball in your hand by having a good stance, really smooth push away and having it come back as flat as you can. So getting your legs ahead of it and has to control his head. If his head's on top of his knee, his hand will stay here. Because if his head gets too far in front, his hand will go around it. He does an excellent job of controlling his balance. That lets his hand do the trick. Here we go.
What happened there?
You're throwing a really, really, really strong ball, and you're trying to slow hook it in the back ends. How many shots have you guys thrown today? Yeah, you're at 115 shots. So the back ends have definitely gotten more carry down. The back ends have gotten tighter. So the ball isn't as clean as it was when you first started.
Yeah. So I'm gonna ball down to my pie. As a weaker cover stock, still a solid. So hopefully that works out. Same line.
A little closer, a little closer. You're still too far left.
Still too far left?
The thing is, you decided before we started that they were going to hook. The one thing I have noticed is the third time you've been to the training center, Earl?
Yeah.
Your accuracy is way higher. So what does that tell you? You should move around more.
I should.
You keep trying to throw the ball better.
Yeah.
There is no better. Are you trying hard? You're trying hard.
I am.
So you can't throw it at better than 100%.
Yeah.
You're giving me 100%. But you're hitting your target much more regularly, so you should have the ability more to move around the lane quicker.
Okay.
It's hard to adjust when you're not very accurate. Once your accuracy gets better, adjusting gets easier. You're getting information. You're not wanting to hear it, but you're getting it.
I'm moving right. Man, I missed left. But.
You missed left, but it's still at the pocket. So here's what bowlers do all the time. All right, this is a special segment. I want this to be a reel. Don't be one of these bowlers. All right, here's what they do. What Earl just did. Trip 4. Threw it terrible. I missed. Terrible. Don't be that bowler. Be an athlete. Here's how an athlete thinks. Oh, that's inside. Ooh, trip 4. I'm kicking everybody's ass today. If my misses strikes, I know my good ones will strike. That's how you bowl.
All right, all right.
Never shake your head on the strike.
All right.
Because the bowling gods don't like it. If you shake your head on the strike, you can count on a solid 8 or solid 9 when you really need it, and you got nobody to blame but yourself. If you get a heavy one, take advantage of it. Be an athlete.
You're right. You're right. Inspired. Oh, beautiful shot, Earl! Come on! I'm an athlete!
Go ahead, Brian.
The good old Kendall.
You need to bowl league here. You might be the best bowler here.
I'll take it here.
The king of Westpack. If you walk in that door, your average goes up 30 pins.
Mr. Nasty Son.
So this is a little more unique with Brian doing it because he's not using his middle 2 fingers, he's using these 2. So how well he walks the foul line, how well he controls his head is even more imperative because now the ball's going to want to constantly fall off on the inside of his hand. He's going to want to come over top. So walking straighter, keeping his head up is what he has to focus on the most. Nothing wrong with that shot, he just drifted into it. So amateurs tend to drift right for one specific reason. They want to see the ball hook. If you drift into your swing, your ball gets to the dry early and you get to see hook. Pros, on the other hand, want to learn to control their hook. Pros walk left to control it, amateurs walk right to see it hook. Obviously, if you're going to try to bowl for a living, you're going to have to learn to walk straight or walk left because they bowl on such diverse conditions and the lanes hook so much that walking away from your target gets your ball to the back part of the lane before it hooks. People that tend to walk right tend to like play outside. Bowlers that walk more than 5 right tend to love to play right at 10, throw it really hard. That's a way to bowl. But if you're going to bowl for a living, bowl a lot of sports shots, you might want to look into walking straight or a little bit left. For a guy the size of Brian, walking right is the kiss of death because his rev rate's high and he walks into a swing. When you walk into your swing, what does your hand have to do? Go around it. But he's only using these 2 fingers. He doesn't need to go around any earlier than he did. So when he walks right, he's hitting his front target, but he's missing the back target, which is the important target. I went and worked with Brian for about an hour. Watch how much smoother Brian is. Way smoother, hitting his target. He liked it. We can adjust off that. But here's what happened. His rev rate was 444. When Brian walked in the door, it was closer to 560, but he didn't know where it's going. So rev rate by itself as a number is not the be-all, end-all. It's a rev rate you can control and be in balance with. His rev rate's come down, but his consistency's gone up. It's great to have a high rev rate. We'd all like to throw like EJ Tackett and be 510 every time. But if you have a high rev rate, but you can't throw it the same way 3 times in a row, it's not going to equate to knocking down more pins. And at the end of the day, they only ask you one question. What was your score? I shot 247. They might ask you your rev rate. Very rarely do they do. Wow, 247, you won the 3rd game side pot. They don't ask you your rev rate, they just ask you your score.
They need to hear from someone other than the people that do know.
Look how much more balanced he is. Yes, yes.
And look good though, like you really are on balance.
Right.
Let's see how that looks.
See, that was 480, which is still a giant number, but it didn't need to be 580 because it wasn't controllable, plus it didn't slow down a hook. 480, if he does that without trying, that's a hell of a number.
And later in the game, he's not going to be throwing 18 anymore. He's going to be throwing 20.
Right, so that's the thing is,
that's going to go up.
We had to get him in better balance. So yes, his rev rate came down, but his opportunities to strike, he gave himself more chances. His scores will go up. If your rev rate's 480, life's good. Yes, yes, now they're all looking the same. There you go. So there you go. How's his last 2 shots? 488, 489 rev rate. Much, much better. Here's how this works. Talk about consistency. Last 2 shots. His laydown was 0.1 different. Arrows, 0.3 different. Break point, 0.1 different. Speed, only 0.2. Angle, 1/10. Average speed. There you go. So those 2 numbers, those are basically the same shot. That's what bowling's all about. How can you repeat shots over and over and over?
Hey!
You know he was feeling it. You know when you're feeling it? When you tell the camera guy, are you ready? Because here it comes. You know when you're ready, like, camera dude, you ready? I don't want to hear. Sorry, we didn't have any film.
He answered it because I noticed that my drift was always going into where my eyes was placed. So instead of going towards it, I just need to keep my body pretty much going straight, and then I'll be able to launch.
It keeps the swing slot in line with his target. So then his swing wasn't moving around, and when you're as big as he is, the advantage or disadvantage to big guys that bowl. When we're on, it's impressive. When we're off, it's impressive. I didn't have too many weeks on tour. I just did okay. I bowled really good, and I had weeks like, why am I on tour? Big guys, when we get all the levers going the wrong way, it's like you can't even get 9. But when we're on, we make the lanes look easy. So that's why you don't see a ton of big guys on the tour. But the guys on the tour that were big that made it tend to make the Hall of Fame. Dave Sutar, Steve Cook, Chris Barnes. Yeah, these guys are the big guys that really, really make it. Tend to stay on the tour for a long time. Gary Dickinson, they have great careers. I didn't quite make that group.
We're going to dive into how to get lined up. We got a few different types of bowlers. I got more crankers for you today, so we can show the people how that translates to your coaching. But what you're going to do is you're going to help us, much like you just did me, with figuring out how to get lined up properly. A lot of times when you're bowling, whether it be a league or a tournament, you're your worst enemy if you're not lined up properly from the beginning anyway, because now you're adjusting from a wrong spot already. So how do we start off on the right foot with always making sure we're lining up properly?
You got to look at this 2 ways. Very important. Being lined up the first game is not as important as everybody thinks. Because what happens in typical league scores, high game's the first game, not so good the second game, the worst game's the third game because they're not lined up. So what happened was they spent so much time getting lined up the first game, we invariably bowl from our favorite place on the lane. If you start on your favorite place and the lanes break down, that means your moves are going to be negative because now you're leaving your favorite place. It's like going out to dinner with your wife. If she wants to go to her favorite place and you don't, invariably the service is bad and the food sucks. And then she gives you the look all the way drive home. Love you, Shannon. All right, so I always want people to line up way too far right if you're right-handed, way too far left if you're left-handed from your favorite place. Why? Bowling isn't about guessing. Bowling's about making decisions. All I did was line you up too far right and see your ball hook too much. Then when we moved, it wasn't a guess, it was a decision. If you line up in your favorite place and it doesn't work,
it's a guess.
Well, now you're pissed. How come you couldn't oil the lanes the same? Remember this, there's one lane machine here. It's one lane I tend to oil every day. I'm in charge of mixing the cleaner. I'm in charge of putting the oil in. I oil it when I want and I pick the pattern. The lanes are different every day on the one lane I do, and I'm using that machine. Why? Weather. People that bowl first. If the first lesson's a two-hander, I have to oil them 2 or 3 times. If the first lesson has a lower rev rate, I only oil them once because the lanes get easier and easier. Lanes are different every day. So when you line up, you always want to line up too far right or left to where you like to play. That way you're moving towards your favorite place. Then maybe the second game or third game you want to be so far left. That's what I see people line up too far left because their first shot hooks, but they're throwing it half speed. It's supposed to hook. You want your first shot to get 3 on the left. Dry is your friend. If the lanes are hooking, you can move left, you can change balls, you can throw it harder, you can add rotation, you can throw it up in the air. There's like 5 or 6 easy things to do if the lanes hook too much. But if you walk into bowl and you're bowling for your favorite place and the ball doesn't hook, and you move right and the ball goes even straighter, panic sets in. What are you throwing? Well, I'm throwing my new harsh reality and I got it down to 500. I got my own ball spinner at home. I'm dialed in and you just keep hitting the 3-pin in the face. That's the only condition that puts the fear of God in pros.
Okay.
When their ball doesn't hook. So seeing your ball hook is actually a good thing. Then you have moves that are decisions that will help you line up better.
Well, we're about to put that to the test. I got Earl the Pearl, Tone, of course. We got Blake here, who's also a cranker, and we got my boy Brian, who's another cranker. So we're going to see how you get us lined up on these 2 different pairs. The pairs are actually different, guys.
So at the training center, my lane came from the Gold Coast, and this lane came from the Ellen DeGeneres show, of all places. So anyways, that's just, she did a show, and they want to get rid of a lane. My man Lee Haxton went and got it. We got a lane. So Pro Ambo lane, Gold Coast lane. This lane's much older than this. This lane tends to hook more. The ball hooks back. This lane has way more out of bounds, but the back ends are tighter. So even though I got 2 lanes here, they play a lot different. So when you bowl league, you should expect that. Never expect to play both lanes the same. Always try to look for a little bit of difference. Why? That way you can't be mad if they're not the same. You don't know who bowled on that lane before you. Maybe somebody bowled in that lane you didn't know. Maybe the mechanic oiled the lane, came out, oiled him. He left, went to this lane. Somebody called for a ball return. He went in the back, fixed the ball return. He comes back to lane 2, and guess what he thinks? I don't remember if I did this lane or not. Well, I guess what? I'm going to do it again. So he does it twice. That way the people have oil. Then he goes over and does the other lane. So guess what? One lane has twice as much oil as the other one. Or he thought he oiled it and he didn't. The mechanics get called for all kinds of crazy reasons. So you should expect the lanes to always be different. That way when they're the same, you're going to be in a better mood and have higher scores. So we can all hear it. 1, 2, 3 slide. Because right now, three's not happening.
It's not a 3.
Yeah, it says 1, we're not doing that. I want to hear like this. 1, 2, 3, there. See, it should look like that without a ball in your hand. Look like $1 million.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, look at that. So now you can move back to the right.
Different.
Yeah, but you didn't fall off and you actually had a fall through. Watch. You didn't cut it, you didn't.
Get a 3 because of that.
Your fall through actually got, look at your balance, do it again. So you went light and moved left with that ball. You shouldn't have moved left.
Yeah, no.
More right.
And I'm switching balls, so.
There you go. Still count them out loud.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, balance again.
Yeah.
Now you can go back to the ball that was stronger.
Exactly. Yep.
And stay left. Because what happened, that's the first 2 shots you've thrown that's gone through the tape.
Yep.
Because your balance is better.
Yep.
When you take away your pivot step, your shoulder becomes a power source. You can't, then you're throwing your head at release forward. You can't be in balance.
So I'm gonna go just a 4, 2, 3. That was really quick on the 3rd again.
No, it's quick on the 4th.
Wow, I can tell.
Watch.
Well, the 4th.
Good, excellent. See, it's kind of a, yeah, you're bowling two-handed.
Yeah.
You have two-handed footwork with bowling one hand.
That's the problem. Like I've always had that, and the timing is really tough to figure out because.
So do it without a ball in your hand and make yourself stop on the 4th step.
Okay.
I got your arm. Go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's where you need to get. See, that's actually a step.
Okay.
So you get it where it goes up on its toe. So when it's on its toe, you get off your toe. So if I get off my toe, this is no longer involved. The only power source I have is this.
And your balance is off.
It has to be. You got to have a power source. It's either your shoulder or your throwing arm leg. One or the other. There's nothing else that can give you power.
Okay.
And to have consistency, it has to be your leg. That was your best pivot step so far. And it's
Slowing my feet down altogether.
well, then slow your feet down. You actually had a step. It's not so much that it's slow, it's that it's not too fast.
Okay.
So what you did was you made your swing faster than your feet. So that made this 50 and this 50. That was actually 70-30. So that's what we're talking about. Now watch.
I can feel it. And it feels like a rhythm too. That looks
Right.
way
See, look at your
easier.
balance though. Your head didn't go anywhere, right? What I noticed when I watched the pros is how much more methodical, exact, disciplined their first 2 steps are than everybody else in the world. If you watch their first 2 steps, it's not mechanical, that's a bad word, but it's very disciplined. It's almost exactly the same because we all see how much that's the same. It's because this is the same. None of them start fast. Maybe Jacob. Jacob's pretty quick in the beginning of the approach.
To the line, but
Jacob has a unique approach, right? Well, other than that, I mean, if you look at Belmonte or all those guys, I mean, they're real. Bill O'Neill, Kyle Troop is exact how he starts. That allows him to be consistent at the end of the approach. So when I make you count, it's just not that you're slowing down. I'm just putting you in balance. I'm making you count your steps so then your feet are underneath you all the time.
I'm glad I know that now because that's something I can do.
You can do that, get yourself out of whack, right?
Exactly. Okay.
And all bowling is feel. So it feels good, I'm gonna bowl good. You walk into bowl league, we live in the San Fernando Valley, Orange County. Get there at 6:30 to bowl, and guess what? It's 45 minutes late. You get there, you get Norm up, now you're pissed off. You're on the pair with the guy you can't stand in league anyways. He's looking at his watch. He don't want to wait to let you bowl your 3rd frame. So now you're hot. So now you got to bowl your 1st frame and your swing's fast, your feet are slow.
Yeah.
How are you going to get yourself back in time? How are you going to get yourself back in balance? Bowling isn't about who throws it the best. The best bowlers can fix themselves in one game. They know what creates their feel. So if you using the counting trick gives you back your feel.
Exactly.
Because your feel is unique to you. Nobody else ever coached bowls like you. Nobody bowls like anybody else, so your feel is unique. That's why tips from other bowlers tend not to help. You know what they're telling you? This is how I create my feel, so you should do what I do so you can bowl like me. But then he's, 68 years old and he's a little short guy and he weighs 240 pounds. Not helping you much.
Dunked the ball in his life.
Well, I'm not going there, but there is that commonality. So they're just telling you how they create their feel. It's not a wrong tip, it's their tip. So that's why tips very rarely work with amongst league bowlers, because they're telling you what makes their feel happen.
And that's why we need you.
Oh, well.
That's why we need you, because we can't be listening to all these other bowlers.
They mean well. They do mean well, and they have their hearts in the right place. Now, if your feel happens to be close to their feel, wow, that really worked. I'm throwing the ball much better because your feels were close. That's all it is.
I'm going to come in, somebody that wants to play, eventually, obviously, I want to get to the 30. I want to be able to swing the lane.
Right, so I'd start 10 too far right.
10 too far right, so we're going to go to the 20.
And look about 5 too far right, so look about 10.
Got you. Felt pretty good. I haven't thrown from the 20 like that in a while.
Every day is different.
It's one of the best shots I've had in 3 weeks.
Look how good your balance was.
Yeah.
And the ball went where you were wanted down lane. So that's telling you, wow, maybe there be. So again, you stood on 20 and you looked at 10. So your number would be 5. You drifted 5 and you hit 13. So 5 and 3 left.
Perfect.
Right.
Let's go.
All right. So here we are with Blake. Before we start, for those of you watching on YouTube, he looks very much like a pro. I don't want to get the guy's name wrong. It is
Mikey Slabak.
Mikey Slabak. I watched him bowl the practice session on the short pattern in Detroit. He ended up making the show. So Mike, you made one show and you've already got the guy that bowls like you. Might be the most successful pro in the world. Congratulations. Let's watch him throw it. His tendency is to pull it down and miss right because he pulls it down with the shoulder. Go ahead and jack on one, miss right. So what happens is when people have a hard time keeping their left foot quiet, when they stay in balance, you pull down so hard, the down force of your shoulders, that's what spins your hips. So most of your misses go to the right and you have a rotator, right? So what we're trying to do is get his left foot to be a little more quiet so the power comes out of his legs so he can add the rotation later. So what happens is when you pull down and that foot spins out, now your hips are facing the wall, but your brain wants the ball to go that way. Well, the only thing that can happen is your hand can come over the top. So he adds the rotation too soon, he goes like this. So the ball's coming off like that, it shoots it dead right. Either hits you out of bounds, doesn't hook, hits it dry too early and goes Brooklyn. His good shot, when he uses more legs and his hand goes forward and adds a rotation later, his left foot will stay straighter, more balanced, and he'll hit his target more often. Trying to add that rotation a little later, get that left foot to be a little calmer. We can't even make that stuff up. That's so good. He's been having a problem with his foot being parallel to this line and his ball coming off going way to the right. So now watch how he uses his hands better. So now his left foot is super solid. And look at the line of the ball, right to the tape. He's still on his left leg with his arm swinging as the ball goes through the pins, what every bowler wants. All it was taking the power out of his shoulder and calming down his left foot. That made his hand not over-rotate. When he was pulling it down with his hand and his left foot was moving, his hand had to get it back over the top because his hips weren't facing where he wanted the ball to go. Very good.
It honestly changed my game. Or from what I see, I can already tell that I can improve my accuracy and I'm not going to have that many misses and I'm going to leave more makeable spares and my arms probably go up 10, 15 pins from now.
It was just explaining it a little different way. He was trying to fix it with his hand, so he was pulling it down with his shoulder to feel his hand, but that was making his left foot inconsistent, so his angles through the front part of the lane were different every time, so then it makes the decision how to play the lane very, very tricky. So if he can calm down his shoulder, get his left foot to be a little more stable, he'll start seeing the accuracy, then he can make decisions of which ball to throw and where to move on the lane.
Yep.
So he's standing on 21, 22, where are you looking?
I'm looking at 13.
Very good. So he hit the left edge of the Baker box, probably sitting around 25. So you guys have been bowling a while, so you've made them all kind of the same. There you go. His left foot got solid again.
I had too much force and I came off balance.
A little bit, but you didn't have the rotation early, so the ball still went forward. Another easy way to line up is all Blake did was watch Rich bowl. Every one of Rich's good shots, they're both one-handed, fairly high rev rate. Rich is sliding on 25, hitting 12, 13. He just did his math. He drifts about 3 left, misses about 1 or 2 left. He's signed up 21, look 12. Next thing you know, he's sliding on 25, hitting 15. He's playing already where he's seen somebody else have success. So if the rev rates are close and you're both the same amount of arms, sometimes it's easier to line up off somebody else. You just have to know your drift and miss numbers so you can slide where they slide and you hit where they hit, and it works. Basically what I did the entire 80s. I either lined up off Marshall Holman or Mark Roth. I was never good as one of them, but I made a lot of finals, and I used to make Marshall mad, so that made me happy. Like a different bowler, dude. It's so much better. So much better. Now you're hitting everything in front of you, so now your rev rate's effective because it's accurate.
Yeah.
You have a 530, 520, 540, you have that kind of rev rate, and you can actually hit a target, bowling becomes fun.
Oh, yeah.
Never met Brian, but the first thing I see when I see Brian is everybody's telling him to slow down, not throw it so hard, but there's one slight problem. Brian's my size. I won't say what he weighs, but it's north of 250. Have you had lunch today?
I haven't.
Oh, I have, so I'm 275. All right. I don't get cheated to get this far. All right. So also, he's not exactly skinny here. So he's not going to get any smaller. His arms aren't going to get any littler. So when a guy this big throws it this hard, he shouldn't play the lanes too far left. He should actually be right of everybody. Because when you want one, when you're nervous, when you're bowling your best, when you're our size, it's always easier to throw it harder than slower because we're big and we're strong. So we like to throw it Mach 1, as I put it. So he should line up farther right than everybody. Let's see how he does.
That last ball mark, 577.
So a big guy like that, he throws a lot of shoulder in it. We just got to keep his shoulder up. Do it again. There we go. So now you're sliding on 15, hitting 10. So move your feet 2 left and your eyes 1 right. Slid on 15 and he hit 10. The math doesn't add up. The ball cannot go to the Baker box. That's too far right or too far left. So we're going to move his feet a little left so he can slide in this zone, hit the same target, and his ball have more shape. So when you got a guy that throws at 21 miles an hour with a 550 rev rate, you just let him do that. Nope. Head went down, hand came over it. So if he gets down too far, that ball really got to the inside of your hand. So you got to keep your head up more. That was smoother. Now watch what happens at the end. He'll be in balance. Right here, his head did move on his left leg, hit 11, went through the Baker box. If you throw enough shots there, your odds are pretty good. You'll start striking. You just want to, bowling, people misconstrue this all the time. They leave 1 ring in 10. They want to change everything. I disagree with that completely. What you want to do is give yourself the most chances. Remember this, 9 spare is a good frame. Nobody ever lost a doubles partner because they can make a spare and get 9 a lot. So what happens? People get in trouble when they get 6. And try to get rid of that ring in 10. That's the first shot to the pocket in 3. 1 ring in 10. Oh, you got to do this different, than this different. Remember this, you leave 1 ring in 10, the earth will not spin off its axis. It's not a big deal. Just pick it up. Now, if he were to do that 3 or 4 more times in a row, we would make an adjustment. But one time, he just needs to give himself more chances and leave more 10s. Because as you become a better bowler, all you leave is more 10 pins. You don't leave less, you leave more because you hit the pocket more. Make the 10 pin your friend, bowling will get more fun. Hey. Much better, much better. Now you're in balance. If we could just take away missing left, how much better would you bowl? There are 2 misses in bowling. You can miss left or you can miss right. My job as a coach is to eliminate one or the other. Now, if I give a lesson, here's how I tend to do it. If you miss right, all I ever say is hit the reset and do it again. Now, if you miss left, I correct everything, being a right-hander. I don't like misses that are left. So when he misses a little bit right, it doesn't bother me at all because it has redeeming value. He almost hit his target. His hand didn't come over the top. His balance was good. He just missed a little bit right. So always try to find one way to miss or the other. You don't want to have both misses. Teach yourself to just have one side of the fairway you miss on, preferably the right. Here, without a ball. So you get it so far here that you don't have time to get it here. So you're here.
Got it.
Bring this back. It's like going. There. This only moves your hand 3 inches. Your elbow moves your elbow. You're getting it out here. Doesn't have time to get back.
Got it.
I just need your elbow to move your hand 3 to 4 inches forward. Now swing it back and now tilt. Now tilt. Now move your left foot in front. That's where you need to get.
Okay, got it.
Try that.
Okay.
So let's get that stance a little more neutral.
A little more neutral. Facing
No, just your hands.
Okay.
So now we're just going to have your elbow move your hand forward 3 or 4 inches.
Okay, gotcha.
So that way it swings back better. You've been pushing it too far out and too far up.
Got it.
It's just you're just trying to get to, like starting a kid in a swing set. You're just moving it so it'll swing back. We got to get your swing longer in the back.
Tone's been rolling real well lately too.
A little better, a little better, a little better. So without a ball, let's do the whole approach. Without a ball, do the whole approach. I got your arms whenever you're ready. See there, I got it, we got it. All right.
Yeah.
Now you grab my hands.
Got it.
All right, I'm not two-handed.
Yeah.
So here's what Tone's doing. He's here, he's ripping it back. So it's getting back too soon. Now walk with me if I'm imitating, say, Jason Belmonte.
Gotcha.
It's a swing, watch this. My arms barely go back.
Your body's coming forward.
My body's going forward, my arms are just floating.
Gotcha.
You're pulling it. What happens is, whether you're one-handed or two-handed, when you create a backswing by pulling it, your body can't go forward. It's 15 pounds.
Yeah.
If you pull 15 pounds of sand behind you, you can't walk. If you walk and that sand swings with you, you can walk by it.
Yeah.
So we got to soften your hands going back. Go ahead. Smooth. Now you're ahead of it. That's it.
I see.
This
Okay.
has to go back softer so it can come down faster.
Got
If
it.
it goes back fast, it just gets here and stops.
Yeah.
That's why you drop the ball.
Yeah. That's
All right.
why my shoulders always so sore when I'm doing.
Correct, because you're not using your legs enough. Your swing
Got
is
it.
short. Not bad. So now it's hooking in. Now you move your, so you're getting it close to where you want it to. I'd probably move my feet 3 or 4 left, your eyes 1 or 2 left, and try to get to that tape again. So if you move left, your right foot should come back a little bit. Your right foot. And open up.
Oh, I see.
There you go. Now your chest is facing the tape. You can still walk away from it. Yep. Smooth swing. Hey, there we go. I don't charge enough.
All that, Tom. All that.
That was a little bit down, but see, all of a sudden you're hitting the target better.
Yeah.
Right. Look at your balance. You're on your left leg when the ball hit the pins. If two-handers have accuracy and balance, they always bowl good. Look how good your balance is. That's more of a swing. It still got back. That's why one-handers don't like two-handers.
13-ish area down to the Baker box, I want to say around 7-8. That's where they're playing.
Perfect. So your first shot should be somewhere around there because you've seen it.
Yeah.
Let's see what your balls does to theirs and you make an adjustment. So you slid on 25 and you hit 15. That ball stayed on line for a long time. It only went high at the last second. And you missed in. That tells you your move left isn't that big.
Yeah.
If you'd have made that same shot and that ball barely hit the head pin, then you'd have moved quite a bit more.
Yeah.
So now I'd only move my feet about 2 or 3 left and my eyes 1 and try to get a little more right down lane.
Okay. First try.
So when you have less speed than everybody else, you have to create more angle.
Yeah. So move 2 boards left, 1 board out there.
I'm not coming to league with you.
Come on! My God.
So you said, look what you said. But look what you said. I'm going to play around 15, I'm going to hit around 7 boards.
Yeah.
Because you watched what they did and you applied it to your game, you threw one shot, you got information, you made a decision, that's why you were lined up so fast.
All right.
you're always going to be slightly left of the guys because your speed's slower.
Yeah.
But you have a high rev rate and you have a good roll. We got action. We got action.
Who says we're not accurate? Two-finger bowlers got
I always
this.
like when they make me look smart. I have nothing to do with it.
What's going on, crew? We are back at Westpack with the one and only Mark Baker. We are going to have us a great time today. I got the original crew, you already know, Maki, me, Tone, Earl, and we are going to get us a lesson update on where everybody has been, seeing how we're looking, things that we're doing better, things we can improve on. Make sure you drop in your broomsticks. We got a lot of cool things coming. It really helps us if you like and subscribe and share this stuff, you know, with everybody that you know. But yeah, man, we out here. It's summertime. We're gonna have us a ball today. Let's get it.
Bowling is a jigsaw puzzle. When people walk in that door, it's always a jigsaw puzzle. What are the 4 things that make up the border of a jigsaw puzzle? The Baker family, we're big jigsaw puzzle people. There's consistency on top, there's timing on the bottom, you've got accuracy, and you got balance. The 4 borders. Invariably, the people that want to walk in my door, what do they want to work on? Rev rate and release. I always see that as the middle puzzle of a piece. So how do you do it? The borders we all talk about. Well, what happens with jigsaw puzzles? Most people don't finish them because the borders are easy to talk about, but do the middle of the border, that's his markers. Nobody else in bowling has your markers. Everybody bowls different. Everybody understands the borders, the 4 things you want. Now our job is to find the markers that go inside, and we get done. The last piece is always a release, and it always fits. Jigsaw puzzle, figure out the borders, and then how do you build the markers inside the jigsaw puzzle? That's where I live as a coach, and that's what I like, finding the markers for everybody individually because they're all different. So watch your balance. So the hardest thing to do in bowling is, after you get warmed up, not to do more than that.
Yeah.
If you could just stay in that balance, or when you're warming up, you're just walking up and letting go. That's really all bowling is. That was perfect balance. The ball went right to the spot. Now you don't need to do any more than that. There is no more. There is no more better. You can only knock them down once. They don't give you bonus pins because the head pin flew faster. When somebody asks you what you bowled in league, you know what they do? They don't even hear your answer. They're like the Peanuts person on the cartoon. Hey, dude, what'd you bowl tonight? Wah, 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 wah. That's what they're hearing. You know why somebody asks you what you bowled in league? Because they want to tell you what they shot.
Exactly.
See, look at you're on your left leg when the ball hits the pins.
Yeah.
When people throw it and their arm's swinging and they're just watching. Look at his arm swing, but his body's not moving. That's the universal move. It's actually a slide in my Camp Bakes PowerPoint. When somebody throws it good, they sit there, their arm swings, they don't move. Usually they strike though, bro.
I know, what happened?
And they take a step straight back. Watch, straight back. All right, bowlers can't even stop themselves.
But you know what I did learn from the last time I saw you? I learned to stop being afraid of 10 pins and leaving them. Because I have left a lot more 10 pins
the better you get, the more you leave.
Oh man,
Nobody has left more flat 10s and ringing 10s in the history of our sport than Walter A. Williams Jr.
Yeah.
Just ask him. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
Or look softer.
Well, your arm's not so fast. So when bowlers do it correctly as a coach, because the tricky part of coaching is I have no feel in your shot.
Yeah.
I have a lot of feel when I bowl, and then once it's off your hand, it's all feel to me. It turns into me throwing the ball.
Okay.
But when you're bowling, all I see is markers. And invariably when somebody throws it good, I don't ever notice your arm. And when somebody throws it bad, all I see is your arm. So that's when I know your hand is soft. When people's balance are good, their arm doesn't reroute.
Pearl that you know is a little bit more angular. I'm not gonna move too much because I don't want to assume it's gonna hook 40 boards.
The hardest thing to teach bowlers. That was a decision, that wasn't a guess. So like, no, I'm throwing it good. I just aced 3 shots. I'm going to the pearl, I'm gonna move 2 left, my hand's gonna get softer, throw it to the same place. That was the decision, so the shot had confidence. The whole reason of the Baker box, and I try to explain that, if you have a spot down lane that you believe in, you're getting the hardest thing to teach in bowling, feedback. I hit my target, I was in balance, that felt good off my hand. That didn't do the right thing, I need to move or switch balls. Those are decisions.
Miss left.
Real quick,
I could feel that.
That was the arm.
Yeah.
So your legs didn't get ahead of your swing, so your arm tried to make up for it. Completely offline, hand over the top.
And that's the audible that I feel like.
That's
when
the
you
athlete in you want to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
That's you want to strike.
And I could feel it in my head. So that's where, when you taught me the timing with talking and hearing my steps. I don't know if you guys saw that video, but
Yeah, you pretty much almost skipped a step on that one. Right?
yeah.
Your
and
feet
when
got
I
so quick,
skipped
right?
the fourth step,
Then your
nothing
swing has
good
to make up
ever
for your right
happened.
leg, right? Not a swing. So the video talks about that a lot. I mean, the timing spot's what I've made a living on the last 15 years. It's not going away. It's where every bowler tends to get to. So
One of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of people know when their timing is off, right? But they don't know if they're early or they're late.
invariably, everybody that comes here tells me they're late, and invariably everybody's early. I've never had a two-hander ever late. They've all been early.
Yeah.
I'd say I might have bowlers who are late. How I measure timing, I might have 5 a year. 5 bowlers who are actually late out of the
So majority of people are
the
early.
2,000 people I'm going to coach this year.
So if you ever feel like you're moving too fast, it's really a situation.
No, it's because everybody else measures timing in the push-away. So I've never done that.
Okay.
I was very fortunate when I first started getting into coaching. I had a lot of success with Chris Barnes and Tommy Jones. Well, Tommy drops it pretty quick, and Chris didn't move it at all the first 2 steps. So compared to everybody that taught it, well, he was late, he was early. I'm like, yeah, they're on TV every week. They're both first-team All-American every year. You're measuring timing in the wrong spot. So I tried to find a spot that those two matched up. And at that time, I thought Carolyn Doran Ballard had the easiest game to teach. I always loved her game. It's fundamentally correct. It's fundamentally sound. Her record, she was the bowler of the decade. It's just the right way of bowling. So I would always use Carolyn, but guys didn't like being compared to girls. I'm like, but she's better than you. So I started measuring all 3 of those bowlers, and then when their slide foot got flat in front of their head, their swings were all in the same place. So then you could start different. Everybody starts different.
And it's that spot where you see the pose where you have.
That's the spot.
That's the spot everyone's aiming to get
they all
to.
get, it's all the, so when you get there, what it does, when you're in the timing spot, now my right leg and my right hand are talking to each other and my core doesn't move. That's what you see. Every good shot looks the same. Because if you're early, you go up. I call that moving the air up. Or if you're early and you move the air down. All those affect my hand. When you're in time, it's the best way to keep my head quiet. So now watch my head. Now watch my hand. It never moves. No, my timing is early and my head goes down. My head takes my shoulder forward, my thumb's got to come with it. So the timing spot is the best place to be in balance and to be accurate. The power is always the benefit. I never teach the power first because a lane sequenced 40 feet of accuracy or 45 feet of accuracy, only 15 feet of hook or power. So you got to really be accurate to use the power. That's what Lamaki would have to work on. He's got it covered at the last 15 feet. He has to get much more consistent the first 45. Like every two-hander that walks in the door. Pretty much shows up with a great release and a lot of power. Balance and consistency. One-handers trying to find more power by having better timing so their release gets more consistent so their ball hits the pins better.
So with me having an approach much like a two-hander, just since you mentioned it, I realized when you had me focus on the, hearing my steps and the 4th step not being something that's so non-existent.
The 4 steps, your power steps. So if your 4 steps non-existent, that'll be your power source. If that's your power source, you can't be accurate.
And it feels like it's in slow motion sometimes, honestly.
You're waiting on it, right?
I'm literally, and that's the waiting on it. So that's something I don't think I had ever heard before, was actually waiting on it. And that stops you from being early.
And Bill O'Neill, when the first time Bill O'Neill ever said it worked, he goes, when I'm in time, I have time, and I can do whatever I want to the ball. I'm like, I'm just going to use that expression for the rest of my coaching career.
That was one of the first things I told Tone when you helped me with my balance. I was like, I feel like I can do anything with my hand.
Bill explained it the best, and then Bill was a really good bowler prior to coach him.
Still is.
That Duke, he has probably the simplest, excellent game in the world, Bill O'Neill.
Yeah, okay.
And he's a good dude.
Oh, have you seen the Ion Pro yet?
I have.
Okay, so they're comparing this to the Phase 2 and some of the favorites people have had over the years. I'm curious to know what you feel about this compared to some of your favorite balls that you've seen too.
See, but the dip on that ball isn't as high.
It isn't.
So I think that ball allows you to stay farther right and not have to move as fast as early. Right.
And that's helped my game, I feel like. I think for me it's a good benchmark ball because I have a tendency to want to get left so much.
Any ball that lets you, like that was a good shot, kind of rolled over the holes a little bit down lane.
I heard it.
So that would be a hole 2 and 2 right.
Okay.
That wouldn't be a little bit. That ball never slowed down.
Yeah.
Like I said, again, it's the differential. It's not gonna, it's not gonna flare as much. So it's gonna be a little smoother on the back, which is what everybody tries to, I think, hook it too much. People are much better than that than they are going 5th arrow to 10, and they're going to 12 to 5.
I used to have a really hard time keeping the ball in front of me.
You can keep it. So you thought that ball was in front of you. Here we go. Here's the myth. All right. Here we go. Let's do some math. 39 boards on a lane. That ball went really straight. Where'd it land? It landed right there, which is about 18 lay down.
Okay.
So it's 18 in the front. All right. And the break point, right about there. Break point was 6.7. So right there is, that'd be 12, that would be 11.6. So then where'd the ball finish? It got to the pocket high flush. That's gonna be, for Walter Ray, we'll say that's 18 board. So from 6 back to 18, that's another 11. So that ball covered 22 boards. It covered 22 boards.
Wow.
But that's a different way of looking at it.
I would have never.
You know why bowlers don't
way.
see that? Because we don't see the laydown.
Yeah.
So when you throw the ball, as early as you're gonna pick it up is the arrows. I always picked it up. I never saw it, the arrows. I picked it up at 30 feet. Your ball was here, you saw it there, and it got there and it rolled straight.
Yeah,
that
so
ball
I
didn't
only
hook.
see it when it's
I'm watching
already
as a coach
traveled.
going, wow, whoa, that ball really hooked on the back. You're going, I threw that ball straight. Norm Duke can throw a ball straight. Yeah. Liz Johnson can throw a ball straight.
Wow.
Norman Liz could do stuff that not many people in the world can do.
You're right.
That's why Liz is regarded as the GOAT. She can do stuff nobody else can do. So there's the thing that's big. Everybody wants to see it hook, but that ball gives you a little bit of hold. Everybody's tendency is to miss left. So a ball that you can miss a little inside and it lays off and it still hits that hard, that's when your best scores come.
You're right. My spread is so much closer too, by the way. I think my balance helps me keep my release a lot more consistent.
Yeah.
And everything just feels more consistent.
Your hand's just adding rotation at the end.
Yeah.
It's not trying to redirect it because your legs are out of it.
When I first came here, there's a video, and we can end on this. So Barnesy posted something on his story about people were asking how you can tell the difference between your axis tilt. He goes, well, chances are if your hand's at your left ear, it's negative, and if it's at your right ear, it's positive. And I never thought about that, and I hit him up. I was like, "That's the most simple way that you could have ever said." Got to keep it simple.
You're asking the right guy. He's way above my head.
And just to think about that, though, last time I was here, or the very first time I came, I have a picture of me following through, and my hand is literally.
Because you were so open. If you threw the ball where your body was aiming on the top of your backswing, you would have averaged 0. Every ball would have gone in the gutter. So you were coming over the top to get the ball to actually go forward because your body was facing that way.
Okay.
You were going to hook it.
One way or another.
Well, you see that all the time. Well, now the lanes are hooking. I have to move in.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to get my, I'm going to get my feet open and my shoulders. Well, now you're aiming 3 lanes to the right. The pins are, last time I looked, are over here. This breastplate determines where your swing goes. So no matter how much you move left, never let your breastplate get past your break point. Because that way, if you walk up, if you get from behind me, I don't bowl anymore, but I was always pretty good at playing inside. I'm way left. My swing is going to be lined up. When I get here, my swing and my body is going to be aiming at that break point. So bowlers they get their feet, the left foot, they take 5 steps. They get this foot aiming like 45 degrees. I'm going to throw it to the right. No, you're going to throw it dead left because you're going to walk this way and you're going to do this. So, you got to keep this part going forward.
That's changed. I've noticed that just looking at it. So I appreciate you, man, as always.
As always, dude. Here you go, the new hybrid. So it's Belmonte for 3 steps, and then it's Doherty for 2 steps. Why? That left hand controls this part, because with no thumb on the ball, being just one-handed, you gotta be pretty strong. So if you bowl 2-handed for 3 steps, then you turn into Doherty for 2 steps, that's kind of the best of both worlds.
So what I'm trying to do is go out and drop back with it.
And then let it go.
And then let it go,
Right.
Those are 2 goats.
Oh, we got action. We got action. Yeah! Belmo, Doherty. If Pistol Pete keeps bowling, how's his average going to go up? Easy. When he starts getting this gap closer and closer and closer, his average will go up 10 pins about every 3 boards it gets closer.
Okay.
Because nobody is
fingertips and toes, right?
Because nobody's strong outside their shoulder. If I asked you to pick up a bag of sand, you would never pick it up out like that. You pick it up right underneath. So the strength is when the ball's under your shoulder. So he's got all that outside his ankle. As this ball goes closer and closer and his swing gets more and more under his shoulder, his ball speed will go up and his accuracy will get better and his average will go up.
A little out on that.
Nope, that was straight down.
Huh?
That's where you get real hesitant. So your arms get, so when your arms get really slow through here, then you get fast here. Those go down. When you were first warming up, it was much more of a swing, and then your trajectory's out, do it again.
Gotcha.
As those balls land by the foul line, that makes the core does not lay down in the right place. So it's more of a smooth rhythm to start. That way your ball lands farther in the lane, and that's when you see that shape down lane you want to see.
Got it.
Don't get too slow and then you get too fast. Much better. So that was on the lane, so the ball hooked. Right.
Yep. That felt way better.
You get here, you'll see. So the first thing I noticed is your timing is way better than it was because your arms aren't so fast.
Yeah.
So now, still coming off a little early, but see the ball landed about right there.
Yeah.
Your previous shot landed here. Because the ball lands out farther, your hand turns it later, so you'll actually see the core change down there. When your ball's landing on top of the foul line and your hand's on top of it, in essence, you're coming over the top of it, the core's gonna lay down immediately.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna, that's when they miss right, they don't hook down lane.
Okay.
Do it again.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm getting the ball out a lot better.
No, that's what we work on, but your rhythm's better, right.
Yeah.
Much better, much better. That's just, you're just too far left.
I think so, yeah.
You just move a little bit to the right, but that was a much better shot. See your hands behind it. See, now you're throwing it on the lane. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here you go. Ball's landing out. There you go. You don't stand up near as much.
The biggest difference I notice when I'm bowling is where my hand is at. Like for instance, on that one, it looked okay, but it felt like I'm trying to do too much with it as opposed to just letting it go.
When you see your ball not hooked down lane, human nature says, I'll help the next one.
Exactly.
So don't stay there and try to throw it better, I think is the worst thing anybody could do.
Yeah.
That means you weren't trying.
Yeah.
If you were trying 100%, there is no better.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to throw it better, just move a bit to the right and don't try to have to make it hook.
Exactly.
Because when you throw the ball good, it hooks automatically.
There you go, yeah. That's definitely something I need to work on.
Trying to make the ball do something it doesn't want to do doesn't work. So move your feet 2 or 3 right, your eyes 1 or 2 right. Good rhythm, get it on the lane. Much closer. Look,
better,
you see you didn't come up out of the shot, because look how much better your balance is at the end. Invariably, see you didn't come up hardly at all. See that? Yeah. There's no lifting on the bottom of your swing, so there's no dropping. Yeah. That's your rhythm. So when your rhythm gets too slow, all of a sudden you want to have the rev rate and the ball speed. So what happens is you have to lift up to generate that power.
I see.
When your rhythm's better, you just throw it out, and you finish in balance like that.
So that one I'm not trying to lift up.
Because you're in time, you're throwing it out and turning it later. See how little your hand turns?
Yeah.
That's the biggest myth in bowling, how much your hand has to rotate.
Yeah.
Your hand barely doesn't rotate at all, but look how much shake you get in the back of the lane.
And to be honest with you,
the balls are good.
I feel like the more
People in Utah know what they're doing.
Yeah, the more I try to do to the ball, the less it does from experience.
Oh, the ball will do its job.
Exactly.
That's probably the biggest change from my era to now. Back, if you wanted your ball to change direction, it was right here in your forearm and your wrist.
Yeah.
Now they got I had a 3-ounce core, little hockey puck.
Yeah.
So my wrist was my core. Now the core is a big thing, so you just have to use it correctly.
Just allow it to do what it's supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope. That's standing up.
Inside, yeah.
Watch where that ball lands. It's going to land right by the foul line. There you go. That's where that ball landed. Balls that land there don't strike.
That's the first time I've been able to see the difference back to back.
Right. So that's when you get too slow in your rhythm and you try to make it all happen last step.
So where is my just be faster up
Here,
front?
put the ball down. You bowl. I want to see what your arms do without. You just go.
Okay.
That's it. See, so that was, they never moved, and then they moved. Now I'll move your arms.
Okay, gotcha.
There'll be some rhythm involved.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
See, it's saying you were holding it. It was not moving. It was really.
Yeah, okay.
He literally went.
Got you.
Yeah, I got you to move.
Yeah.
See, you don't have to have all those tats to have rhythm, brother. So guys, Led Zeppelin, The Who, Guns N' Roses, no auto-tune. That's why Keith Richards sounds so bad. It was real.
Looks smooth to me.
There we go. He knows what he's doing.
So Earl has attained something that may be the hardest thing to attain in sports. Confidence. Earl's waiting on the bottom of the swing much better than I've ever seen him do it. So every shot he's thrown since he's been here. So what I'm talking about is this. A guy who had the pleasure of coaching a long time ago named Bill O'Neill said it the best. When I'm in time, I have time. That's this. Watch how soft Earl is right here. His timing's beautiful. He's got all the time right there. So the more time he has here, look how good his balance is. So now Earl's in time, so he has confidence. Every shot's coming off the same. So that's what I noticed. He's gotten his swing soft enough where his hand's not doing much, so he's getting all that motion down lane. Because so much of what bowling isn't at the foul line, so much of bowling is standing right here. You either think you can do it or you can't. And in both situations, you're correct. So now Earl's waiting on it, he's throwing it good. He knows here, if I just do my job, it's gonna be a good shot. He's not trying to throw it good. His confidence level is up, and that's the hardest thing to teach in sports.
Because I'm an athlete.
Exactly, Earl.
Oh my God. That line, the harsh pearl.
15, right?
He got skinny fingers.
It's okay, I can make it work.
15.
All right, let me adjust from what I see Gage throw. Let me see what I can do. Nope. I can't grip it. That's just how it is.
So if you were to switch to a ball like that, what would he be thinking?
I think he moved too much. What I think people do is sometimes this ball is just going to hook more. It hooks harder on the back. It didn't hook more. So he made a big move. I'd have made the move in half at best. He thought that ball was going to hook a ton more. It's not going to hook more. It's just going to hook later and harder. It's what you perceive. Or the harsh reality, it doesn't hook as much. It just hooks sooner and smoother. Same amount of boards covered, but the farther the break point is and the sharper it is, that's perceived as more hook. It's just later hook.
Okay. I'm gonna try Rich's because his holes are a little bit bigger.
So go half of what you...
Okay, so I was standing here for the lightning blackout. So
that Baker box still should come into play.
Okay.
One board doesn't usually work too much.
Right there. We'll do a one board.
That's got action.
He's too good. I don't know what to do with this guy.
Was that it?
And there again, when you do it right, that head pin falls last. Well, look at Earl on the bottom of the swing here. Let's watch it full speed on the big screen. Earl has figured out how to get his, like we talked about earlier, Rich, what I saw with you. His swing's never fast. His feet are faster than swing. All the stuff in the beginning, everybody throws the ball different. Nobody throws the ball the same. There are some markers I see as a coach, but the whole business of bowling is to get here. You want to see it on your fingertips at the end of your toe. I give as many lessons as anybody. Every lesson that the ball does the right thing, invariably that happens. It's not something I can teach. It's something that happens automatic. There's no thumb in, thumb out. When the ball's on your fingertips, end of your toe, you add the rotation later, you have good launch trajectory, and more importantly, you're using the ball correctly.
Yeah.
It can't really go through the pins any better than that. That's just straight back to the pins. So it always comes down to timing. His body is ahead of his swing. He's bowling functionally. Look at his balance.
I think a big contributor when I used to like fall over, like lose balance, was when my feet were obviously faster than my body. So I'm like compensating and trying to catch myself. But.
Right, your swing was quicker than your feet.
Yeah.
So that's why people have fast feet. Very rarely do I see, I might see one lesson a year who somebody says, I might say, you know what, your feet are too fast. I never say it. I say it on a daily basis. Wow, your swing is early and your swing is quick. So you understand what balance is. He gets where he's trying to get the athletic position and trying to get there at the bottom of your swing. So if your swing is quick and early and short, your body has to run to get to that spot, but then you hit the brakes and you decelerate, and that's when you throw it bad. That's why good timing is, everybody recognizes it because like, that came off so easy. I'm in great balance. Those are the two most common terms is easy.
There it is. Just like that.
I think like outside factors, like for example, like you talking and be like, come on, and then like the mental game, that messes with the smallest thing, which messes up like the neck, like a domino effect essentially.
So what was the first thing he said to you though that you noticed different about you when he saw you now? It was confidence.
Yeah.
So keep that confidence, and none of that other stuff matters.
Bowling's mental. Remember that, kids. All right.
Very good.
Next.
So Lamaki's got a unique situation. Everybody in the room today, he's got by far the highest rev rate, but he should be playing lanes farther right than everybody else. Why? He also has the most ball speed. Rev rate doesn't just mean your ball's gonna hook. His rev rate's over 600. But when he gets it over 600, his accuracy isn't as good. When his rev rate's in that 580, 590, he actually has some shape on the lane. But because he throws it so hard, instead of being left to the people because my rev rate's higher, no, but your ball will hit harder because your rev rate's up. He should actually be slightly ref for everybody else because they all throw much softer. So the rev rate doesn't always equate to the most hook. By far the most rev rate, he should be right of the field.
I gotta walk like 2 miles an hour slower.
But your head didn't move, you hit the right break point down lane, the ball had time to slow down, go to the pins. That's still enough power. That'll be the most power I'll see it here in all month. I know which pros are flying in, which aren't. So unless Jesper's flying in from Sweden, you're good. Jesper broken my pins. He owes me money. Yes, Lamaki. Now your rev rate's to your advantage because you're hitting a target first.
Okay.
If you can't hit a target, it doesn't matter what your rev rate is. That's like saying I can drive at 350, but you literally cannot keep it in the driving range. Some old guy that can drive at 270 every time will shoot 75.
Okay.
Now, if you're Rory McIlroy, you can drive at 350 and know where it's going. You make a lot of money.
Yep,
so your rev rate's high, but the last 2 shots, your accuracy was good, so then your rev rate was outstanding.
Okay.
The accuracy always comes before the power.
I want to throw it again, actually. It starts up later down lane. The harsh feels like it rolls earlier, and I can roll this one earlier through the fronts. And that one, I have to let it take its time down the lane. So people with higher rev rates, they fluctuate within the rev rate range.
That's what makes a person like EJ Tackett, to me, stand out.
Okay.
When he can be on TV, when you're nervous bowling for those majors, and it's 510, 510, 510, 511, 510, 510.
Yeah.
It's not so much that the 5 number is so huge for EJ, it's the fact that his spread is so minuscule. I mean, he'll have 7, 8 shots in a row with almost the same rev rate. That makes the 5 magnified.
Right.
So you've had a 580, a 610, and a 540.
Okay.
And you've had, one that didn't hook, one that hit dead flush, one that hooked too much.
Right.
So if my advice to you was find a way to get your speed and your rev rate to be much more consistent, because it's super high already. The 2 shots that you hit the pocket, the pins exploded. You just have to hit the target more and control your rev rate a little better.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, I don't have to make down pickup at all. This one,
you should never throw the ball you're trying to make pickup, because you're going to grab it.
Okay.
Always throw the ball that you don't have to pick up.
Okay.
Now you can throw a little firmer.
Firmer?
Because it actually picks up.
All right. The way you really want to throw it.
Okay. I'm Lamaki. I can do it again.
There we go. So that's a classic case of someone wanting a ball change in a situation, but you are helping understand the logic of you want to throw what's going to get.
What are you good at? What are you good at?
Okay.
Are you good at throwing it hard? Are you good at getting soft and going left?
Right.
Most people that throw it hard aren't. He's obviously better at throwing it hard.
So that makes sense, right?
And he's still going straighter than everybody else. But it's not straight, but it's straighter than everybody else. So the tricky part is watching other people bowl and then picturing yourself compared to them. 2-handers and 1-handers, it's a different game.
Yeah.
So that's why he has to just see it. He has to be able to do what he can do the best. Coaching is about me telling him what to do. Coaching is about me telling him what he can do. So I got him to do things he could do, and next thing you know, now he's starting, okay, I got it. Now all of a sudden we got the right ball in our hand.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I could repeat that.
Yep.
But see, that's the problem. As soon as he thinks about throwing it hard, then he lost his balance.
All right. And I could see his shoulder. Look how much farther down your shoulder is.
So the problem is what he said 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I can go back to being Lamaki.
Yeah.
He thinks that's slow. Nobody's going to throw it faster than that this month.
Yeah.
So it's only slow for him. If he walked into a 40-lane bowling center and he was bowling, everybody in the place was like, wow, that guy's throwing it really, really hard. And he's thinking, man, I can't throw it any slower than this. So it's not about slow or fast, it's what you're doing.
Yeah.
So for him, that's slow, but for the world of bowling, that's lightning fast. That's the tricky part of bowling. Understanding yourself. The best bowlers understand themselves. But we talked earlier, probably the guy that understands himself better than anybody that none of us even get is Anthony Simonson. He understands what he can do, so he just does what he wants, in spite of what everybody thinks is the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, he tends to have a lot of smiles and hold trophies.
Yeah.
And he gets to go to that expensive Korean barbecue in Las Vegas. When they know you by the first name when you walk in the door, that means you eat there a lot, right, Anthony? There we go.
It's giving action. Oh, that ball's still. Yikes.
What happened? The two things that started it, you were in balance and you hit a target.
Okay.
In your mind, it's about rev rate and ball speed. Those are the benefits of what you do. But the balance and accuracy first, then your rev rate and your speed will be hugely beneficial. Okay. But if those are what you focus on, then they're not helping you. It's always about accuracy. It's always about balance.
All right.
Balance is by far the most boring thing to coach. I know I do it for a living, and people hate it until they do it like, wow, now I'm getting my desired result.
Every time.
Balance is boring. It's also the most effective thing you can work on to become a better athlete and a better bowler.
Okay. Mark Baker, markbakerbowling.com. Check out the video series. You definitely are missing out if you haven't yet.
Always enjoy it. You guys are a blast. We never have a game plan, but we always come up with something new. Keep watching the videos. I'll see you on the lanes.
What's going on, crew? We down here in Orange County with Mark again. We're back at Westpack. I got Earl the Pearl with me, Pistol Pete behind the camera, and some little friends that I'm excited to introduce to you. We got some real bowlers that have been starting out at an early age to show you that the youth is still alive in bowling. We're gonna be talking about some of the basics. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna see some good bowling, as always. But tune in, we got Mark Baker, best coach in the game. Got some of the best young bowlers that I've seen around, and you're gonna be able to take your game to the next level, even learning from a kid. Let's get it. So, I'm gonna introduce our first bowler today. He's the best dressed one today. This is Kaysen right here. Kaysen, how old are you? 8 years old. How long have you been bowling?
Maybe like 1 year.
1 year? Have you enjoyed it so far?
Yeah.
What do you know your highest game?
165.
165, so I know there's some of you out here that haven't bowled a 165 yet, so I'm sure he's got you. You love bowling?
Yeah.
You want to do it for a long time? Yeah. Have you done some tournaments?
Yeah.
You have? How'd you do?
Good.
You did good? Does that mean you won? Not yet? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Do you know your average? No? Let's see if Pops knows your average. He's looking it up. Pops is looking up the average right now, but I love your outfit, man. Yeah, you got a lot of bowling shirts? No. Well, I'm gonna have to get you a new one. We're gonna get you a cleanup crew shirt. How about that? That sound good? Yeah, I'm gonna get you a cleanup crew shirt. So, do you know the bowling alley you bowl out of? I see you have Jewel City. You're from California, right? Yeah? Jewel City Bowl, is that your bowling alley?
Yeah.
Say shout out to Jewel City Bowl.
Shout out to Jewel City Bowl.
There we go. Shout out to Jewel City. So his average is a 101. We just got confirmation from ESPN that his average is a 101. Thank you, Sports Center team. 101, that's pretty good. You're averaging over 100. You know a lot of people don't do that, right?
Yeah.
You do know that, so you know you're good. Yeah. You're good. That's confidence. See, confidence is key. He's already got the confidence. Okay, we're going to throw some balls in. I got a good friend over there, Mark Baker, who's one of the best coaches you've ever heard of or never heard of. In the world that really is going to help you become a better bowler. You excited for that? Yeah, so we're going to talk to Mark. He's going to give you some coaching, and we're going to see how much better we can get you today.
Okay.
That work? Say shout out to the crew.
Shout out to the crew.
There we go.
So here I am with Kaysen, and I coach a lot of kids, but I tend not to coach many kids this little. just when they get to the age of 12. Then they're taking a lesson for themselves, not for their parents. For you parents out there, if the kid's not asking for the lesson, don't make them take a lesson. Anyways, here we are at casing. The first thing to find out most important is the weight of the ball. What happens is we try to get our kids in too heavy of a ball because we get tired of our kids getting 9 count. Remember this, 9 spare is a good frame. So 9 counts are okay. I'm not supposed to ask this question, but I'm gonna ask it because I'm not politically correct. How much do you weigh? I don't know, which means it's less than 40. So he weighs about what my right thigh weighs. So he has 2 balls on the rack, a 9-pounder and an 11-pounder. The 11-pound ball is over 25% of his body weight. That's why I don't like it, because he can't literally swing the ball swings him. So always make sure you let your kid throw the lightest ball possible for the longest time. They have more control of the ball, they won't get tired, and they won't get hurt. So Kason, get your 9-pound ball and let's give it a shot. Remember, I have a little more oil on my lanes than you do, so stand a little farther right. Your goal is just to get on the lane, hit some pins. See, all you needed was the camera on.
Yeah, it's a star. And it's through the box.
Yeah! We're trying to get his ball over the foul line. A little farther back, you want to scoot up on the approach, make the lane a little shorter. So you're all the way back here when you throw it. So you're making the lane really, really long. You struggle with ball speed. So the closer you can get to the foul line, the faster it makes your ball is. The farther away from the foul line you are, makes your ball even slower. So I'll probably move up about a foot or foot and a half on the approach. Do the same thing. Obviously, we have different size feet. Fire away. Hit it. Look at that. You just needed the cameras turned on to concentrate on. By getting him closer, his ball actually landed on the lane. As you can see in slow motion, he throws it, loses the microphone, but he doesn't lose his concentration. Look at his eyes right there on the target. Very good. Because he weighs, he's so slight, and even though it's a 9-pound ball, I'd say he don't weigh very much. Best dressed one here, only person with a shirt tucked in, so we'll give him points for that. But because he's so light, controlling the ball is the most important thing, and if he can get the ball over the foul line and get it towards the pins, he'll have a lot more fun.
What size would you go, or what time would you recommend?
Usually you grab him, you have him grab your wrist. If I grab my arm, now try to hurt me. No, hurt me. Ow. Ow, I got it, no. So usually their grip pressure is how I go for ball weight, but with a young person this size, 8-9 pounds is what I would start with. You think he's throwing a 9-pounder, 8's fine. You don't want to get too heavy because then the ball will start moving his shoulders all around. So as long as he can control the ball and get it on the lane with a little bit of balance, that's what you're looking for. I don't tend to coach kids this age. Why? I just want them to have fun. You know what the easiest way to make your average go up? Hit a pin that's closest to you every first shot. If the head pin's up, hit that one. Whatever you leave, whatever pin is nearest you, hit that one every time. I guarantee your average go up. Have no 0 shots. Okay. Fire away. Much better. Do it again.
Come on back. Come on back.
All right, all right. Very good. You didn't miss left. There you go. Hit the one in front of you. Much better. See, now, before he was about 2 feet behind that. Now he's facing his target. The ball's on the lane. Good follow through. No lack of effort. He's given every ounce of energy he's got. So I get asked all the time to coach my son. He's 8 years old. I really go out of my way not to. And here's why. Phil Mickelson's one of the greatest golfers of all time. He can do things around a green pretty much no other golfer in the world can do. Why? As a kid, he had no coaching. His dad put him in the backyard, said, figure it out. He hit him behind going the wrong way. He hit him straight up in the air. A lot of times when you let kids just experiment their own way, they will learn to do things you can't teach them as a bowler because they're doing it by instinct and by feel. And the best bowlers of all time are all field players. So when they're little, let them have fun. Try to get them to do the best they can. Have no expectations. If my son's watching this, Gage, sorry, I don't do as well coaching you as I do coaching him, obviously. But let your kids have as much fun as possible, especially with this age. Like I said, hit the pin nearest you, let them bowl all they want, and let them enjoy and love the game as I do. Thanks.
How long you been rocking the mullet, Frankie?
A year maybe.
A year? That's your signature now, huh? Yeah. You're like Slim. You know Slim?
Nope.
Oh, Slim, he's the guy that makes all the balls for Roto Grip. No? He's Simo's ball rep too. Shout out to Slim. But this is Frankie Katz. You're from Orange County, right?
Yeah.
How long you been bowling?
Like 2 years.
2 years? What's your highest game?
298.
298. I know he got a bunch of y'all beat on that one. What was I going to say? So I actually have a crazy story. I actually found Frankie from a viral video that you guys have probably seen. I'm a basketball fan, as you guys know. Played basketball in college. You know what I'm about to say, right?
Yep.
Saw this viral video of this kid. He throws a ball. He turns around. And you tell me the rest of it.
I just go like this, and then I turn back around.
Where'd you get that from?
My dad.
He got it from his dad, who is like 6'57". I don't know how tall this guy is, but he's huge. And he's clearly a basketball player. So I can tell you guys got basketball in the family as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. So he's a multi-athlete. He's a bowler. He's almost got his first 300. I know you probably was killing you. We got that 298, huh?
Yeah.
You know what pins you left?
A 2.8.
2.8. That's tough. He even knows the pins. See, bowling isn't dead. How old are you?
I'm 11.
11 years old. So I'm willing to bet that majority of our audience probably hasn't bowled a 298 yet. But do you know your average?
Like 190 to 200, maybe?
190 to 200. So you're hearing it from him himself. We might have to take some challengers. I think there's going to be some people trying to call you out after this, and we're going to have to show them up.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to do some fun things today. We're going to have you work with Mark, and you've been working with Mark before, right?
Yeah.
How long have you worked with Mark?
Like 8 months, a year maybe.
And how is it working with Mark? You can tell me the
Good.
truth. You like it?
I like it, yeah.
He's a good coach, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the best. So a lot of people out there are worried about skill level and, age when working with someone like Mark. Prime example, doesn't matter. So we're going to get to it. We're going to have some fun today, and we're going to rock out. Say shout out to the crew.
Shout out to the crew.
Shout out to the crew. Let's get it.
I've worked with Frankie quite a bit. Frankie, go ahead and throw a shot. So this is actually a really good thing to work on. We're here in Southern California, and we're going through our typical September heat wave. So what happens? We have synthetic approaches. When it gets this hot and this humid, I've had the AC pumping since 7:30 this morning, but it's going to get hot in here. It's going to be 105 outside. Synthetic approaches will get tacky. So him using his legs more when the approaches are tacky are huge. All that happens is he took some time off and he's stuck. So this time try to feel your legs and try to have a smoother slide.
Okay.
Much better shot. He got his legs underneath him. All the kids are all pretty slight, so they're all putting a lot of muscle into it. But he got the ball in the lane. See this little bit of knee flex right here? That's all he needs. The shot before that, his legs straightened out, so the ball hit much closer to the foul line. This one's going to get out in the lane better. He's going to turn it later and look at his balance. Much better. Ring in 10, but he gave himself a chance. Frankie is only 11, but he's very tall. I've been friends with his dad since, I was friends with his dad when I was taller than his dad. Now his dad's about up here. So he comes from and his grandfather's very tall, Eddie. So they come from a very tall family. So getting their legs underneath them is everything. Now you add in sticky approaches. If his legs are underneath him, he's going to struggle. But if he gets his legs underneath him, he can hit a target. Obviously 11 years old, Frankie does a lot of things very, very well. And he's trying to convince me that school doesn't start till next week. I'm pretty sure he's playing hooky. Or you have the latest starting school in the United States?
Yes.
Yes.
I
think. All right. Fair enough. And there you go. So there's the giant difference between today's kid and the kids that bowled when I bowled. None of us hooked it that much. He just walks up, and as he shows you, his thumb's in the ball. Not every kid in the world bowls two-handed. There's two-handed and there's one-handed. Both are effective. People love them both. But as you can see how much his ball hooked, same thing applies. Excellent timing, good leverage. Got the foul line the right way. Here you go, slow motion. We go back, his hand's going to catch it. Now he just got his legs underneath him. Right there at the end of his toe, on the lane, head doesn't move much. And today's modern bowling ball, if you roll it the right way, you can create a lot of room down lane. So obviously this ball is a little stronger on the back. And there's another difference between my era and this era. If I left back-to-back 10 pins at 11, I was pretty excited. They leave back-to-back 10 pins, ball change. That game has changed. Either get on board or get off. For all the old guys in my era that complain about it, it just is what it is. Make a move, throw a strike. There you go. Made the ball change, moved in. For all you old guys, stay off my lawn. It's a new sport. Is it right or is it wrong? I don't know, it just is. So you made the ball change, you moved in, and you got a different reaction. That's where the game's changed. As a coach, I have absolutely no problem with it. If I was still bowling, it would take me a while to get used to it, but I still think it's great. Throw another one. There you go. So you can see Frankie's 11 years old, throws the ball great, thumb in, thumb out, doesn't matter. You still got to have balance, you still got to have timing, you still got to hit a target. And today's game, you better make sure you got that right ball in your hand. Obviously, he's got a couple different options. You always use the one that takes the least amount of effort to get the desired result. Good job, Frankie.
So we got our third bowler today, and she's already giggling. I think she's a little bit nervous, but we got our lone female today, Tiana. How are you feeling?
Nervous.
She's a little bit nervous. How old are you?
14.
14. So I met Tiana at my bowling alley that I bowl at with Nedka. We're out here in the Valley in Los Angeles. And I remember the first time I saw you, I thought to myself, she's got one of the prettiest balls I think I've seen in this bowling alley. How do you feel about that? You know you have a good ball, right? You have to know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you hear it a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, so you guys are going to see this firsthand, but great bowler. How long have you been bowling?
Like 4 years.
4 years. So you've been bowling since you were 10 years old. 10 years old? And you got into it, I'm guessing. I know her grandfather or mother. I know pretty much half of her family at this point. From your family?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't you get into it sooner?
I used to play basketball and then gymnastics. So like I didn't really.
Bowling took you back. You came back to bowling after that? Yeah. So do you want to bowl in college or be a pro? Do you have any goals?
Yeah, probably bowl in college.
Yeah, you want to bowl in college? Yeah? Okay, so we're going to get this girl a scholarship. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. And what's your highest game?
279.
279. So you had a 9 spare. Do you remember what pin it was?
I think the 10 pin.
Oh, those 10 pins. Mark's going to tell you should fall in love with them. I have other feelings about the 10 pin. Do you know your average?
Like 180 to 190.
180 to 190. Hey, she's a killer. I tried to tell you. So, are you excited to work with Mark? Have you ever worked with him before?
I've never worked with him.
Yeah? Do you have a coach that you work with usually?
No.
No?
Just my family.
See, so she's just a self-made bowling star. You see that? We out here doing big things, guys. But yeah, so we're going to have some fun today. We're going to throw some shots, and Mark's going to work with you. We're going to play some games, and we're going to have a good time. Say shout out to the crew.
Shout out to the crew.
You knew I was going to ask you that, didn't you? Yeah, shout out to the crew.
I've had a chance to work with Tiana just a little bit before we start. I've never seen her bowl. Now, this is very, very common in the, what are you going to call it? Young girls, young females. They tend to be told to get low. Her problem was when you get to the timing spot from here, what you want to think about is the ability to keep your chin away from your kneecap the same. What they get in trouble in trying to get low, their head goes down towards their kneecap. So if you watch me from the back, when her head stays up, and that distance stays consistent, her hand will get here, she'll throw it on the lane. Her misses tend to be pulls left, right? Her head goes down. When your head goes down, it bumps your swing out. Her head's getting closer to her kneecap, her shoulder goes forward. Now the target didn't move, but your swing's on the outside. So we're going to work on her head and her knees staying at a constant distance, see if we can get a little more consistent release, and more importantly, hit that target more often. Excellent. Ball hooked up, very good. First thing you notice, she has excellent footwork, slides back on the same board, trying to keep that head up, because that puts the hand there on the lane. And look at that distance between her chin and her knee. That lets her elbow go forward. If her head were to come down, her arm would look like this. And when you see that shot with the arm broken out like that, with the elbows facing the wall and the hands over the top, invariably you come over the top and miss left. Go ahead and do it again. As I always say, I always like when they make me look smart. Thank you. I'll have a job for another month. If you can control your head, you can control your hand. And there was nobody ever better than that than Earl Anthony. They always made the thing like you put a glass of water on Earl's head and there'd be no water spilt during a shot. Earl never had the best release. Earl had the most consistent release. Why? He controlled his head as well or better anybody in history of bowling, so he controlled his hand as well as anybody in bowling. His record speaks for itself. As her chin stays away from her knee at that same distance, her hand's doing the same thing. That finish position right there is what every bowler's looking for. That is the universal shot of a good shot. That's what it looks like. She's not moving. It's actually a slide in my PowerPoint presentation. When somebody throws it correctly, at the end of their slide, all you see doing is her arm swinging, it hits the pins, they take a step straight back. Bowlers can't even stop themselves on the good shots. Push it out. When you hold it high, sometimes it's hard to push it out, you just drop it. Some people hold it too high, the tendency is just to drop the ball. You want to hold it a little lower so your elbow can move that hand forward to create more of a swing. A little lower. There you go. So what we did is very common. Tiana had her arm up pretty high. When you get the arm up this way, it's very hard to have a push away. So all we did was lower her arm in her stance. Because all you're trying to do is get that elbow and move that hand forward 2 or 3 inches to create a swing. If you stand here like this and you push it out and your arm stays level, your shoulders stay up, you have a push away. When you hold it high, it's very hard to push it forward. So people tend to just drop it. If you drop it, there's no swing, then you have to pull it up and pull it down. And those were her misses to the right. Now we'll watch. Push weight goes out. Everything else takes care of itself. Excellent timing. Controlled her head. There we go again. The same balance. Hit her target. And she got the desired result. So all you colleges out there, she's 14, just now getting into it. I'd imagine she gets pretty good grades. She give you grades? She gets. They say yes, they actually do. See that time? That's when your head gets closer to your chin, arm went out, that's why you missed left. Because nobody's missing their target on purpose. Nobody says, oh, I missed left because. There had to be a reason. As your chin got lower to her knee, her arm had to go to the outside, and there's the result. Not bad. Make sense?
So that was actually really, really fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how you felt about that, but I love watching kids be able to learn new material, especially when they're so excited about the sport at a young age too.
Oh, coaching kids is a blast. I've had a great run with kids the last 10, 15 years as a coach here in Southern California. And for one, they're super athletic. So their bodies are still young, they can do whatever you ask. Yeah. So I think the key to coaching kids, the kids that want to be coached, get great results. I don't like coaching kids whose parents want them to take lessons. The kid doesn't want to be here. I'd much rather like these kids really wanted to be here today. Yeah. I'm not sure if they wanted to be here or skip school. I'm not sure which one worked out. So they like being here. But as you saw, they all did exactly what I wanted. And all you have to do with the kids is give them very minor tips. The least amount of instruction, the best, and let their natural body figure it all out. But as you can see, they all had their thumb in, so they weren't two-handers. They all had great success very, very quickly. So it doesn't matter whether it's one-handed or two-handed. The most important thing is that they love the game and they can't wait to go to the bowling center every day to practice. Yeah. And if they do that, any coach they work with will probably get pretty good results. Today they were a blast. Each and every one of them was unique, but they're still a lot of fun to work with.
They really are. It's funny. Most of the people that I bowl with now all say that you coached them as a junior. No lie, like 90% of the people.
So why do you got to say that my hair looks gray on my shoulder? I'm getting a little grayer. I am getting old. No two ways about it. But so that just means I've been around a long time.
Yeah, and it's a testament though that they all talk about how, and they're all good bowlers. I mean, I'm usually asking good bowlers how long they've been bowling.
Bad bowlers quit.
Yeah.
So if they're good bowlers, I mean they stayed in it.
You know, and that's what I think is really important about the sport growing. So you heard it from the best. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to all the kids. I think they're all leaving here better than they came.
And always, even when the kids I coach, it's always thanks to the parents.
Yeah.
Without the parents' involvement, you know, when they're taking less of their money and coming down and spending all their time on their time, that's how the kids get better. So the kids at home, always say thanks to your parents.
Yep.
Right, Gage?
Honor your parents, guys. Crew out. What's going on, crew? We're back here in Westpack down in Orange County with Mark Baker. I got my boy Maki here. Today we got 2 forces of the cleanup crew. Shout out to Tone and Earl. We miss you guys. We're gonna have a special episode for you guys. We got some lovely ladies out here from Los Angeles that are gonna be our guinea pigs for some of the fundamentals of bowling today. A lot of people obviously want to have a ball that looks like Maki's with 600 revs, going 20 miles an hour down the lane, but everybody doesn't bowl like that. So we're going to give you guys a great representation that's going to be a template for you to be able to focus on some of the fundamentals of bowling that can hopefully improve your game and take you to the next level. You got anything for them?
Yep. One fundamental I learned: straighter is greater. You're probably gonna see them play a lot more right with the lower rev rate that they have. So just to match up ball speed and rev rate. But.
Yeah. So for the people out there that don't have 1,000 revs and still want to be able to figure out how to make, you know, the game work for them, I promise you, this is the right place. So make sure you like, subscribe, hit that button. We love your support. Keep on supporting us, dropping questions in the comments. We love that. And we're going to tap in with the GOAT Mark Baker and some of the ladies and see what we're doing today.
All right, out there, so this is what I do for a living. We're gonna have 3 real quick lessons today, but this scenario plays out almost every day when I go to work. Isa has been here before, so that's like a repeat lesson. We're just fine tuning her fundamentals. She already bought into the Baker box where the tape is. We'll talk about that. Every ball's going through there. Then we have Julia. Now, Julia has a very unique thing. This is the Westpack Training Center, Western Pacific Bowling Supply. One thing we have lots of here is oil. I never lack oil. So the lanes are oiled. They're a lot more than everybody's typical house shot. And what happened? She brought a ball that didn't hook enough. So we had to change things around. Hey, I wasn't expecting this much oil. I hear that all the time. So they didn't bring enough equipment, or they brought what they have. We have to make it work, and we will. And then JC, this is the perfect thing we talk about every time. I typically bowl one center. She bowls one netka. A lot of free hook between 5 and 10. That's because your man Rich, the mechanic there, always makes the lanes nice for you guys out there in the valley. So here, I don't have a lot of free hook. What did she do? She lined up wrong with too much rotation, and she tried to throw it better and not move right. Well, we're gonna fix all those things and put them all in balance and have a great day in the lanes.
I'm JC Opiana, and I'm from West Hills, California, and my home center is Winnetka. So my parents are mainly Filipino. My mom's Chinese, but she's like grown-up Filipino. Because I don't really keep track of how long I've been bowling, it's just been a long time now. I just kind of say like, I popped out of the ball return, you know, that's how long I've been bowling for, but I want to say I started when I was like 7-ish. My sister took me to the bowling alley, and then I took it more serious when I was like 9 or 12. I don't know, that's a big gap, but somewhere there, yeah. I bowled a lot of JATs and a lot of JBTs, and then I bowled 2 junior golds, and then COVID. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, I guess. Like, I mean, I was very grateful to have a lot of coaches that were like supportive of me. I didn't really stop bowling. I did because I felt like I was burnt out, but at the end of the day, I ended up going back to it. It's something that I love to do, so.
What's your highest game?
300! Wait, why all 2? 300! Yes. The one thing that I can improve on my game, I think it's just like mental and also just like catching the transition. I feel like I've been lacking in like catching the transition. I used to be better at it because I've been bowling a lot, but now that I'm like literally an adult and I don't bowl as often, I kind of, it's just like you don't use it, you lose it. But catching the transition is what gets me, and then also like when to change my ball. I kind of feel like I just like, it gets so stubborn that I just use the same ball all the time, and it's just like, oh, I can make it work, but like, you know, you can't use a screwdriver when you're supposed to hammer it in, so.
That sounds like a Mark quote.
He was my coach before, so yeah, you can't do that, but now I'm just kind of like more open to my options with the balls that I use. Still under storm and rotor grip and 900 global, but I'm still like, oh, I can change to this ball and understanding what my ball does and the motion and stuff like that.
I love that. And what's your highest series?
My highest series, I think it's like 750 something. 750 something. It was with the 300 game that I shot, but like I don't even know.
Yeah, so it wasn't that exciting then.
I'm waiting. I've already bowled enough like 700s that I'm just like, okay, like I'm waiting for my 800 kind of thing.
800 or nothing.
800 or nothing.
This is a bowler from Winnetka. She bowls there. I see there all the time, or I used to see there every time I was there. And she assumed my lanes were going to hook, so she played between second and third arrow and tried to spin it. Try that first.
Okay.
So even though that ball struck, that is, you see, that's it. There you go. There's my favorite bowler. I threw a strike and I walked back shaking my head. So the easiest way to talk about it, she was leaving a lot of 2-pins. How much did I make you move right?
From here to here.
So about 12 boards.
12.
So what we're trying to do, I have my tape down there where I have it every day at the training center. It's at 4.5 and at 9.5 at 45 feet. For those tuning in for the first time, my house shot is only 5-to-1 ratio, not really sport, not really house. 27 mils, 42 feet. It's fairly generic to what most places I talk to the mechanic or the owner. So what we got JC to do was move a lot right. If you watch that shot again in the replay, you can see she turns her hand way too soon, and we're working on her. See where her head is right there? You want to have a flat spot or have a very stable release. Where her chin and her knee are at that spot needs to stay stable. As her head goes towards her knee, her chin, that'll make her thumb go forward. If your chin goes down, your shoulder goes forward. If your shoulder goes forward, your thumb comes down right here. As you see her head, you can go by my kneecap is where the top of her head is. As you see, she goes to the bottom of her swing. She tries to get lower, but now look what happens. She almost has her fingers out in front of her thumb. She comes over the top, misses way inside her target, throws a strike, walks back, shaking her head no. Right. So now we're going to do what I want. We're going to use the tape a different way. We want the ball rolling through the tape. So we're going to move her feet how much? 12?
Yes.
So that's where you should warm up. Even though you know you're not going to play here, always start too far right, see it hook, use the Baker box for feedback. Let's try it this time.
Okay.
All right.
You can do it.
Let's see if we can keep our head up at release.
Mm-hmm.
So the same strike, but in my world, that's still way too much rotation.
No.
Because that was the left side of the tape.
Yep.
But don't shake your head on strike. It's all good. Do it again.
Okay.
Just roll it. The farther you play right, the less rotation you need to have.
Okay.
So you're sliding on 14. You should be looking at 5. I guarantee you, you're not. Where are you looking?
At the ball.
Huh?
I'm looking at the tape.
You're not looking at anything?
I'm trying to look at the.
I never asked you to move your eyes. So this is really important. I get this all the time. Where are you looking? Well, coach, I don't really have a target. Well, guess what? You're hitting it too. The target isn't because you have to hit it. We talked about it in the questions. I missed my target by 3 every shot I've ever thrown in my life. But because I had a target, it kept my head still. That's all you're doing. Think of it this way. It's like playing darts, except you got to walk 12 feet and it's a 15-pound dart. Them boys from England, their heads never move. Well, bowling, we're trying to do the same thing. The greatest of all time was Earl Anthony. They say he put a glass of water on his head never moved. Guess who would his target the most? Earl Anthony. Now you got this kid, Anthony Simonson. Head never moves, hits his target a lot. Same thing. So we're trying to get your head not to move, but you have to have a target, because if people don't have a target, they invariably miss left because they want to see where the ball is on the back. Always have a target. By keeping her head up, it puts her hand in a more consistent position. If her head goes down, she's going to come around it, and she's not going to hit that back target. That ball went through the pins completely different. I could tell it's better because she almost smiled, but she didn't shake her head. I give a lot of lessons. Nobody is harder on themselves than females. Now, in your words, how much different are you playing the lane than when you were warming up?
Well, now I'm playing more up, and I'm letting the ball roll and feed into the pocket rather than just trying to do all the work.
There's the best answer I can do it. So what we did was I put the tape down and made her use the tape, trying to get her ball to roll through the tape at 45 feet. It doesn't matter where you stand or where you look. Everybody throws the ball different. We all use different equipment. But that pins are in the same place everywhere you bowl. They want to get hit by a certain angle and a certain motion of the pins. So when she got far enough right and her ball started rolling this way, how many times in a row do you hit the pocket?
All the time.
There you go. So the Baker box is, yes, it's a place to aim, but I use it more for feedback. That's why it's easy for me to coach. Once you do your job and get it through there, then we just make the adjustment, whether it's ball, it's you, the lane. Then the adjustment much easier because that's your job, to get it between that tape, because that's where the pins want to be hit from.
Okay.
All right, look at first arrow. Hit first arrow.
That was first arrow.
Don't collapse. You're just collapsing now. Watch. Look how low you're getting. It doesn't work.
So on the first and second step, I need to like
stay tall.
Stay tall. Dang, I gotta do this.
So one of the most common things I find with my female students is they've been told all their life to get lower, that knee bend is better. Well, I got news for you. Knee bend does not create leverage. Read a little bit of Archimedes, the guy who invented leverage, some old Greek dude. Didn't say knee bend. You need some knee flex, but it has to stay level from right below the timing spot, right up in this position, through here. If your head to your chin stays stable, you'll create a flat spot. If your head goes towards your knee, your hand has to come around it, you can't have a target. What's the other way? People whose head go up away from their knee, they tend to have the ball come off before their heel, they spin it and miss off to the right. So keeping your head up is important because your hand reacts off your head. And there we go. Hit her target, and that ball rolled. Watch. Head barely moved. Look at the difference. Astrid hit first arrow, hit 7. So as a coach, when I see the physical parts happen, it always shows up on video. How'd that one feel? Feel better?
Yes.
Feel easier?
I feel lighter.
So here's a new one for you guys we never talked about. So when it feels easier. As a coach, I see it this way. Who are the best bowlers in the world? The pros. And when you watch a pros bowl, what do they have in common? They all make it look easy. The girls and the guys, they make it look easy, and they're super consistent. The number one request, how do I get more consistent? Well, you see the pros, it looks like they're not even trying. High rev rates, hit the pocket over and over and over. The way you want to look at it, take the word easy. It was easier, right?
Mm-hmm.
What are pros really doing? When I hear the word easy, I know what that means. It was a stress-free shot. If this has a lot of stress, and you're a pro bowler and you're bowling under the greatest amount of stress there is, bowling for your income, bowling for your family, no greater stress in the world than bowling on tour. I did it, it was hard. But, so their games have to be stress-free, easy, fundamentally sound, to make the stress they're dealing with paying their mortgage payment, their car payment, their Airbnb, and buying Barnes dinner every week. So, this part can't have any stress if you're going to deal with the stress of the tournament and the stress of the lanes. That's why the best bowlers look like they're barely trying. That's why when you bowl league, when somebody says, God, the lanes were terrible tonight, I shot 580, and you ask the one guy, what'd you bowl? I shot 780. Much did you move? A board or two. I thought the lanes were easy. They looked easy then because they were not using stress. Your game has to be stress-free to deal with the stress of the lanes and the stress of the tournament. So remember, easier is less stress. That's everybody's goal.
My name is Julia. I'm from Canoga, and I'm Mexican-American. I've been bowling for about 20 years. I got started for fun with my uncle and my cousin one day. I started at Mission, and then me and my cousin didn't want to bowl anymore. My uncle didn't want to bring us, and then my parents thought it was like a cool Saturday morning thing. And we've always lived really close to Winnetka Bowl, so they just took me there Saturday morning and they just never let me leave. When I was a junior, I actually shot my first 800. It was an 800 straight, and I didn't even know I was going for it, so that was kind of cool. And then I've had 4 300s. Yeah. I wish that I didn't drift so much. I just don't know how to come out of that. I've tried. I drift all the time. I drift so much. It's crazy. Yeah. But I do not like bowling shoes. I don't like the design of any of them.
That's the reason why
Sorry.
you don't like bowling shoes, because of the design?
Yeah, they look weird.
So what do you typically like to bowl in?
Vans.
Vans.
Just I bowl in Vans.
And you bowled 300 in Vans.
I did bowl 300 in Vans.
Shout out to Vans.
All right, so Julia, she brought a ball that goes pretty straight. At the Westpack Training Center, we got a lot of oil. So how much farther left are you than normal? So she's 10 boards farther left than normal. Hey, I brought this equipment. I'm taking a lesson. It happens all the time. So as we move her left, and Julia's #1 request is to drift left, to drift less, all I can do, if I leave her eyes in the same place, she's going to keep drifting. So what happens is when you move your feet that far left and your target's here, the easiest thing to do is take your target a little bit farther down. That makes your angle straighter. You won't drift as much. So anytime you're drifting too much, always take your target a foot or two farther down the lane on the same board. That'll tend to get you to walk and roll the ball over that target. So let's try that. Keep your head up. That when your thumb got down a little bit. Everybody's a creature of their, creature habit or a product of their environment. So obviously moving way left, is that your favorite thing to do? There you go. So part of taking lessons is to get out of your comfort zone. A little better, a little better. What she does very well, if you watch here, she does drift a little bit to the left, bowls in her tennis shoes, but right here, her foot comes down. Now watch your head. There you go, the ball gets to their fingertips. Head just goes down slightly, stays in balance. Just has to roll a bit more, but that's what she's very good at, keeping her head still. That's why when I would say when you're on, you're really on, correct? Right. So she's still not far enough left and you're still trying to turn it too much, right? Just roll it. When there's more oil, turning it doesn't make it hook more, turning it makes it skid more. I see it every day. Because things that people are told, oh, the more they hook, the more I have to turn it. The more oil it is, I got to get it to hook more. But the more oil it is, you have to get it to roll more. Bowlers who are really good with a lot of oil were Walter Ray, Norm Duke, Chris Barnes. 3 guys who could really roll the ball. That was better. That was better. You can still move left, but that one hooked back quite a ways. Watch again here. So there's your head. So now you measure that chin, the difference between your chin and your kneecap. Only goes down hardly at all. And when people do it right, what tends to happen? The ball tends to fall on their fingertips towards the end of their toe. It lands on the lane. Look at her head. From here, her head never moved. Balance is perfect, and now you'll see the ball hook where everybody wants it to hook. She turned it less to hook it more. But first, she had to hit a target. Remember, no matter how much you hook it, the lane's 45 feet of accuracy, 15 feet of hook. You don't need a lot of hook in the first 45 feet. Why? There's no pins. You only need the power of the back 15. So if you can't be accurate the first 45, it doesn't matter how good your release is if you can't get the ball to the right spot at 45 feet. Do it again. So move your eyes a little bit more left. That's all.
So because she doesn't slide, what does she have to do with her feet?
She just has to, when they plant, they just got to really work on not pulling it down with their shoulder like that one. People that plant, when they tend to, I'm not left-handed, but people that plant tend to have, when their foot hits, that's when their shoulder goes down, their thumb turns. You know, the people who are really good at planting, Mike Haugen, Shannon Pulowski, they're really good at planting but not pulling their shoulders down. It's like Mike Haugen can really roll it for a person who plants. He's probably the best man. There's some other guys, but I know him. Shannon Pulowski's had a 25-year amazing career. I mean, just one of the best bowlers of all time. And she plants, but she's really soft with her shoulder. That was her best shot today. All that proves I watch way too much bowling. So let's look again at her head here. So her drift, that's the least amount you drifted today. See that? Because your feet weren't pointed. So you've had your feet. So her feet have been pointed another 20, 30 degrees that way some shots. So if your feet, if this is the way your body doesn't know it's bowling. If you aim this way, your body's gonna look that way. So she got her feet a little square, so she walks straighter. First step's under her head. Much straighter. That was actually pretty straight for you. But now watch what happens. Right there on the end of her toe, her head never moved. So that ball had way more roll, and then it goes to the pins, and you can tell because it goes forward, it doesn't deflect. Good job.
My name is Aiza Bautista, and I'm Filipino. I'm from Santa Clarita, born and raised there, and I started bowling in 2006, but got really serious around 2016. And that's thanks to my now husband. He took me on a date, and it was history from there. So my highest game is a 299.
What pin?
I ended up leaving the 4-pin.
Have you bowled it once, or that's only one time?
That's only one time. My highest before that was a 279.
What about your highest series?
My highest series is 757. So.
Very good day.
Thank you.
Felt like you couldn't miss.
Yeah, could have, gotten a little bit more lucky carries, but it is what it is. I would definitely want to improve stability at the line, because I feel like if I'm not balanced, that's when my shots get really wonky. So that for me has been really key.
Okay. Have you been working on that?
Yeah, I'd say so. Come into Coach Baker's training sessions. He's kind of taught me how to just kind of go down once, because I used to go down twice and not drop my shoulders. So yeah, that's helped.
I watched Isa. She lined up off the tape. Immediately we'll let her do her thing. So when you've taken quite a few lessons, then it's just fine tuning.
She's a mom. She knows how to follow directions.
You're allowed to warm up. But in actuality, for a guy who coaches, that's the reaction I want to see. Why? My ball hooked too much. Remember, when your ball hooks too much, there's about 5 or 6 things you can do. You can move, you can switch balls, you can add speed, you can add rotation, you can move and switch balls, you can add loft. There's a lot of things. What happens when you go to a tournament and everything you have doesn't hook? There's 2 ways to look at it. Which reaction puts the fear of God into good bowlers? No hook. So if you see your ball hooked too much, you got plenty of options. It's much better than throwing your first shot and getting 3 on the right. Then you make a move and get 3 more on the right. I don't care who you are. That puts the fear of God in every bowler when their ball doesn't hook. So we're just right off the get-go, right there.
Easiest game of my life.
So you're looking at fundamentals. So if you see them, you haven't seen in a while. So obviously she bought into what I believe in. You get here, timing spot. So the question we had earlier, sliding on the same board. So now if you draw a line through her spine, doesn't move, ball's gonna fall into her fingertips at the end of her toe. That's pretty much the same place I can put every bowler when they throw it correctly. The chin and the knee are on the same plane. Their head's never in front. It's never really much more knee flex than that. Why? They're trying to get the ball out. Balls that go out tend to hook better on the back. Balls that go down and land by the B or the K tend to never hook on the back. So I'm a big believer in getting the ball in the lane, turning it later. Look at her bounce. Where's that fall through? We talked about the fall through in the questions. Right through the middle of her face. Look at it. She's not moving. It's actually a slide in my camp. When somebody throws the ball really, really well, all you'll see is their throwing arm going back and forth, and as the ball hits the pins, they take a step back. This is right out of my camp. Step straight back. There you go. No stress on that one.
Right.
So for women that want to increase their ball speed because they may not have strength at times, what's something they can do to increase their ball speed?
You won't like the answer.
I want to hear it. Go to the gym.
More like a lot of milkshakes and cheeseburgers. It's mass.
Yeah.
So that's not a very good answer.
Yeah.
Because her mass is X, so her length of swing is X, and her foot speed can only be X, stay in balance. So it's more about her making her accuracy better, her ball moves better, and her ball choice is better instead of trying to throw it harder. I don't think that ever accomplishes anything. So see, everybody thinks that's a bad shot, but in reality, for a coach, like, that actually hits slightly right of the tape. That has no problem. When you have a little bit of room, she hit the right of the tape, and right on top of the right piece and left piece, that tells me one thing: she's throwing the right ball. You shouldn't have to make a ball work in today's game. Why? They're too damn good. The balls are amazing. Now, what people get in trouble is they want to throw the ball they think they're supposed to throw, or the ball they threw really good last week for a high score. Now, as much as that great as that ball's working, if she stayed here after Rich and Milwaukee ball on her for the next 2 hours, that ball won't work. Now, here's another thing we should talk about. Who's the best bowler in the Westpack Training Center? Normally, I would say me because I'm so shy and have no confidence. But actually, the best bowler in here is the guy behind the camera, Pistol Pete. The reason why? Because all the good shots you see, he's the editor. So when you're bowling and all those ball videos, it's always the editor who's the best bowler. Good job, Pistol. I mean, it's such an individual thing. For me, as a bowler, when I bowled, I had some very specific times I moved. Also, I was when I bowled league, I didn't have to keep score anymore. I was a scoreboard, dude when I was a kid. So I was very observant around me. So say the two pairs next to me, the pair on both sides and the guys I'm bowling with, there's 8 of us, so there's 7 other bowlers. If everybody on my pair goes high, and I see people on the pairs next to me going high, I don't tend to throw one through the nose and confirm it. I was always moving off you're not playing them the same. All 7 guys on my pair can't go high. All right, here's one for you. You never heard this one yet. All right. So, if I owned a bowling center, what's a cool word now we have? Transition. So if I owned a bowling center and I had these type of scoring units like this, I would have a little flash down that would flop down at specific times. So to make this easy, when's a good time to move? The second frame of the second game. Here's why. Say, Rich, you and I are bowling together. All right, we're bowling anchor with this skill set. All right, give me a minute. So you finish, we're getting the 9th frame. You bowl on the lane 1. I bowl on lane 2. Then we switch to the 10th frame. 4-man teams.
That's a lot of shots on one lane.
All right, we're getting there, my friend. So what happens? The 3 people on your team and the 3 people on my team all throw their first shot. They all make the spare. This skill set, 180 to 220, a typical good league these days. Everybody makes their spare. Nobody throws a double, but they all get a count ball. So now 6 shots have been thrown in that lane trying to throw a strike. You and I get up. We're the anchor guys. Typically, we throw 3 strikes each. I shoot 258. You shoot 57. You should take more lessons. All right. So it's my story. Come on. So now we've thrown 9 shots. Where do you start the second game of league? On the same pair you finished. So now I get to, all guys on my team get to bowl. That's 4 of us. Now there's 13 shots. So now when I bowl the second frame of the second game and the 3 guys in front of us both bowled, 16 shots have gone down that lane since I was there last. I was a pretty good league bowler, threw a lot of big games. So even if I have the front 13, I shot 300 the first one. When I came to the second frame of the second game, I always moved at least 1 and 1 left. I'm speed dominant. I don't move very much. Why? Because it's easy to make the 2 pin. I can't make the big 4. So if I don't move and it's that shot and I start with a strike, and what else happens? Say Rich and I aren't friends. You're bowling league, so you can bowl league against the guy you can't stand. You look at the league sheet, you see what you shot last week, 750. What'd that asshole Rich shoot? Oh yeah, he shot 650. I got him an average. The only reason I bowl was to beat that guy in league. What if you bowl that guy? So you punch out in the 10th to beat him, so what happened to your adrenaline? It spikes. Especially if you're ex-jocks like us. We don't make dunks anymore, so I get it through bowling. So what happens the second game? All your adrenaline goes away. What happens that first shot, you're still pumped. You get to the second frame, you guys are back there playing the card game, you're not paying attention, you turned up your ace. Next thing you know, you throw a shot fairly well speed, but you big 4. Wow, I thought I threw that pretty good. It must have been me. So you come back, after shooting 250, you strike again in the 3rd frame. Now you come back in the 4th, you don't move because you're gonna throw it better, and what do? You big 4 again. So now you got 26, you got 52 in the 4th. Now you strike, now you move 1 and 1 left and you 4-9. That's how transition works. You're going to shoot 160 after the 250, and you're writing about it on Facebook. I missed a transition. Then I moved game 3 and shot 250 again. There you go. Remember, transition only happens after you bowl good. Nobody's ever said 190, 190, 190. I missed a transition. So next time you bowl a good game, watch the people around you, and when in doubt, move in the second frame of the second game. So if I was Dave Husted or Doug Kent or Robin Romeo, or the people I know that own bowling centers, what I would do for fun, I would have a little drop down. On every telescore in a bowling center would flip down the second frame of the second game. I get on the microphone, say, attention please all bowlers. It's transition time. It's officially transition. Please move. Do not complain if you don't. So what's the worst thing can happen? You move too soon, leave a 2-pin, you pick it up, and you know you moved too early. So you handle transition that night. That's what I would do as a proprietor. Merry Christmas. Nobody's got that one.
That, my friend, is Mark Baker in a nutshell.
I'd have that little thing come down. Please make your move now.
No, that's a great note too. I've never heard it explained, but it makes 1,000%.
Well, if you're bowling by yourself and you bowl for, you throw 15, 20 shots, you tend to move that much. So it wasn't your shots. It doesn't matter exactly how they're all playing them. We're all throwing shots down the lane, so we're tearing all that oil off the front. So that was that's how I did it. Like I didn't want to have a good first game, have a good start, and go there and open. It's like, okay, the worst thing I can do is go mixer, flat 10. Or sometimes I did it and I hit trip 4, like, oh wow, they really changed. But because I moved, I got away with one. Everybody else is opening. Because at the end, I got halfway decent at spares. I just wanted to bowl clean sets. I'd go 3 or 4 or 5 weeks in a row and never open. Just moving at these certain times, just to eliminate, because I wasn't going to switch balls. I had one ball. So I like to adjust. So that was my way of doing it. I had very specific times that made it very easy. There was no questioning. I just did it. And it worked out okay. I was a good league bowler. Now it'd have to be probably more because the rev rates are so much higher.
That sounds good to me. Anything you want to leave our people on?
Yes, now the big dogs are going to get a chance to bowl. Malaki and Rich are going to come on the lanes. They should start and say thank you to the ladies who broke the lanes down beautifully. Now after an hour of bowling, my lanes are really, really, really nice. When the guys come in and they line up every which way but loose, the lanes, whatever happens, these lanes don't have enough oil. What happened to this place? The lanes are all jacked up. So you saw what happens when you play the lanes right. They get easy. Now the guys are going to mess them all up in the next half hour. Good luck and good scoring. Obviously, I'm having a good time. You can't take yourself ever too serious. All I do for a living is give bowling lessons. I very much appreciate what I do. Nobody likes their job more than I like my job. So I was having a little bit of fun. There's a lot of truth in what I said, but remember, never take yourself too serious. I wasn't talking about anybody ever specifically. I just want everybody to get better, have a fun. Merry Christmas.
What's going on, crew? We're back with another episode at Westpack with Mark Baker. As always, we appreciate all the love and support, so make sure you like, subscribe, click that thumbs up on this because it really helps us. Standing here with me today is our contest winner from our first tournament, my boy Joel, two-hander. Yeah, he won him a lesson with Mark, so he's going to be able to get it in. You got anything in particular you want him to work on?
Well, yeah, we already talked a little bit. He already helped me a lot with what I was kind of struggling with, which was just my bad habits that kind of result in just bad mistakes and inconsistencies, but pretty much just small tweaks to the game to just kind of put me at that next level,
Yeah, so we're going to get it in. He's going to give him his tweaks. You already know Mark is going to be feeding him all the nuggets he needs, so we're going to dive straight into that. And we're probably going to play us a game or two today, too. So you ready for that?
I'm ready, man.
All right,
Let's get started.
Let's get it in. All right, y'all.
Here we are with Joel. Joel, I've never met you, never seen you bowl. So what would be the 2 things you want me to work on the most?
2 things for sure would be just my approach, my balance in my approach and my consistency in terms of targeting, I guess. Would be
Correct.
A big thing.
So when I watch Joel, what I notice is he has kind of a short push away or no push away. So we're trying to employ a push away, 2 things, to make his head not move so much at the release, to get his ball in the lane better and better balance. Let's see what you got.
Cool. Sounds good. All right.
Smooth push away,
Right.
ball on the lane, don't go up.
All right, smooth push away. It's a bit of a drop. Yeah, I can already tell.
Right, so you got to keep
felt
walking.
Good, but at the end I felt the bounce, the head bounce.
So what happens with two-handers, they tend to get really, really focused on their arms and their hands. So they're doing a lot of work with their hands, but they're not doing enough work with their legs. So we're trying to get his swing to smooth out so his lower body can get ahead of his swing and have better timing.
Right.
So now you're kind of doing the opposite. Now you're throwing it up in the air to try to get it out there. I just want to use your legs more and get it out there flatter.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Because when you do throw it up in the air, it comes off the spot really hard like that. And it tends to make your ball look a little slower.
All
right. There you go. Much better. So now you'll watch where your ball landed. We were looking at it earlier. Your ball is landing by the foul line. So now we're going to have a more of a push way out. Head's going to tilt later. So now you can get your body ahead of your swing. So now when your foot's here, your arms are up there. Before when your foot got here, the ball was down by your right knee.
Practically at my feet already, yeah.
So now you're going to release it later. Now it's, see, it falls off your palm onto your fingertips, always at the end of the toe, heads up. Now the ball's landing here. Earlier your ball was landing there, hooking early every time. So no matter how much oil they had, you had to keep moving left. Now all of a sudden your balance is better, you didn't fall off, and you see the length of the ball. It actually went too far. That's all caused by your timing and the trajectory of the ball off your hand. So in essence, what it'll feel like your speed went up without trying to throw it harder, because your timing was better, so it's more legs. When your swing is early, then it's a throw. When it's a throw of two-handers, there's no accuracy and there's no consistency of release.
So just more leg drive and less.
Yeah, it's better timing to get your legs more engaged, so you get that power without trying it with your shoulders. Again, that's going to go on the lane. As I say every video we do, I like when you guys make me look smart.
Thank
you. So when your push way goes out and your head drops later, it makes the ball swing back more. See, now you're up before you were dropping down. Now your head's dropping after that. There you go.
Yeah.
Now your body's ahead of it.
It's never dipping. It's just
now it's back on your fingertips again at the end of your toe, and look where it's landing. So I think with two-handers, getting the ball out in the lane is huge because your balls hook so much. I mean, I just oiled them. For my tomorrow lessons, I got to oil them again because you two-handers and no-thumbers, you ruin my lanes because you got so much forward roll, so much rev rate. I mean, typically people are playing over here to start, and you guys are already playing fifth arrow.
Damn, yeah.
Good luck, Rich.
All right, I'm trying to do the same thing.
Well, you'll get there today.
Oh, little out.
That was more up than out.
Yeah.
See, when you don't have a push away, hitting a target goes out the window because you couldn't maintain your balance.
Yeah.
So when I work with two-handers, it always comes down to the same thing. How to get them more balanced and how to get them more accurate. And it always comes down every lesson I give. Timing, timing, and timing. I got pretty well known as a coach coming up with a timing spot. It hasn't changed with two-handers. Timing is everything because it lets your legs and your swing work together without your core moving, so you have more accuracy and better balance. That was no push away.
That was no, yeah.
That was just a drop.
Yep,
See how you lose it on the bottom? If you watch now on the bottom of your swing, watch where the ball lands.
I could feel it. It just.
See now look where you're, now when you get your foot down, look how timing early timing was. All in the push away, now look where the ball lands. Now your ball's landing way back there. When the balls land on this side of the eye, very rarely do they hit. They don't shape up down there very good.
Yeah, definitely not.
Right,
Definitely.
there you go. And that's way better. Oh, it's just night and day. I can tell by where it lands.
Yeah.
I watch way too many balls go down the lane.
Yeah. I can kind of feel it too.
But I'm doing the math for you. I know where you're sliding and I know where you're hitting, so I already know where it's going to go 45 feet.
Yeah.
So basically what it is when you let the ball go, I ran that one out of my chair. The shot before that, I closed my eyes in my chair. So either I run them out or I close my eyes. No, I don't do that. But I definitely run them out in my head like, ooh, that's got a chance. I live vicariously through every lesson. Push, push, push. As soon as you let go, I know. All right.
Almost, yeah.
Maybe a lot more for you guys that I was going to push.
What is my drift and miss? That's a good question, and I don't have the answer to that.
Don't feel bad for Joel. I ask that question a lot of lessons. Usually the higher average bowlers. I would say less than 2% of all. If I give 100 lessons a month, 2 bowlers know.
I will say I've tried to find it in practice. I always just forget about it. I always tell myself, next prompt, right now it's around like 208, 209.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but there's more oil in the middle and there's, you know, house shots. My house shot's not very easy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, his release is excellent. Every two-hander I've ever worked with has a great release. So if you figure out how to get a little more accurate and a little more and better balance, then their ability to throw a lot of strikes is why they bowl two-handed. So it's a much more, he averages 208, but I bet he has a lot of 240 games, a lot of 160 games. That's how he gets to his average. Where a typical one-hander will have a lot of more 185, 190 games, 205 to 250, and I can never throw 5 in a row. He has a lot of 5-baggers, but he also has a lot of 65 in the fifths.
Exactly.
So it's risk and reward.
It's like
so the two-handers are bigger gamblers.
He knows me already.
The tape works for everybody. I don't ever watch because I don't. In the back of his swing, it's not.
Yeah, I've seen video. I do kind of start on my forearm, but I see in the backswing, it kind of just ends up in my palm anyways. So
you start it there and put it in your hand. And then
I started there just to have like a good hold on it.
So much
and
of
as
it's
I swing,
feel.
Yeah.
And here's why. I'll show you why. Put your hand up. I'd be a great two-hander. I got a mitt, and he's got small hands, so he's holding it there for the hand size because your thumb's not in it. So the part of your hand that's holding the ball is small. So this part is huge.
Yeah.
So if I was two-handed, I'd have so many. You guys all have such.
Please don't try to throw two.
No, I'm not. Don't worry. I got A's in school. See, I would never. It would hurt my arm to hold up my forearm, but my hands are so big. I mean, I got it. I mean, I can do it. I mean, it makes so much. No, I got it. No, I'm not. Oh, believe me, if I was 17 again, I'd be giving Jesper all he wants.
Yeah,
because I was 6'4" and I was 180, but I was way more intense and I was way not nice of a guy. I'd love to have that 580 rev rate at 20 miles an hour. I wouldn't be shy about it.
Yeah,
like to be two-handed at 17 again. And nobody else can be two-handed but me. Yes, I would have tried two-handed.
You make this ball look tiny, man. All right, let's see.
So the reason why he holds it there is because of his hand size and comfort.
Just feels
It has
good.
nothing to do with how he throws it.
Missed out.
So now he's trying to throw it up instead of throwing out.
Yeah, I try to just do a little too much there.
Try to hit a target.
What's that?
Or hit your target more often.
What is a target?
There you go. So because the way you bowl, the easiest way is to stand on, what do you think your drift is?
It has to be at least like 5, I feel.
That'd be very minimal. Most two-handers between 5 and 15.
Then I'll probably say 9.
So you say 9?
I would say 9.
So let's do this. So stand on, so you should be slide on 35, hitting 20. Stand on 25, your middle of your foot. All right?
Right here?
No, middle.
Oh, middle of my foot, like left side
that's
foot?
easier to see when you
Okay.
look. All right, so you're gonna and aim at 15.
Aim at 15.
So we're trying to get you to slide on 35 and hit 20. It'd be 10 and 5 left. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
So the first thing that tells you is you're playing the lanes wrong. All right, so you started on 25, you slid on 32, that's 7, and you hit 17, 16. All right, do it again. Let's see if the numbers match. So right now you're 7 and 2. Now we're getting somewhere. That was a really good shot.
Oh, thank
so
you.
I would think those numbers are even better. You're drifted as much as you thought. That was 30, and it hit 15. So that's 5 and 0.
It's 28.
Middle of your foot. More left. There you go. 17.
Okay. Sounds good.
So that wasn't as good as delivery.
That was a bad shot.
But
Yeah.
your drift is starting to become pretty easy to identify.
Oh, that was 33?
And you hit 16, so it should have been a washout.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, if you're a bowler at home, you got to learn the numbers. I mean, it's pretty simple. 20 is 20, 39 boards on a lane. Whether you're right-handed or left-handed, that's 20. Because he's right-handed, it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. The arrows correspond. Never, ever start on your approach counting from the outside dots. Some approaches have 7 dots. A lot of bowling centers only have 5 dots. The big dot's 20 for everybody in the world, no matter where you go in the world. Always count from 20. Do it again.
Yeah, that felt good.
I'm good at the math.
Yeah, this guy's good.
So he slid on 33, and he hit 17. All right.
Come on, let's go.
So you almost hit what you look if you manage your drift at 5. Then you got to figure out where you want to play lanes. That's all.
The numbers were what again?
5 and 0.
5 and 0. Oh, okay, 5 and 0.
Because what happens, two-handers tend to be way on top of it. Because one-handers, we don't drift too much, so I would have to stand 17, I'd be standing on 32, 30. Yeah, I'd be much farther left, whereas he's much farther right, so that's all. So he drifts 5. Actually, we're pretty close. I drift 4 and I miss 3. So for me to stand there, I'd have to stand on 29 and look 14.
I would say I'm gonna go a little deeper just because I'm two-handed.
So stand on, no, that's too far.
Like right?
You gotta play the lane.
Oh, so the same.
You don't get to do it because your own free will.
Okay. So
the oil's the oil. You got to play.
Okay,
So stand
I'll
on
just
30.
do the same thing.
Look 19.
Little left.
So you're going to slide on 35, hit 19, and go to the tape. Be a little softer.
All right. It's a little inside. I can tell.
So that
was pretty bad.
Came up out of it, but you're going to slide on 35 and you hit 21 instead of 19. So it's always math. There you go. So on 35. I said hit 18, 19. You hit 21. That's supposed to split.
Inside.
All right.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, standing on 28, looking at 17 is how you should play it.
Okay.
See, what's happening, though, is these numbers are farther right than what he was doing on his own. So as he gets his numbers more dialed in, his hand's getting more consistent. Before, where he was sliding and where he's aiming weren't quite, they're too open. So his hand has to get around it, so the ball has more rotation and momentum. That's a hard way to be accurate. Now we're starting to get his numbers better, so his hand's going to get more consistent and the accuracy will show up.
We're outside.
Throw it that way. Not
Yeah.
so you typically come up and you add too much rotation too soon. That's early timing. That's delivery.
Yeah, that was delivery again.
So there's 4 parts to consistency. The physical part, it's balance and timing. Right now, you're not doing that.
Yeah.
Timing's early, balance is off. The other 2 parts of consistency are accuracy and breakpoint control. So because your timing and balance aren't good, the other 2 parts you can't handle. These parts have to be handled to control those parts. See, that was the right shot. Now you need to move left back where you kind of were. But that was in front of you better.
That was, yeah.
So something to work with. At least now you're getting understanding why they miss.
Yes, it's a lot clearer picture. It's inside.
So you're not getting your swing far enough back. You're not tilting at all. You're just standing up the whole way. So without a ball, without a ball.
Oh, without a ball.
You can't do without a ball. You can't do with it.
Right.
Get set.
Okay. Set up right here.
Whenever you're ready, I got your hands.
Okay. Let's go.
No, I got it. Now we got a problem. You're not trying to kill anybody in the pushaway.
No. Okay.
All right. So you can't see this, but now put your hands on my hands. No, you grab my hands.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be mean, but this is what you did.
Yeah.
So 1, 2. You tried to punch somebody in the face. It's a swing. How do you start a kid in a swing set? You give him a gentle push. Now watch my hands.
Okay.
Now do it again. So if this was Belmonte, kind of just grab my hand.
Okay, grab
your left hand. So here. That's a swing.
Okay.
You're putting more effort into your push away than you are in your forward. Do it again.
Okay.
Now let's do it again, but I got your arms. No, do it again. No ball.
Oh, without the ball. Okay.
I got your arms.
Let's go.
Whenever you're ready.
Let's go. Nice and gentle.
There you go. So you're throwing it so hard down like that. All right, do it again.
Okay.
How many steps do you take? 6?
6, yeah.
Yeah, he's throwing the shoulders a lot. Welcome to being a new two-hander. I can't throw it hard enough. I'd move back on the approach 2 or 3 inches. You take 6.
Oh,
move
back?
There you go.
A little bit. Okay.
So you're just starting a kid in the swing set and the push away. That's all it is.
All right.
But you got to push on the right step. You can't push in the second step. You take 6.
Push on the what?
3rd step. You
On
take
the third
6.
step. Oh, so don't push until all the way to the 3rd?
Yeah.
Okay.
You take 6.
Wait, 3rd
Yeah,
step.
that's exactly.
3rd step.
That was right.
Wait. It's gonna feel
No, it
very
should
weird.
feel right.
Huh?
Yeah.
3rd step. So it's gonna be on my right? Okay.
Yeah, on your right foot.
No, I see. I have to. Wait on. I'm gonna do one without the ball first, because this is. I was like my kind of muscle memory right now. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh,
There
that's
you
very
go.
Weird.
Longer swing. Your swing's getting short. Push it out, swing it back, and get going. One thing
Okay.
you can't be in bowl two-handed, be lazy.
Okay.
You cannot be soft. You cannot be tentative. None of that stuff works. There's never been a good athlete that's not aggressive. That was 5.
I was trying to do the 5.
But that's to see how much more natural ball speed you had?
Yeah, that was, okay. Oh, okay. 5 might be something. I just had to get the...
You're gonna mess with it a lot. You're starting out. You're gonna try something new every day. Longer swing.
Yeah. Still have to get used to it, but...
So you gotta get it where it swings back. You're not tilting enough. You gotta get here and tilt. You gotta get that shoulder. There you go. Now slide.
Then.
There you go.
Okay. Ah.
If you measured, I think his arms are longer than his height. You know, if you're
Oh my
6'2" and you're 6'2", and all the best basketball players are 6'6", and their arm wingspan 6'10".
6'10", 6'11", yeah.
So I think Simo might be in that group. I think he has longer arms than his height, so he's allowed to do what he does. There you go. Hey! That's how you should warm up.
That felt good.
That's 10 right of where you were. Third step probably needs to go a little bit more left, but not bad. There you go, 25, 26. Yeah. You hit 13, you gotta go to the tape every time.
Ooh, come on.
But look how much your speed went up.
Oh, yeah,
so where you were sliding, where you're aiming were so open, you had to go around it.
Yeah.
So your ball had to slow down too soon.
Oh, I let go. Yeah.
But your speed's so much higher. Yeah,
I can
still online.
I mean, I'll take more speed.
Well, yeah, that makes the lane not break down so far. You're going to end up over there no matter what.
Yeah.
If you get there later, then you got somewhere to move to. If you start there, you better be good at that backup ball stuff. You start at 25, where are you going to go?
26, no, I'm kidding.
I get it, and about half a game, that goes away. When was the last time you had hold?
It's been a while.
There you go.
When I threw that plastic ball, probably.
So when you go to throw the ball, there's a window that the ball has to come off. The window is static. It's this long. So when he keeps his head down, he turns it at the end of the window. When his head goes up, he turns it at the beginning of the window. When the beginning window, your hand gets quick. When your hand gets quick, you never hit a target. Terry talks about having a soft hand. That window is static. So if you turn it at the end of the thing, you turn it less, and you turn it later, you're more accurate, better control the break point. When you turn it early, you don't hit a target, and the break point becomes irrelevant. If you want to look at that, go watch the tape of Mr. Anthony Simonson. Nobody uses the back of the window better, so his hand's the softest. That's why he has probably the most versatility of all the two-handers. So you'll see how lessons work. Lessons morph into all kinds of things. The first thing I take into consideration is his feel. Everything I adjusted was how he felt, because I'm not the one throwing the ball. So it's not a set and dry way of doing things. There are certain markers I look for, but lesson, I want him to say, that felt better. Because once it starts feeling better, you can repeat that more and more. And again, I'm not the one throwing it, so when he goes bowls the next time, he's trying to find the markers that let him create the shots he wants, because striking is a lot of fun. I remember what that was like. What did you think?
I think that this guy might have just added, he literally just added 40 revs, and I already feel like I'm already playing the lane so much better. Like, I can see it, I can feel it. If you took me yesterday compared to today, it's just not even close.
It's just explaining how things work.
Yeah.
You know, I do this for a living, and I've been coaching two-handers for over 20 years, so I have a thing for two-handers. It's really, it's a new thing of our sport, and it's growing, and it's getting bigger. So I enjoy it. I enjoy coaching one-handers. Really doesn't matter. The hybrids, doesn't matter who it is. But all coaching is figuring out his feel and the markers and try to explain to him how to create that. Because when he throws that feel, his ball does exactly what he wants. Then your lesson's working good. It looked great to me, but it felt good to him. I have no feel in his shot. So as a coach, my job is to get his markers to feel good and the markers I see that create that. And that's kind of how I coach. Hope you enjoyed that. Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
What's going on, crew? We're back in Orange County at Westpack with Mark Baker, and we're gonna have us another lesson with Mark through the eyes of one of our contest winners. So we have Amir with us today. He's a two-finger, no-thumb bowler for all of you guys out there that are dying for information in the two-finger, no-thumb community. We know it's a growing style in the sport that people are really gravitating to, and we got a treat for you guys. You guys are gonna have a one-on-one lesson with Mark through Amir today. You got anything that you're excited to see in this lesson?
I'm just excited to see the growth of bowling and two-finger, no-thumb bowling as well.
It's contagious. It's been growing like wildfire. That community is getting huge. So shout out to all the two-finger, no-thumb bowlers. We don't have Earl here today, but we got Amir filling in for him. So we got Mark behind us trying not to coach while we're doing this intro, but he can't really help himself. So we're gonna dive into that and see what he's talking about. But yeah, we should have us a good time. Make sure you check out cleanoccrew.shop if you guys wanna get your merch. We have a Discord that we're dropping as well, so you want to join that community, be able to get some more knowledge, some more behind the scenes, maybe even some exclusive footage. Make sure you check that out as well. And yeah, man, let's go see what they're doing over there. Let's get it.
Let's get it. How are we doing out there? Coach Baker here today with Amir. Amir, pleasure to meet you.
Great meeting.
So Amir, how did you become a no-thumb, two-finger bowler?
I guess it was just seeing everyone hooking the lanes all the time when you're younger and just trying. You can't really do it with your thumb, or you don't know how to. So it was like the easiest way is just two-finger and just at first just rotating
Another way
the
of
ball.
putting it, chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah.
That's it. The
Yeah.
more you hook it, the more people like it. So then you had some injuries you tell me about. So I have to, as a coach, I always have to know about past injuries. I got to be able to coach around them. So you said playing basketball. As we get older, you got to be careful there, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So what were your injuries?
MCL, and then I dislocated both my fingers.
Right,
both
so that's
my bowling fingers.
Right, so that makes it very hard to
Yeah.
rev. So you want to rev it up with dislocated fingers. That's usually pretty tricky.
Yeah.
So now what happens is, now this is the new bowler I'm getting the most at the training center. My newest client is the hybrid. They start out with just their fingers, no thumb. They kind of start like a two-hander in the beginning. He goes to a one-hander pretty quick. So these are all the Tom Doherty bowlers of the world. Big TD out there in Tampa, Florida. So the key is timing. So what happens is, because there's no thumb in the ball, the thing I'm worrying about is his ball timing being early and the ball coming off this side of his hand. He comes over top. I bet you tend to miss in, come over the top, they go left. So it's all about timing. It doesn't matter if you're one-handed with your thumb in or one-handed with your thumb out. I got to get this, go ahead and slide. I got to get there so when he comes through here, he's adding that rotation out here in the front and his head doesn't go in front of his knee. When his timing gets early, then he goes here without a ball in your hand. You see it go there. Well, he doesn't have his thumb in it. So if his hand rotates too soon without a thumb, it's down and left, and everything goes left. Then he moves left, and he's a 2-8-10. So what we're going to work on is making sure he has a nice smooth push away. He's very athletic, very strong. We're just trying to get his legs ahead of his swing. So he rolls off his hand. It'll feed to the Baker box. Let's see what you got.
Okay. All right.
I know it looks like on these videos this happens every time. It doesn't. But that was like, okay, you can go home now.
Yeah, we're done.
So we got to break that down a little bit. All right, so here we have Amir. We worked on having a little more of a push away because it's all about timing and turning that ball later. So here we go. The first shot, we've got the ball going out. Here's the key. Now his slide foot is getting flat in front of his head and the ball's behind him. When we first started, his ball was down here by his right knee because he had no push away at all, so he was pulling it back and pulling it down. So what's happening is all of his balls are going left. Now, as you can see, watch this, so you can see my baseboard where his head is. His head's barely moving, but now he's adding that rotation out in front of his toe, but his face hasn't got in front of his knee. And there you go, he finishes the swing. Look how little his hand actually rotated. People get that wrong, how much you have to turn the ball. He barely rotated it. But now watch his ball shape. I mean, you can't go through the pins any better than that. Yeah. But watch again here as he does it live. Look how good his balance is because we controlled his head by his timing. Look at his balance. He's not moving. So when I see that balance, that's usually when I see this ball shape. Now when you go through the pins in slow motion, the 3-6-10 turn into dominoes, and it just rolls right over the 20th board. But now the fun part of bowling, you got to do it again.
Yeah.
And since I put the tape down there and showed Amir where the Baker box was,
yeah,
his consistency has definitely gone up.
As to visually see it.
Yep.
Missed a little in.
See, his head went down, so that you could tell by the tilt of the ball, the axis tilt, it stood up way sooner because his hand rotated and that ball landed closer to the foul line. Do it again. There's always very specific sets of issues that come with every style of play. Early timing and early rotation with bowlers without their thumb that are two finger always seems to be it because their rev rates are so high. But their backswings are short because there's no thumb.
Right.
On the two-hander, they can hold on with their left hand longer. With the two-handers, the left hand's never on it. So the timing is actually the most critical on two-handers. That's on the one-handers with no thumb. That's why I think it's a big advantage for guys to be strong. The best two-finger, no-thumb bowler in the world is obviously Tom Doherty. And Tom is a very strong guy. Even though he is 50 now, Tom's still pretty strong. Love you, TD. So much of the videos now are just about release, but they're kind of skipping a few pieces in there. You can have the best release in the world and work on all the one-step drills you want, but if it isn't hooking from the right place, it's kind of irrelevant. So I get it. I mean, everybody wants to see the ball hook. I have no problem with any of that, but make sure the accuracy and the balance and the timing are also a part of your practicing routine. People tend to use those words and think nothing of it. I still think accuracy is the most important part. And this year on tour, you're seeing a guy put it on him, EJ Tackett. You can't say enough about how great he's bowled. It's just amazing how consistent he is every week getting his ball down there at 45 feet and rolling through the pins correctly. So besides his rev rate being 5'10" on every shot, he is unbelievably accurate, and now you're seeing domination. See, now you're making the lanes look easy that really aren't, right? He was missing inside his target, but he turned it late, got on the lane, so the lane pushed to the spot. Now lanes are pretty easy. See, now what happens is when you get going fast, you move the ball before your feet quicker and quicker, so your timing gets earlier, now you're not as consistent.
Right. Yeah, I got quick.
So timing with a two-finger, no thumb is everything. Because if your legs aren't underneath you, the only other power source you have, Ymir, is your shoulder. And when your shoulder turns it, well, there's no thumb, so it falls off on the inside of your hand. So your ball does that real quick.
Slow down my feet.
No, not slow down your feet.
No.
Walk.
Walk, okay.
It's actually the opposite.
Okay.
Slow down your swing.
Okay.
Your swing's fast, your feet are slow. Nobody in the Hall of Fame with that criteria. That time your legs were ahead of it. I like when you make me look smart.
Yeah.
So he was going to slow his feet down. I'm a big 70-30 guy. 70% lower body, 30% upper body when it comes to effort throwing a bowling ball. Probably the two best are Pete Weber and Parker Bone. 90-10 guys. 90% lower body, 10% upper body. Neither one really had an injury in 40 years of being great bowlers. So if 70-30 what he just did, if he would have slowed his feet down, that would have made his lower body number smaller. That by definition has to make the upper body number bigger. Once it gets to 50-50, it's no longer a swing, it's a throw. When you throw it, you cannot have a consistent release, and more importantly, you can't have accuracy. 70-30 is to have a swing. Swings are what create accuracy. So when I made his feet have a little better rhythm, that was more 70, more 30. He hit his target. His release does the right thing every time. So remember, it's always a 70-30 rule. Lower body versus upper body. There are no good bowlers with slow feet and fast swings. There we go. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Got your legs ahead of your swing. Yeah. So your hand just added rotation at the end. You didn't fall off your hand at the beginning. Yeah. Balance is by far the most effective thing to work on in bowling. The balance and the timing allowed your release to function.
Right.
Remember that. When you do all those drills about your release, if you have timing and do balance, then I believe the drills will help you. If you don't have timing and balance, I'll just leave it there.
Doesn't make sense, yeah.
My job isn't to make every other coach in the world be mad at me. See, when your timing is better, then you can take advantage of your release, and that's how you create area down lane.
Yeah.
That's been going on since the history of bowling. The bowler with the most room for error always wins. You got a little bit in. You actually threw that really good. It was just in. Balance is beautiful.
Yeah, 16.5.
Yep. There you go. Head got a little forward.
Okay.
What happens is, when he goes to slide, go ahead slide. See, when his head's in a certain spot, his hand does this, okay? So now he can throw my hand out and rotate it, no problem. But now there's no ball in his hand. My hand doesn't weigh 4 ounces. Now if I move his head down and forward, look what happened to his hand. Because the distance between your chin and your shoulder never changes. This is a set distance. So when his head goes down, that brings his shoulder socket with it. So all that did was roll that in. This controls this. Your thumb isn't independent of the rest of your body. If your head goes forward and your shoulder goes forward, your thumb has to go with it. So when you miss it on the inside, come over the top. Now in a place like this where I have oil in the middle, it'll move to the right. If you bowl a pattern that's really flat or a sports shot, and your head goes too far or up and your thumb goes down, it goes Brooklyn. So I always say the same thing. If you can control your head, you can control your hand. Earl Anthony wasn't wrong. His head never moved. He did not have the greatest release of all time. He may have had the most consistent release of all time. Arm was quick.
Yeah, I got too
swing. So that's what happens. He thinks his feet were fast. His swing was quick, so his feet tried to catch up.
Yeah.
So when you're told you have fast feet or you feel like you have fast feet, invariably your swing is early, so your swing gets behind you too quick, so you run to get back in time. But what happens is you can't, because if your feet are quick catching your swing, the last step you've got to hit the brakes or you're going to foul. So nobody wants to do that. So then at the end you take your legs out of it. The only power source is your shoulder. Inconsistent release. He didn't hit a target.
Yeah, smidge right. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally one like 1 or 2 right.
No adjustment to make there.
Yeah. I think all my missed shots have been my push-away has gotten
quick.
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah.
About to throw 300.
Yeah.
When it goes more out, it swings back. Your legs get ahead of your swing, and then it's a swing forward.
Yeah.
If you pull it back, you got to pull it forward. Your shoulder's a socket. You can't pull it you can't rip it into a backswing and have it magically turn into a free swing. Once you pull it up, you conversely have to pull it down. Once you swing it back, then it swings down. And swings create accuracy, and your last 2 shots split each other. Right?
Okay. Yeah, especially not having
Good shots are not a coincidence. So your hands got quick. There was no push away. A little quick, so that was just so much faster.
Yeah,
your swing was going.
Yeah, I went up.
Brooklyn, pocket, we got it all covered. So as you can see, even with no thumb, 2 fingers, no thumb, hybrid bowler, one-hander, it's still about timing. It's still about balance. Still about hitting a target, using that break point control, what I call the Baker box. Amir, pleasure working with you. Congratulations on winning the free lesson.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a blast.
Yeah.
What's going on, crew? We are back out here at Westpack. It's summertime. I brought the boys out today. We got our contest winner, Simon. He's an Aussie out here, really diving into the bowling world. And it's gonna be real interesting to hear his take and how he got into the sport. Shout out to Belmo. He's really inspired by him, but I really want you guys to be able to take a look at somebody who came into the sport from a completely different background and now is really taking his game to the next level. I met him through doing pot games with some of the guys that are here today. We're gonna have some fun later on. We got a real good episode in store, and of course, we got the man, the myth, the legend, Mark Baker, about to give his expertise on everything that he sees with Simon, because I know he's gonna have a lot to say. But it's been a little while. We miss you guys. We hope all is well. Make sure you grab your Clean Up Crew shirt if you haven't already, and we're about to get popping. Okay, so we got Simon, our contest winner from the tournament. What's going on, Simon? How you feeling?
Very good, very good. Early morning start, but we're ready for action.
Hey, and we're here at Westpack with Mark Baker. You're about to get your lesson. You got anything you've been wanting to work on in bowling that you feel like you haven't been able to figure out lately?
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of improvement. Self-taught, a couple of YouTube videos. I'm super excited to get some real lessons and someone that actually knows what I'm doing wrong. I mean, there's a bunch of talk behind me all the time, a lot of noise, and I'm trying to figure that out today.
Okay, and I'm sure you guys have noticed, but he has a little bit of an accent, doesn't he? You grew up in Australia.
You grew up in
you
Australia.
Are an Aussie. Tell me about how you got into bowling. I've been told you're a Belmo fan, but I gotta hear it from you.
So, you know, on and off bowling pretty much all my life. Back in school days, never like a spin bowler, always a straight bowler. Came out to the US about 16 years ago. I moved to Santa Monica about 12 years ago, right next to Bowmore, right there on Pico and 3rd, basically a block from there. So started league out there probably about 12 years ago.
Oh really?
Started as a straight bowler and then just trying to figure things out. I saw everyone beating my ass and I was like, what am I gonna do? So I guess I got to try and start spinning, and that's when it all sort of hit me. I bought a ball, 3 holes, started trying to bowl single-handed, and I was going, you know what, I'm coming,
coming up short.
I'm coming up short, and I go, let's go to the internet and have a look and see who the best bowlers are. And
lo and behold, discovered a guy
the number 1 bowler in the world, an Australian, and he's a two-hander. I'm going, what is that? And man, I go, shit, this is a sign. This is a 100% a sign from the universe. And I said, I got to try this out. Just started watching all these videos, trying to figure out what he was doing. Took the two-handed out to the lanes, and man, it was I started bowling really well early. I got super cocky. I was just bowling from anywhere, and I was just bowling strikes. I didn't know. This is like.
So you feel like bowling two-handed is easier?
At the start.
Until you realized what you were doing a little bit.
So that was a lot of years ago, and these days I'm a consistent bowler. My highest was a 289 a couple of years ago. I seem to not managed to crack, the 250s. Consistently anymore, and I'm averaging 200, 220, somewhere around there.
Okay, that's good. Well, I didn't know all of that. I love that. Shout out to Belmo. He's a Storm Nation.
Love that guy.
He's the guy.
Love that guy. Yeah, he's my idol.
We're gonna dive you in with Mark, and it's gonna be interesting. I feel like you guys are gonna have a good time together. You're gonna probably get that 250, threshold you've been looking for after Mark. Track record is kind of crazy in here.
The Baker box, man. That's what we're here for.
Just focus on the box. All right, we're gonna dive into it. Shout out to the crew. Let's get it.
Simon, Mark Baker, glad you won your free lesson here. A two-hander from Australia. You're the second one of those in here.
Nice.
The big dog was here once. Pretty impressive. All right, so right away, the first thing I look at when I look at two-handers or one-hander is timing. So we're looking at Simon here. We go back. First thing I notice is how so far inside the ball Simon's hand is. So what's going to happen when I see that, I'm going to think his backswing is going to be short. So what happens is, because that's not a natural, he gets his hand kind of there, pretty good, but see his hands are really, really, really short. So when his slide foot gets flat in front of his head, his left arm's already down. So his left arm up there is where you want your foot when it's there. So what we're going to do in a stance, instead of being in here like this, because what happens is when your thumb like this, what he's doing on his backswing, he's engaging his tricep. So that restricts the length of his backswing. So we're going to get his hand a little more neutral in the stance, so that way his arm comes back better. And the key is if I can relax this right arm, I can get his left shoulder to get up under his chin. Now slide. Go put your left foot forward. See, I got to get his left foot forward where his hands are up here. Currently he's here. So when that happens, when they're that early, the shoulder is going to be the power source, and the hand's always going to go to the outside. You're going to miss your break point on the inside. So we're going to neutralize the stance, try to get to swing back smoother so we can feel this right elbow get up when the slide goes there. So then his right leg is his power source, not his right shoulder. And that'll feed the ball a little better left to right. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to get a little more neutral like that, a little higher up. There we go. I should have you guys come for every lesson. Every time you bring somebody in, they listen, and night and day difference. So what did it feel like to you?
Just a lot more power, a lot more turn, and yeah, I just don't feel restricted at all.
So it always goes back to the same thing, whether it's one-handed or two-handed for me. It's always the 70-30 rule. I cut every bowler in half. I want 70% of the effort or more coming out of your legs. 30% upper body. Why? That creates a swing. When he first started out, he was 50-50, 50% upper body, 50% legs. That's a throw. When you have a throw, you have two things with it, an inconsistent release and not very accurate. Even though he's two-handed, going for the high rev rate, you still got to have some accuracy to get the ball down there between the tape or the Baker box. He did that much, much better. See, look at his hand. It's much more neutral in his stance. Out there, his hand's quiet. That's going to let that left shoulder. Now his left shoulder is going to get up under his chin. So now when his foot's in front, now the ball's back behind his hip. Before, the ball was down by his right knee. One shot, that's pretty crazy. Hands there a little better. So now you can see it fall off his thumb onto his fingertips, right by the end of his toe. A little bit of a hop, but look where the ball went. And it went through the pins the right way. The trickiest part for two-handers is creating a long enough swing because their two hands are touching the ball, so their backswing's slightly restricted, but they've got to get their legs ahead of their swing. That was just perfect.
Come on, Simon. It's in his blood.
Is that real?
That was pretty legit there, dude. So all we do is try to free up your swing. You can see now your elbow's showing up on top.
That's just night and
When
day.
you walked in the door half hour ago, I didn't see your elbow up there.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking at here, Pistol, I'm trying to see his elbow up there above. Because now his legs are ahead of it. So now all the weight is here on his back leg.
Yeah.
So his back leg's going to push his hand through. See how that back foot pushes his hand through? But if you notice a line through his lateral spine tilt, if I draw a line through there, his core is not moving. There we go. Now the back leg's down, heads up, never past the kneecap, perfect balance. And all those things, all I'm trying to do with every two-hander, if I make their balance better by timing and I can increase their accuracy, they always show up with a good release. I haven't said a word about his hand because two-handers tend to have excellent ball motion down lane. I have to find accuracy and ball speed with two-handers. You create that with timing and balance. A little bit in, the hands got a little short. So that's when the arm gets a little short, then the shoulders come over. So the front target's not bad, but you missed the back target by quite a bit. Not bad, not bad. I don't mind misses to the right. Misses to the left have no redeeming value. Misses to the right have a chance. Not bad. They're not used to bowling on this much oil. So a typical house shot, in my experiences, I've gone all over the United States and coached, very rarely do they put much oil between 5 and 10, the first and second arrow, or a right of 10. At my center, I only have a 5-to-1 ratio. So I actually have oil across the lane. So there's oil between first and second arrow. As the lanes break down, they get much better. So what happens is, because there's no free hook here, they're having to play the lanes much farther right. If they bowl a lot of houses, that just hook, they tend to play third or fourth arrow off the get-go. Here, you actually got to play around second arrow a little farther right to start, and then you move left as the lanes break down. So a lot of people that come here that bowl somewhere the hooks struggled at a little beginning, but he's doing much better. How much farther right is this than normal than you play?
It's like 8 boards.
Right. So a lot of people, that's why when I ask people to warm up, I want you to warm up too far right. Bowlers move left and add rotation to their release fairly well. Most bowlers don't move right and decrease rotation, shut down their angles very well. It's very hard to be wide open and then to go dead straight. It's much easier to start straight, see your ball hook too much a couple times, then start chasing it left and opening your angles up and adding rotation. That's just been my experience as a bowler myself and everybody that I coach or watch. Moving right and taking your hand out of it, there's only like one Norm Duke. Norm was really good at that. Other than that, there's not a lot of guys that move right and go straighter after they've hooked it that do very well. Much easier to start farther right and chase it left like everybody else. Unbelievable difference. So much cleaner.
So again, I don't like wearing normal shoes, so I come up with just some flat shoes. I buy the sole, and I make them custom fit, and I just glue it on.
That's becoming a very popular thing in the training center. A lot of guys walk in with some very, very, very expensive Air Jordans. I'm like, well, you liking those? Oh no, check out the soles. So that's become a new thing. I see a lot of Air Jordans in here.
Which is why Jordan needs to get back on the program and start.
Well, tell him he can use his shoes, and then maybe you get him.
I like when you make me look smart. That tape's working pretty good now. But see, you had to adjust.
Yeah.
So the beauty of the tape is for feedback. The hardest thing to teach bowlers is, did I throw it good or did I throw it bad? Do I move or switch balls? So by focusing on where his ball is at 45 feet, as Simon has moved right, you'll notice he's not doing this as much, he's doing this. So the playing farther right decreases the rotation of your hand, or it actually won't go through the tape. So part of the tape is it kind of tells you what your hand should do, whether you're playing fourth arrow or he's playing second arrow. Now he's rolling it more, so this core standing up sooner, so now the lanes aren't playing near as tight as they once were. If he went back to his natural release where he was way around it, the ball goes in the pattern, it comes dead off it too much, or it goes by the break point and leaves a 5-count washout. So that's the beauty of the tape. It's not the be-all, end-all, but it definitely gives him feedback on where to move, because I'm always trying to make my bowlers make decisions, not guesses. So the tape's telling me, I'm throwing it through the tape every time, I'm in the pocket, I'm lined up. If he'd have stayed here for a good 20, 30 minutes, that shot would go away. He'd have to move left and probably add rotation. But I'm not moving the tape this entire day. We're gonna be here 3-4 hours filming. The tape never moves. Why? Because I base it off the pins and the 6 degrees of entry angle. I'm trying to help you with that. If the pins were to be moved, I would move my tape on typical house shot. If they don't move the pins, I'm not moving the tape. No matter where I go in the country, I put the tape at the same place, 45 feet at 4.5 and 9.5. I'm trying to create accuracy, consistency of release, and feedback. The most important thing a bowler can get is feedback, so he makes decisions, not guesses.
I love the fact that it struck a little tight, but I think my rev rate's increasing, so I'm getting through the pins a lot.
Your ball's
easier.
not deflecting as much. Right?
Yeah, so I felt that. I felt the release was a little off. I was trying to place it, so I guess I just got to focus on. I'm just focusing on that rotation, because that's a huge difference to me. I've watched myself so many times and I'm going, why am I only just getting there? I feel like I'm getting further back.
Right.
And I'm trying to get it back, but every time I go and force it, something happens weird out there.
Yeah, if you try to force it back by over-rotating your shoulders, then you're going to over-rotate them on the way down. We're trying to create more of a swing, and we're changing where your power's coming from. Instead of your right shoulder, your right thigh, which will allow you actually to bowl a lot longer and be more accurate.
Yeah, I'm getting to there. I'm getting that rotation. I'm starting to smile on the inside because I just feel myself getting a lot better rotation, and the power's coming off a lot easier. I feel like I want to hit it harder, because that's just my brand is harder. And it's probably not the best strategy, but I look at the ball. I'm getting 15 mile an hour. I know Belmo gets a little bit more than that. So hopefully by the end, when I get consistent, I can get that, maybe a little higher.
It'll happen naturally if you do it long enough. I can only use my son as an example, who's a two-handed bowler.
Yeah.
He's now 16. He was 12, 13, 14 when he started two-handed.
Yeah.
And every year he got a little stronger and he got better at his technique. And now his ball speed's gone from 15, 16 to almost, we're trying to slow it down, 18, 19, sometimes even 20. His rev rate's gone up accordingly, and we never worked on either one. He just got more efficient. He got much taller. He's taller than me now. So a lot of it is becoming more efficient. You'll see the rev rate and you'll see your ball speed go up as everybody uses Belmo as the example, which I agree with 100%. I did a video with him, markbakerbowling.com, Game Change video series, the two-hand instructional, all the things we're talking about is on there. I just think Jason is the most efficient of all the two-handers of all time. Until somebody breaks his records, that's what he'll be. So because Jason is so efficient, he attains the rev rate and he attains the ball speed, and it doesn't look like he's trying very hard. He's fundamentally sound, so that's what I try to do with you, make your balance better by making your timing better. So if those things happen, you're already seeing more power. It's all about the efficiency.
Getting a little easier, huh?
A little easier, yeah.
See, that swing got a little short, so your legs were, you hopped out of it pretty quick. So you pop out because the rate transfer gets too far forward and your head gets in front of your knee.
Yeah.
So you step over, so your foot is catching the weight of your head. So stepping off early means you're too far forward, which invariably means when your hands get short, go to slide.
Yeah.
Go put your left foot forward. So now your hands are short and your upper body shoves your head forward to throw the ball, and now you're out of balance.
Got it.
Okay. So now, just straightening up, making your timing a little better. Now all of a sudden you're creating 3 or 4 boards of room down lane. That was the right side of the tape. You've had one to the left side. So you're using the tape, the Baker box effectively. And that's what we're trying to do, trying to get it where You don't have to be perfect, but you're getting them online. But what's really happening is all your good shots are starting to have the same roll, so your release is getting more consistent.
One more chance for this turkey, son.
Is that the goal?
You don't like turkey?
I love turkeys. I love ham bones better.
Got action.
Come on, Simon.
Oh! Hey! Good shot, though. But look how much more accurate you are.
Yeah.
Now the shots are starting to look the same every time.
You know what that means, Mark? Gotta get him a storm ball. He would have struck him that.
Yeah. Well, that is true. We're about 10 shots into this. All of a sudden, his accuracy is like completely different. He's hitting the target almost every shot. See, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a good ball.
Watch this blue line go down here again, and you'll see the change of direction down lane where my black line is. That's where the core kicks in. Ball's getting closer to his ankle. Right here. Now watch how the ball changes direction. And it goes through the pins. It doesn't even slow down when it hits the pins. No deflection. Straight back. I mean, actually went dead left. So now he's actually turning it less, but it's hooking more on the back than it was when he started. But he couldn't hit a target, as many times in a row. See, that's back in the spot. There we go.
So when I used to stop now, so I'm getting to that point now, and I just feel a lot more free.
Good.
It's where I'm right now.
And it gives you more time at release
exactly.
to do what you want. Correct.
So I'm playing with that little time at the end now because I got extra time to slide in and put the power in. So
right, that's timing. Correct. So now you're feeling your right leg and your hands work together. See, 20 minutes ago you thought the lanes were impossible.
Yeah.
Now they're easy. There you go. From a coaching standpoint, I try to get his timing better, to get his balance better, to get a more consistent release and create accuracy. But more importantly, I'm a coach. I see markers. I don't have any feel. It's all his feel. How much do the good shots feel easier?
A lot.
That's my whole goal as a coach. If I can make it easier by making your body function correctly, you can do it more often. It's not about having the right answer. It's having an answer that applies to him that he can make feel easier. That's how I see coaching. It's not about what I know. It's how I convey it and how he gets it. Like, my good shot felt easier, and you saw he threw a ton of doubles. We have to work on that turkey yet, so that's the next lesson. But a lot more doubles is way better. But like I said, I love the fact that he thinks it's easier, and he felt his arms were freer, and he had more time. As Bill O'Neill always said, if you have time, you're in time. Simon, it was a pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was great.
Yeah, that was great.
Mark, shout out to the crew. Shout out to Simon.
Thank you.
Contest winner. Make sure you check out cleanoccrew.shop.
Thanks, man. It's a great opportunity.
Get your merch. We got to get you a Clean Up Crew shirt too, but more importantly, we got to get you that Ion Max because it's just not working, man. I'm sorry.
We need a turkey. We need more turkeys.
What's going on, crew? We are back at Westpack for another episode here with Mark Baker. We are about to dive into a lesson with one of the homies, my boy Stephen Baker, out of Keystone and everywhere else now because Keystone is no longer with us. Shout out to Keystone for introducing us though. But he is a thumb-in bowler. That's the traditional, three-finger bowler that you probably grew up watching people do. But now that two-finger and two-handers have taken over, we don't see too many of those anymore. Yeah. So it'll be nice to be able to dive into some of the things that'll be able to help you become a better bowler. You get a live look into a personal lesson with Mark Baker himself. And as always, we're gonna have some fun.
All right, here we are today, and I've got my man Stephen Baker. No relation. So, watch Stephen bowl here for like 10 minutes. Stephen's about a 215, 220 average bowler, and he's really struggling right now because he's trying to play 8. So here's what I want to talk about today. Every day the lanes are different. So, 2 things are going on. You slide back into your target and you let your head get too far down too soon. So instead of your hand turning it out in front of you, you keep adding rotation early. So the ball's kind of hitting your front target, but it's left, or you really turn it early and you're missing the tape down lane. So all I want you to do, you're trying to play 8, but the ball won't get to the break point where you're trying to play. Move your feet 2 or 3 boards left, move your target to 11, but don't change anything. All I want you to do is think about, you move up on the approach about 2-3 inches. You're so far back from the foul line going into your slide, your head gets in front. So when your head gets in front, your shoulder turns and your hand's rotating it too soon. We got to get the ball on the lane a little better and turn it a little bit later so you see the shape where you want it. But the lanes, you want to play 8. The lanes aren't saying let you play 8. You hit 8 and it hasn't worked yet. Let's move. All right. So move up on the approach 2 or 3 inches closer. So I want to use that foul line as a barrier. Now move your feet 2 or 3 boards left where you've been playing. Now look about 10, 11. Same thing. Keep your head up. You see the difference was by moving up. When we look at it here, you get to excellent position there. You have very, very natural timing. When your slide foot gets flat in front of your head, your swing is parallel. You're on the same board. You slide a little bit across the line, but see, now I got you closer to the foul line, so your head stays up. Before, this was 2 or 3 inches farther back, and the farther away we get from the foul line, the more we try to get the foul line with our head. When our head goes forward, that brings the shoulder, and the shoulder brings the thumb. Now look where your hand is, directly behind the ball. So now that's the first shot. You've actually shaped it left to right. Now it's out there, but look where your head is. So that distance between your knee and your chin didn't collapse. You were farther back when you're getting here. Your chin was going down, bringing your thumb forward. Now your head stays up, it's on the lane, and look how much better your balance is. You always want to use the foul line as a barrier. Most bowlers tend to get too far back, and there's the foul line. They get to the foul line like this. The best example of all time is Brian Voss. He got his entire body to the foul line. Brian made the lane short. Next would either be Pete Weber or Parker Bone. 3 of the best bowlers of all time always made the lane very, very short. So by moving you up, I kept your head up. If I kept your head up, I kept your hand back. So that ball didn't pick up as much. I'd probably move one more back to the right, make your eyes at 10, throw it again. You have natural timing. We're trying to get your balance at the foul line a little better to make your release more consistent. Now we got cooking. That ball, so that would be, to me, I would immediately switch balls. Hit your target, hit the down. We're trying Lamaki's theory on the tape. He got the giant tape down there. So I still think it's in the tape and it's standing your ball up. Who knows? But that ball should have gone through the pins better. So if you throw another shot, like the mixer didn't hit very hard, you leave an 8-10 on a shot that good, that means your ball's reading too soon, it's too strong. I would switch balls, or I'd move a little bit more right. You move right, it doesn't strike, then the ball's out.
Copy.
Your call.
We'll move right.
All right. But both those shots, by moving you up on the approach and moving a little bit in, now you're using what's on the lane to get your ball down lane. Before, you were trying to play a specific spot, but they're hooking there and it wouldn't get to the spot. Now, the last 2 shots, you've hit Lamaki's tape. We're doing good. Hit the reset. Let's do it again. Not bad, not bad. 3 shots from the pocket. You weren't hitting the pocket before. Do it again. Keeping your head up to keep your hand back. We're just trying to add what we talked about earlier in the intro. We're trying to add that rotation later so your accuracy goes up and you have consistent shape down lane. So the strength of your game is your timing. We have to take advantage of your timing, which is pretty natural. You have great timing, and get you a little more consistent in your body position at the release so your hand can do the same thing over and over. You can't pinch back to the right. You got to stay left. So then that's what happens is you got in the dry early and then miss a break point down lane inside. Stay left. Once the lane starts hooking there, you can't stay there and make that spot work. You have to work with what the lane's doing. There's a little more oil left. If he moves a little bit left again, his ball won't hook early. When he sees his ball hook early, then he starts to manipulate it too much with his hand not to hook early, and that's taking away the strength of the bowling ball. See, here's the tricky with guys that drift right. No matter where I start you, you keep getting to the same place at the foul line. So that negates the move left. Another board left, move your eyes in and keep walking a little straighter.
Okay.
Like I said, if we were bowling doubles, you'd have switched balls by now. You're trying to make this thing work. Not far off, it's close.
With it, though.
Huh?
I feel like I'm stubborn with it.
Oh, you're very stubborn with it, I'll give you that. Most bowlers are. It's much easier as a coach. If I'm the bowler, I'm pretty stubborn too. There we go. That was perfect. But now that's a solid 7. Blower 7's half pocket.
Oh, man.
Excellent shot. Do it again. But see, by moving you a little more left, Steven, then you use the oil in the lane to get your ball to the spot so it changed directions later. You got good timing, dude. You have to be making more moves. You're trying to make it work. Just whatever the lane's telling you, move. Don't try to be perfect. But that's where the area is in. You missed inside your target, but it didn't hook early. Right. Do it again.
Still got away with it. I don't know how. That was crazy.
You kind of lean the 2-pin over. But at least now you know, hey, if I get a little bit in, it's going to lay off. So that's the heat of outside here in Southern California. Normally I don't have a lot of free hold here. That ball went pretty long because the oil is kind of carried down because of the heat. The oil spread out a little bit. So how long are you going to throw this ball?
I'm about to get out of it now.
You're about to get out of it. Unfortunately, you shot 160 game 1. You should have been out about warming up.
A long time ago, right?
Because you're making the most common mistake bowlers make. It's kind of the right reaction. It's almost reacting good, and your mind is, I'm just going to stay here and throw it better. If I gave you 10 swings at it, you threw some really good ones. You had a cool-looking 4-9 and a solid 7. Your only strike, you caved in the bucket, maybe the wrong ball. Let's see. You're never going to throw it better because bowlers are trying hard. You can't try any harder. Let's see if we can get a little different shape here.
You might know what he's talking about.
That's what it is too. I'm extremely stubborn getting out of balls. Like I feel like, man, I should do it. I keep rolling with it instead of just getting out of it.
So, what did you feel like the biggest difference that you just felt from that first ball?
Oh, that ball slowed down and changed direction.
Yeah, it actually.
The other one, he had to get right to slow it down. If he moved up, it wouldn't slow down. So then there really is nowhere to throw it better. You're hitting 8 down lane and it won't, and it picks up too hard. You're hitting 8.5 and it won't pick up. Where are you going to throw it? You're going to hit 8.25?
8 1/4.
I don't know. That's a better bowler than me. That's a hard way to, because the problem with that, Steven, is the guy beating you ain't trying to hit a half board. Always remember that. The guy beating you's got some room.
Right.
So you better have some room to fight back. See, that ball changes direction. That's what you want. Now we can move a little left. But see, your last shot picked up. That was the best release you had today because you knew the ball was going to hook. You didn't try to make a hook. Now make another move. Let's bowl.
Copy. Absolutely.
It's not less. It's just more efficient. Nobody tries less. They just try more efficiently, and the ball's stronger. There we go. Now you're probably going to look 11.5, 12, somewhere in there.
Right.
Get in between that tape. Keep that head up. Before you were leaving an A10, now you just rip the rack. The bowling ball matters.
It does.
You can't make something work that doesn't want to work, no matter how hard you try. So all the pro shops out there, you're welcome. Buy more balls. Now you're bowling good. You can always tell if somebody's bowling good when they get up here and they toss one, and halfway down they give it, no, that's no good. Ooh, I like that one.
I look like that was too far out.
But that's why it was the right ball. Of course it was too far out.
Yeah.
If you got to hit a gnat's ass at 45 feet, take up tennis. Because you ain't beat nobody in bowling if you got to be that perfect. But here's what's happened for the people at home. Happens every day when I coach, when I get people to switch balls. I let them go as long as they want. I don't try to get involved in it. But now that you got the right ball in your hand, how much looser is your swing?
It's easy.
Because now you know it's going to hook if I just get it close. So your accuracy went up, and your actual release got more consistent because you're not trying to make the ball work. Why? When bowlers throw it good, what do they say? I don't feel my hand, and I just got to get it somewhere over there. Before you were saying, all right, just keep my head up, don't turn it early, get it to roll, got to hit 8. So you're giving the ball instructions, like all these things the ball has to do to work. But the one problem is the ball ain't got no ears.
No.
The ball didn't hear nothing.
I'm
just going to do what I'm going to do. You can talk till you're blue in the face. I'm either going to pick up early or not pick up at all. Good luck with you. That's what the ball's saying.
The ball
The other
wouldn't
guy in the
listen.
bag's going, pick me. I'll help you out.
I got you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's saying. Now all of a sudden, now look at your balance. All of a sudden, you're a different baller.
So I want to ask you something. What would you say before just now, before today, your biggest issue you feel like you have?
The right ball to use, honestly.
Yeah, you feel like knowing the right balls?
Knowing the right ball to use. What I do is I come in with a mindset of, I'm using GB4 until I feel like I can't get right with it. It's just not working. But I'm gonna make it work. Like you were saying, you can't make the ball work. But my whole mentality was, I just gotta throw a better ball. So then it's, after your first game.
Much better than that. Look at your fingertips coming out of the ball.
So that's what I call my jigsaw puzzle, my picture of the jigsaw puzzle. Every lesson I give, I try to get to this spot. So you always see the same thing. The head will be anywhere between 6 and 12 inches outside the slide knee, but his head and his knee are on the same plane, and the ball's gonna fall off his thumb onto his fingertips, pretty much at the end of the toe. I think every video we've ever done in here, my job is to get you to look like that. Because then you fall through. Look at him, wait on it. Look out, you can tell. It's on a slide. Everybody been to Camp Bakes? When a bowler throws it good, at the end of the approach, all you see is the right arm swinging and take a step straight back. So you guys can't even stop yourself. It's the universal move. If I'm watching somebody bowl and I see that, well, that's a strike. It's this. Okay, dead strike every time. Because when you don't throw it good, what do? You give it this one. Come on, come on. That means it was okay, but you got to help it.
Help.
Pretty much my entire life, I had to help it. I didn't throw many of those.
That's hilarious. That's actually honestly true. As soon as I released it.
I struck a few times in my life. I get what you're trying to do.
If he watches even more people strike.
Oh, yeah.
But if you think about what I do for a living, I watch people strike and I watch people miss. So I'm pretty good at being observant. So the people that strike, these are their markers. And the people that miss, these are the markers. I'm just trying to change the markers. But as soon as your ball started reacting better, you completely change as a bowler. Accurate, 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 accurate. Same release, same release, same release. Now I got all this room. Because what happened was, here, you've got to have this clear here. All of a sudden you went, hey, how's your reaction? It's good. 10 minutes ago, if I said, how's your reaction? I got to throw it perfect. As soon as you say I have to throw it perfect, my forearm tightens up, my shoulders hunch over. I'm like, God, I got to throw it good. Now you got to throw it. Oh, it's my turn? Shit, I'm not even sure where I'm standing. Just get it close, bro. This is going to strike. That's how bowlers are. You know why? Because we don't do neutral. Hey, Steven, how you throwing it? Neutral today, coach. I got a neutral look. Bowlers are extremists. I got the nuts. I'm going on tour. I'm throwing my stuff away. That's what we do. So my job is to get you to confident here. Now, because you have the right ball in your hand, you start throwing it better. So the ball is a big piece of it, and playing the lanes. When those two things happen, invariably the physical game comes around. When those two things are wrong, where the wrong ball you're playing them wrong, you start changing your physical game to make a ball work. That's the antithesis of taking a lesson. I'm trying to get you to repeat. Now you're repeating every shot because the right ball's in your hand. So they all have to work together. It's not physical game over here, ball choice over here, how I play the lane down here. No, those are like the Venn diagram. They all intersect. And my job, and I'm pretty good at it, making sure they all go together. You were close to being lined up, but you had the wrong ball in your hand. We got the right ball in your hand. Now all of a sudden your physical game, not even thinking about it.
Right.
How can he identify when his ball's not doing the right thing?
So to me, it was always easy. Being an ex-jock, I always rated everything. I rated all my shots, every shot I threw. So I'm a big believer in A- and B+. I hate throwing A+ shots. The worst thing I can do is throw my best shot, because if I throw an A+ shot, everything else I throw the rest of the night feels terrible compared to that one shot. If I'm throwing a lot of A- and maybe B+, I'm going to probably have a chance to shoot 800. They're all pretty good and they're going the right way. So you have to be able to rate yourself. Was I in balance? Did it get close to my target? Did my hand feel okay? Wow, those did, and that didn't do anything at the back of the lane. I'm either lined up wrong or I got the wrong ball. What do bowlers say? They beat themselves up. I didn't stay behind it. I fell off. It didn't quite pick up. Well, you left an 8-10. That ball had no chance. Then you moved to 4-9, then you went light. I'm like, well, there's nowhere for you to throw the ball. So having your own rating system and not being so hard on yourselves. Pros are much easier on themselves, I think, than the guys at 190 to 215. They're by far the toughest graders. So what happens is they're the ones that move the slowest and switch balls the latest.
easy. It's that easy.
But now you're thinking, all the difference is I made decisions for you. You have to learn to make decisions when you bowl. Granted, when I'm a coach, I'm much better than when I was a bowler. I was beat myself up unmercifully. But as I became a coach, I really try to help bowlers to not be so hard on themselves and to make the move and to play the lane a little better, because you shouldn't have to throw it perfect to succeed. If you have to throw it perfect, this game's hard and you're just going to beat yourself up.
Yeah, I feel like I threw that a little outside of where I wanted it to go.
But that went between the tape, that went right in the heart of the Baker box. That came back and snapped the 10, right? Because now you're throwing it better. Now you're in balance with the right ball in your hand. Right. Now you didn't have any area down lane. Now you've got actually a lot of area down lane. Yeah. That's the purpose of playing the lanes correctly with balance and timing and using the right ball. They all three to go together and they intersect each other. They're not individual pieces.
Pretty sure that's like 8 in a row. See, you strike it to you this. Obviously.
Keep going till you.
And here's how bowlers roll. Hey man, I got a hard stop at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'm okay. Let me throw a few more strikes. Dude, it's 210s. That 210 freeway is gonna get ugly. Dude, I got 14 in a row. I ain't going nowhere. I do miss bowling sometimes. Yeah, I'm good. The traffic can wait for me. I'm smiling at the 605, looking around like, you didn't throw no 15 baggers today. Look at you get around it. Look at you, he's running them out now. Oh, now he's getting cocky. Now, do you see that little walk? Watch here. Watch this little move right here. You can always tell when it feels good. Watch this little move on the bottom. Oh! Bowlers are the best. You guys.
It's nice now. Look, we're in the game now.
Now he's starting to talk a little bit.
We're in the game now. Look, everything changed.
Ball's at 45 feet. He was like a little iffy, and the cord changed. Ooh, I got something now.
So we cooking with some grease now.
All right. Oh, man. Oh, he's going to find out. We had to find out.
Thank you.
What's the biggest takeaway that you feel like you got other than the ball change?
Other than the ball change, my balance. Balance
So I moved him up to get his head to stay up.
Yeah.
People invariably, the foul line matters. The foul line is a subconscious thing. So if the foul line, if you get to it and your foul line's there, your head will stay up, so his head will stay back, so his shoulder can't go forward. So if these dots were the foul line, he was getting in this zone, so invariably his head was going forward. When my head goes forward, remember that distance between my head and my shoulder can't change. So if my head goes forward, look at my hand. If my head goes forward, my shoulder goes forward. Once this shoulder socket turns in, that thumb's coming with it. So he's getting it to pick up early or it wouldn't pick up. We moved him up 3 inches. Now when he gets here, he's got nowhere to go. That's why I used Brian Voss. He was the most solid guy at the foul line, I thought, and he didn't really miss left much in his career. He got here and stopped. Now my shoulder can't go forward. Look at my hand now. And every shot he was throwing, he was adding a rotation later, turning it later and turning it less, but he had more and more shape down lane, which is kind of anti most of the YouTube videos about thinking about your hand. We got his hand to be the last piece of the puzzle, not the beginning of the puzzle.
And then you don't have to think about it.
Well, that's what happened when you threw that best shot. You didn't even feel your hand, right?
No, not at all.
Right, so that's why the drill's a little tricky when people work on it so hard, because they're teaching yourself to get all the feel in your hand, but on the other side of the equation, when people throw the ball great, especially the better bowlers, like, when I throw the ball good, I don't feel my hand at all. Yeah. So the drill's teaching you to feel your hand, but when you throw your best shots, you don't feel your hand. So I'm not quite sure how that all plays out.
You just made me realize when you start thinking about your hand and your release, something else is wrong.
There's a different problem. Exactly, it's a different problem.
Being around a lot of good bowlers my entire life and asking them why they beat me, invariably I said, what are you trying to do? They were very much focused on the angle from A to B and hitting a target. Very rarely, every now I'm like, I've got to stay behind her to get around it more, but very rarely was their first answer their hand. To me, the first answer was always the angle they were playing and how to get it to the same spot every time.
I think you just solved something for me, Mark.
All right, give me one more good one. We'll let you jump on that freeway. See, if you had bowl 300, you got to put the ball in your seat and use the diamond lane, and the guy in the CHP would have pulled you over and said, no, bro, I just bowled 300. This is my partner today.
This is my partner.
You can't give me that $480 fine. He was driving, man. I just shot 300. How you doing today? Guarantee he'll let you slide. Now we're back on it. Now it's going to pick up. But Now, if you watch the video, what happened? Your head got low.
Yeah, I felt my head.
Your head got low, so you had a rotation early, so it made it look like you threw it slower. You didn't throw it slower, the core lay down earlier because your hand was here instead of here. So the launch trajectory was earlier. Hit 3 set, do it again.
You can physically see your head on that.
I was about to say, like,
So
I
his head went down, so
felt
his
my
hand got
head
on
was
top.
down too.
So the core stood up way sooner, so it made it seem slower.
I think I have that same exact problem.
Most bowlers do. The ability to manage your core is what separates the really, really good bowlers. Balls are amazing if they're used correctly.
Appreciate you.
Nice bowl today.
Thank
That was fun.
Thank you.
So that's another lesson here at the Westpack Training Center. My man Stephen Baker here did great. This is a perfect lesson. Start out, his job as a coach was to figure out his strength. I loved his timing. So I built the game around his timing. We worked on body balance and consistency of release. And then we moved around the lane, get lined up. Ball wasn't working. We made the ball change. He took advantage of the lane conditions today. He threw 8, 9 in a row, bowled really, really well. And that's kind of how lessons work. My job is to find your strength, build your game around it, and work on lane play and which ball to use. Stephen, pleasure to work with, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You bet.
Enjoy that 300 ball. What's going on, crew? I'm back here at Westpack, and I don't even need to introduce who this guy is right here. I got Mark Baker with me here today, and we're going to have us some fun with these two new balls. The 900 Global Viking, which, man, I've thrown this thing, and it's got a Hemi in it, and the much anticipated Phase 2 Pearl, which the Phase 2 is probably arguably the GOAT of bowling balls, right?
If it's not, it's in the conversation. I mean, just what a great ball the Phase 2 has been for so long. So many styles make it work. I've been waiting to see these two balls. You can often tell who has the juice in the industry. This guy. I haven't seen one of these yet live, so I can't wait to see how great these balls roll.
Shout out to Storm SPI for always providing us with the best balls in the business. And man, these two are really good ones. They're different though, I will say. And after how long people have been waiting for this Pearl version of the Phase 2, I'm curious to see what you think about it. I know you got the lanes probably broken down a little bit, you said, right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty easy. My son Gage came in last night and he bowled pretty good, so I would imagine, I'm not going to tell you where, but
Gage is always bowling good these days, though, it sounds like.
Gage has his weekends where it doesn't go as well, but yesterday Dad was right again, and we kind of did, but he's his own man. But hey, dude, a big shout out to Storm. I just got done with my 45th camp, and they're the supplier of the balls in my camp, either Storm Ball, Roto, or 900 Global, and I deal with Gary Hulsenberg and Ernest over there in Sierra. They just treat me the best. They're definitely the bowlers company, and I can't wait to see how these balls roll.
Yep, we're about to find out right now, Mark. And yeah, any points you got, for me that I can take home, I'll take, because I haven't been bowling as much, so.
Hit the 1-3 more often.
Just hit the 1-3, right? And maybe we'll get you to throw one of them at some point in this video.
This span's a little long for this one, man.
All right, so I'm going to start off with this new Phase 2 Pearl. Everybody knows what the Phase 2, and if you don't, you've probably been under a rock. You just taught me something that was actually very, very meaningful. Start off with the weaker ball of the two so that when you start moving.
Yeah, the Phase 2 is a stronger ball per se. The Viking's stronger on the back.
On the back.
So you're not sure what the conditions are. Only one bowler's bowled on them in front of you, so they're fairly fresh. So the ball that's skid flipping on the fresh tends to be a tricky thing to line up with.
Mm-hmm.
And the Phase 2 has always been known for being super smooth and super strong.
Yeah.
So I'd imagine with the Pearl, it's just going to be a little longer but smooth. So it's going to be like the ball for games 2 and 3. Is how I see it already.
That's how you see it. Well, that's probably how I should see it too, because I don't think the way I see it.
So I want you to see your ball get down the lane and make your same thing.
Okay.
If the reaction isn't what you want, you would go to the Viking.
Okay.
It's always easier to go up and make it hook more. To try to make it hook less is tricky.
Probably my best shot today.
See, brother, you just need the camera on.
That's
you
all
Hollywood,
I need.
You Hollywood guys.
You know how we are, man. You know how we are. I said that in league last night. I was telling one of my buddies on my team, I said, my problem? There's no stakes here. There's no cameras. Nobody's gonna know if I bowl bad.
No, usually they all know when you bowl bad. They don't know when you bowl good.
You know, and nobody's gonna know if I bowl good. Maybe that was the side of it.
Back to your original question earlier about being in a slump. When you first started, your hesitation on 2 and 3 were so vast that your third and fourth steps weren't going forward. They were just going up and down. So that caused you to pull down your shoulder. Now your rhythm's getting better. So now, especially being a tall guy and lanky, you've got to get your legs ahead of it. So now your hand's changing, turning it later. So now your ball's shaping more left to right.
And I don't even feel my hand when I throw it well.
That's always a tricky part about some of the most popular YouTube videos are all about the hand.
Yeah.
There's only one problem. When people throw good, they don't feel their hand.
You don't feel your hand.
So they're training you to feel a part that you shouldn't feel when you throw it good. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, and that's probably why I felt like I was snapping it at the bottom.
When you're trying to focus on your hand a lot, it's hard to get the other parts to work.
Okay.
You're tall and you're athletic. You got to get your legs ahead of your swing.
Yeah. Oh.
So you're already seeing that ball wise so good. That was a little in, but it didn't come off the spot too hard.
Yeah.
It still rolled really strong through the pins.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ball is looking pretty good already.
Okay. Little bit, small adjustment, see what happens. I just threw that too slow.
So your legs weren't as good.
Weren't as good.
So your hand made up for it.
Yeah.
So the ball came off the spot the wrong way.
Yeah.
So the core got there laid down too soon. So it was in.
Those are my misses right there.
That's all hand, no legs.
All hand, no legs. And you can see the difference in my balance.
You're way forward, right?
Focusing on trying to stand up more would help me?
Just walking.
Just walking. Got you.
Your hand did so much more.
Yeah.
So,
it makes a difference. Right. Okay. What's crazy is I'm looking at the RPMs.
The numbers are pretty close.
And then I end up making an adjustment.
And then you throw it good and it goes long. Welcome to bowling.
Yep. And that was just slower, but I threw that actually better.
Way better.
Yeah, okay.
So you hit it a little bit less, but it hooked a lot more.
And I could feel my hand on the inside of the ball
that was
more
way
on
better.
that one. Okay. So I'm starting to realize that when the timing's off, I feel my hand coming out of the side of the ball as well instead of the inside.
Yeah, because when your timing's good, put your feet together. Now you're going to go slide. Go slide. See right there? When you bowl good, this kind of bumps in there and that kicks your hand in.
Oh.
So when your timing's early, now put your feet together. Now you pulled it down. Now go. Now pull down with your shoulder. There you go.
Yeah. What is that?
You're just going to flip it.
It's that kind of chicken wing thing, huh?
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's why being in time is so important. So there's two things going to propel your hand down lane. Your right knee kicking in, or your right shoulder kicking in. One works, one doesn't.
It's such a small thing, too.
Oh, no, it's not small. It's huge.
It feels small.
As a coach, there's giant fireworks going on. Like, oh, God. I'm like, oh, that was cool. That was nice. I'm like, oh, that's not going to result very well.
Trying to self-diagnose is not quite as easy.
And it happens naturally if your body's ahead of your swing. That's just a move.
This is a move. I need to just move now.
Yeah, that was good. And invariably, you're in balance again.
Exactly.
Because when you pull it down off the top, that shoulder moves your head forward and you fall off. When it's a swing, your head doesn't move.
It doesn't move. Okay. So I'm going to make an adjustment. This is all good. Hopefully this brings me back, guys, because it has been ugly out there. What did you say one day? You're like, the thing about athletes is when you get the levers going the wrong way, it's just as impressive when you bowl really well. It's like, it's impressive, but it can be
when they're all working, it's good. When they're not working, it's really ugly.
It's really bad. I think I've been dealing with that.
Especially if you're tall and you got long levers, it's, the levers are working great, so it looks easy. The levers aren't working together, it's really, really hard.
It's really
Probably
hard.
why you don't see a gigantic amount of really tall, good bowlers in history.
And then the ones that are good are usually really good.
They tend to make the Hall of Fame. Your Wes Malotts, your Gary Dickinson. Obviously the best big bowler of all time would be Steve Cook.
Yeah.
He's a big dude, gigantic dude. Andrew Anderson's pretty tall. Malott was really tall. Tom Doherty's pretty big.
Doug is not too small either. He's pretty tall too.
Doug Strong's not,
yeah. Strong.
Yeah, I think Andrew Anderson's the best tall bowler now.
Yeah.
Jesper's tall.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, we got our legs involved.
Yeah. What do you know? He calls it at 30 feet, and my legs are involved, and we flush the pocket. Sounds about right.
So now your feet are moving.
Yep.
So now you get to the timing spot, and you're in perfect time. Slides in front, hair's there, and then your head comes here. Now your head's not in front of your knee.
Yep.
So everybody's trying to do that right there.
Fingertips.
So see how it fell off your thumb on your at the end of your toe?
Yeah.
That's regulated by your head. If your head was farther forward, your hand can't go there.
It
Then
can't. It's just impossible.
Well, there's just how your body functions.
Yeah, my body doesn't function.
So that's
that way.
it.
That's amazing.
So you're adding your rotation way less, so then the ball shapes. There it goes forward. That earlier question you had about where your ball rolls? There.
It looked like it almost picked up speed when it came off of the spot.
That's because the core laid down in the right spot.
Yeah.
When you're hitting it early, the core's just laying down early, so it makes your ball just pick up too soon. That's all.
Which feels like it's going slower.
Yeah, but it's all relationship to where the pins are to what your eyes see.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure. And the lack of bowling as much makes that.
So you try to fix it. You
thermometer
try to
tougher.
fix it with your hand. The problem with that, two-sided. One, it's hard to do. And if you're athletic, you can get away with it 2 or 3 shots to bail out a game.
But it's not consistent.
But then you got 85 in the fifth again the next game. And you're grinding 2-0. When you're bowling good, like spare 4-bagger, you don't even know what board you're standing on. Like, it's my turn. I'm not sure I'm playing.
Man.
That's when your legs are in charge of your hand.
You know what you're talking about, because that's.
Oh, I've been there. I know exactly
what I'm dealing with.
I know what you're dealing with. Like, I'm trying to throw a lot of places. That ain't one of them. Too slow.
And I can feel my head
You gotta
forward
walk.
too, you know?
So the
that's
70-30,
crazy.
if your feet are that slow,
Yeah.
do you know how slow your arm must be to keep the ratios correct?
Yeah.
It's just math.
Yeah.
So when your rhythm's better, your arm the effort comes out of your arm. So if people say all the time, slow your feet down, well then the ratio's got to go the wrong way. So that's all you did. You took your legs out of it, so it went from 70-30 to 30-70.
That's endurance.
That's bowling shape.
Yeah, that's bowling shape for you, because
Bowling
I don't
shape.
think I have the same endurance to keep, because by game 2 or so, that's when I really start to warm-ups. I'm fine.
The ball's heavy, and you're walking a long way with it and trying to throw it 18 miles an hour. There's a lot of effort involved, even though it's bowling.
Yeah, so for all the people out there that say bowling isn't a real sport, yeah. You guys come do this. Whoa.
That's way too much arm. You're not having any momentum in your third and fourth step.
There's no momentum. I want to see what that looks like, because that's probably as bad as it gets.
So the easiest way to tell that there's no rhythm in your leg is what? Your left foot never lies. Here we go.
Left foot. Okay.
So if it's a swing, so your fourth step didn't clear your third. So now it's not really going to be showed up in your timing.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So
No,
yeah,
keep watching your
before
left
that-
foot. When you threw your shot good, your left foot never moved. That means it's a swing. Now watch. Now there's so much downforce. Throwing your head in front of your knee, watch your left foot. When you see the wiggle and the jump, that means the power came out of your shoulder. And when your left foot's quiet, the power comes out of your leg. So when that left foot's wiggling, that's all downforce.
Downforce. Yeah. I've never thought of it as downforce. That makes sense, though. Okay. I feel like I know what you're saying, but getting my body to do it
One,
is just
2,
so,
3, 4 slide.
Just walk. Just walk. I missed in a little.
Little missed in, but you didn't fall off.
I didn't fall off, though. So balance is me. That's the first. You would never think of it being the first 2 steps as just somebody that's not thinking about that.
Why
you think of the last
when
2.
you think of the pros, they're so, the guys you see on TV or the girls you see on TV on a regular basis, their first 2 steps are exactly the same every time. If you get started in balance and rhythm, it's much easier to finish in balance. Most bowlers tend to put themselves out of balance in the first 2 steps, and then they spend 3 steps trying to rebalance themselves and throw a bowling ball and hit a target and put a move on it.
It's a lot.
Now, if you're in balance and your rhythm's good, then you just got to hit a target and put a move on it.
True.
That's only 2 things.
Yeah.
Instead of having to do, rebalance and all that, it's hard to do.
Yeah, the checklist. What did you say? If you're up there thinking about all these other
Yeah,
things,
you got a
you've already
checklist.
lost.
That's usually when you got the wrong ball in your hand. Night and day difference.
Yeah. Night and day result.
Right leg was involved. Right
Yeah.
shoulder wasn't.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna try to go to this Viking now. Moved a little bit, not a whole lot, but I do want to see the difference in how this looks out here. You just give me your thoughts. I know personally this ball is a little stronger, but I'm not gonna move.
Okay, let's see what it does. See, that ball was so strong it rolled out.
Yeah, it did.
But you got your body ahead of it and threw it too.
Yeah. And that was a pretty relaxed shot, you know?
Yeah. Got to keep walking. You're missing in.
It's like I hit the brakes almost. That's what you mean when my foot doesn't clear the other one. It's like side by side.
There's no momentum going forward. Wow. So now you got to create momentum in one step.
Yeah.
And your body goes, I'll take care of it. So when you do it right,
I'll take care of it.
So if your breastplate stays quiet when you get your legs in it, my elbow stays in because my up here.
Yeah.
But then you say, all right, I got to create some momentum. Then when you do it on the top of your body, watch my hand and my shoulders change.
Everything.
Now my breastplate's facing left, my hand's out here. I can try that, but it won't go there.
And I'm gonna miss left every time that happens. I see it.
So you miss left in the front, but more importantly, your ball's laying down too soon. It's missing left at the spot.
True. Now, I could feel the hitch again.
It's because your swing's coming back so fast.
Yeah.
And you stop.
I stop.
So then your third and fourth feel really, really fast.
It's so interesting. Right. But this is pretty much how I've been bowling, Mark. Not gonna lie to you.
Everything's 2 or 3 on the inside down lane.
Yep.
And you got a high enough rev rate, it doesn't work. Go ahead and bowl.
It's got to be one of the more annoying things I've dealt with. So I'm gonna stay here. Okay.
You bowl.
And I want to blame other
that's
things,
just a move.
But that's it. Yeah, that's it.
All I did was give you a little move in your third step.
Mm-hmm. And keep me going.
Yeah. Yeah. You can have 1, 2, a little hesitation on 2, but 3 you can't hesitate on.
Yeah.
Because then you're taking a 2-step approach.
Okay.
Getting there.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. I know what the good ones feel like. It's important, guys. So
look at your left foot again. It doesn't move.
Yeah.
So that's a swing.
I stick it. The momentum's going forward.
Yeah, a little bit of movement at the end.
Mm-hmm. Overall, the Viking, what are you thinking about it?
That thing just keeps coming.
It just keeps coming, man.
It just keeps coming. Yeah, push through it. Got to keep coming, yeah.
And that's the first thing I noticed about that ball was that it's a very continuous ball.
Once you get your angles right and you can get it there, it'll keep coming.
It'll keep going. Which, when I'm throwing the ball well, I love balls like that because they drive really hard.
Now, see, for a guy like me who grew up in a different era, I'm always looking for hold.
Yeah.
So the phase 2 pearl would probably be what I want because I know if I got it because it's smoother off the spot a little bit. So if I get it a board inside where I'm trying to hit and it lays off,
it's going to keep.
Then I can still bowl a little bit. Once I miss left and it lays there, like, all right, I can miss left.
So
I can miss left on purpose really
and still get away with it.
Well, that's what you got to be good at what you're good at.
Most people won't even know when you missed at that point.
I know.
You'll know. Other people won't because it'll still be the same result. So this is actually the Ember, another 900 global ball. This is a pearl symmetrical. I'm curious to see if I'm standing in the same spot, the difference, so that you can see the difference between a symmetrical and asymmetrical ball. But let's see.
Much smoother.
Yeah, I personally love that ball.
Yeah, because you got a high rev rate.
Yeah, and it's
you like to lean on it, and it doesn't do anything crazy in the dry.
It doesn't do anything crazy. That's what I like. I like balls that they do the thing, but they don't do the thing too much.
Right, because they're typically when you bowl on a house shot, there's a lot of free hook, and you got a high enough rev rate, and you get around it. So if the ball's too strong on the spot, you can't control it.
I can't.
Your good shots look great, but your bad shots open. For a ball like that, your good shots are great, but hey, a 4-pin, mixture 7, flat 10, not the end of the world.
Yeah, good call.
It's really what your ball does on your misses.
My misses have been all over the place. and
that's
that's just
the
me.
difference. The Viking wouldn't have got there.
The Viking would have still
The
got
Ember
there.
is smooth.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the difference, and you can see the difference in just how the lanes react, or the ball reacts on the lanes from the two different balls. But
here, let's see what happens when I throw it. So I'll
yeah,
move
the
way
Ember
right.
probably should feel better for you.
Well, if it doesn't hook on the back, I'll like it.
It shouldn't hook as much.
Well, this span's not as long.
A little bit shorter, maybe.
A little bit shorter. I'm good at that. I can't drill a ball, but I can tell you them spans. All right, let's see if I can move right. Oh, and thumb this down and not kill
Don't
myself.
bend back too far.
Oh, I dropped that one good.
Might have still got there. Get in there.
Retirement has been. No hits.
Hey.
See how much farther I right? Look how much farther I
I was
moved.
gonna say, yeah. You were way further right. That got through the box though.
Well, it tends to get to that spot every time.
I'm gonna throw one more good one of all of them, and I think we'll call it a day. But I think the overall conclusion, very continuous.
Yeah. I like the fact they all do something. The nice
Something
part
different.
is they all do something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what you need. It's a good balanced bag, I guess. Came around that one.
That's
it's gonna happen every time. It's never fails. It never fails. So this is a grand example of when all the levers are kind of all over
which ball
the
do
place.
you think's the right ball to throw right now?
The phase, or the Ember.
Phase two.
Phase two, still?
Yeah, because when you got it right with the Ember, it was too smooth.
Yeah.
The phase two actually gave you a little bit of push, but it recovered good. I mean, if it's anywhere close to the phase two itself, that was, it would start up and be smooth, but if you got it right, it picked up. So that's why so many bowlers last 15 years have made it their benchmark ball.
Yeah.
Because it gives you the most forgiveness room at 45 feet, but it also tells you the most. So if that's your benchmark, oh, that did that, I know which ball to go to next.
True.
That's how I'm seeing it already. Like, that would just, if I bowled league, it would be automatically game two, I just go to it.
Game two, straight to it.
I know I'm going to be at third arrow. I want, if I miss in, which I tend to miss in, I want it to roll in the oil. If I get it right, I want it to go crazy. So that would
That's what this will be.
Yes, that would be my ball.
Okay.
So where you're really seeing it
right on cue
is when your leg's in it and your hand rotates later. Watch this. All right, you get in trouble when your ball reads here.
Here, yeah.
So now, by the time you see it hook, it's another 10 feet because the ball's going 17 miles an hour, 18 miles an hour. But see how your ball keeps pushing? And now you see the core change direction. All your misses, the cores are changing direction here.
Oh,
So
like
even if it's the
5
same
feet.
board, so look how far this goes. That's about another 7-8 feet.
Yeah.
Well, then it hits the pocket.
True.
But if the ball started hooking here, it would be slower at the pins,
Nose
but
up,
it would
okay.
also be left because it had 7 more feet to hook. It will.
Yeah.
So that's why when you reverse it all the way back to your hand, where your hand adds the rotation is so important because that has a lot to do not only how the cover stock works, but more like how the core lays down.
I'm not giving it a chance.
No, you're getting the core to turn down too soon. The core can only the core's going to do its job. It's to lay down. Hands behind it, and there we go. So you hardly look how little your hand turned.
Yeah, barely.
Barely turned, but look at all the shape you created.
Yeah.
So that's one of the biggest myths. The more I turn it, the more hook. The more you turn it, the more it spins. So that's, a lot of the bowlers that come in here try to work on their release only. They spent so much time on this release that's not very effective because it has to happen at the end because you got to hit a target.
There's
The
a
accuracy
term out
comes
there.
before the power.
There's a term out there that people have coined for you. You know that, right?
Oh, I'm sure I don't want to hear it.
It's called Baker bars.
Oh, Baker bars?
So when you drop a bar like that,
what's a bar?
You just dropped one. The more that you try to hook the ball, the more it spins, not the more. What did you say? Say that again?
I don't know.
What you just said about
Baker
me
bar.
not turning it too much?
When you try to over rotate it, I don't know what I said.
It was a Baker bar though. Yeah, we're gonna see the rewind. Yeah.
So that's one of the biggest myths. The more I turn it, the more hook. The more you turn it, the more it spins.
But realistically,
when you turn it later, you have much more control down lane.
yeah,
When you turn it early, the core wants to read in the wrong place.
the ball's just spinning.
Well, it's spinning, but it's slowing down the wrong place. I mean, you gotta. I've never really done it. Probably should. You got to spend some time with the guys who design the balls. What do they want it to look like?
Oh, true.
So the more you play a lane right and your body does the right thing, yes, that's what. So when everybody does it right, to me, it's like the ball designer is going, That's what I've been trying to tell you.
That's
where it's supposed to work from. It's not my fault you don't get it there. I designed this ball to do amazing things. But then it's up to the bowler to get there. Too many bowlers think, well, the ball's so good, it doesn't matter where I throw it, it's supposed to strike.
Yeah.
Well, that's not fair to the ball designer.
That's like golf with a putter. It's like it doesn't matter what
You
kind of
still
putter
got to be able to
have,
put
you
a
know?
good stroke on it. I'd imagine if you put a different, putter in,
Scotty Cameron putter isn't going to automatically.
Tiger could have about 20 different putters and probably would have won, 71 instead of 72 or 82 times.
That's a very
Right.
good
So
point.
that ball did the right thing because of how it's designed to work.
Mhm.
It matched.
Yeah.
So then, like, oh my God, that ball's great. So that's part of what makes balls successful.
Okay, throwing on the right way. You can't just come up here and just
Because
throw
it's
it
really,
however.
really tricky to design a ball to be a home run. You know why?
Everybody bowls different.
That's one answer. What's the other answer? To make a ball that just sells and sells and sells and sells and sells, no matter what. Phase 2 is a great example. Why was the Phase 2 so good?
People can bowl.
It was two things.
A lot of different conditions.
It was bowler proof and pro shop proof.
Yeah.
No
Couldn't
two
fuck
pro
it up.
shops have the same theory.
Yeah, you couldn't mess it up.
No, that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. Get me in trouble. All the pro shop guys in the world, I did not say that. I appreciate what you do. I can't do what you do. But for a ball to be a giant home run, because every part of the country drills them different lane conditions, all the bowlers throw it different. The balls that create the biggest window down lane, doesn't matter who throw it, and it doesn't matter who drills it. Some guys are amazing on finding the PAP, blah, 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 and some dudes like, the pin goes there. That's just how it is. I'm not making fun of anybody. That's how life works.
Yeah.
So balls that become home runs are bowler proof and pro shop proof. Because all the pro shops, if you get 50 pro shop guys in a room, there's not a lot of agreement going on.
Yeah, they're all going to feel differently.
Well, they
about
all
it.
got a different theory, and they've all had success. They all have business.
True.
Every bowler bowls different. Some see the dots at the foul line, the dots on the approach, dots on the the arrows, the break point, the reflection of the pins.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of ways to throw a bowling ball and line up. Yeah. We all have a different way of doing it. We all want to see that, though.
Absolutely.
We all agree on, yes, I want more of that. And to me, the ball designers sit back going, no kidding? I designed it the right way for you. Just get it over there and don't turn it so early.
I can hear Chad and all of them at
Nah,
the
don't
HQ
get middle of all
talking
that.
about Shout out to Chad over at Storm HQ and
Smart dudes.
all of the other guys that are
I'm
helping
just trying to
design
make
these
them look
balls.
good. My
Yes.
job is to make them look good.
I'll try to make you guys look good. This is my very last one. This is the Viking 900 Global. Let me make this look good.
We got action.
And look where I'm at. I haven't moved still. I'm
How'd
still on
the left
balance.
foot
I'm still on balance. There we go. There you have it.
So look at the shape of the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, good shots, remember this, remember anything, good shots are never a coincidence. Here we go. No hesitation this time, you kept moving.
I did.
Timing spot was fine, see that? Left leg gets in front, ball's there, back nig pushes your hand forward, boom. Again.
Every time.
It's not something you can try to do it. This is a coaching tool. This is what a coach is see. It's happening too fast for a bowler.
To know.
If I were ever to design a coaching camp / bowler, not a bowler's camp, a coaching camp, you would have to have giant spreadsheets like, these are the things coaches should look at, but it doesn't apply to the bowler. It's what I look for, but I can't make you do it on call.
I would never see that. Ever.
Right, but you can't do it.
Exactly.
That's a coaching thing. Then there's things like the things I teach you are hopefully bowler things. I get in trouble as a coach because I'm so into this stuff. If I come up with stuff like, well, that's just for me. Yeah. That's what a coaches see. The bowler's like, what are you talking about? Like, can't you feel that? I'm like, I can see it. Yeah. So you got to be tricky. That's what I work on as a coach. There are things for coaches and things for bowlers. A little bit overlaps, but a lot of it's just for bowlers and some of it's just for me. So when you do that, it gets on the lane. But look at your foot. It just barely moved.
Yeah.
Watch the ball. You turn it later, and then you see.
Boom. What a blessing.
No, then you see what it's supposed to do down lane.
Yeah, that's how the ball's supposed to look.
And there you're going to see it. Let's see. Your ball didn't read from here through here. When balls read that early, it's hard to keep them fast enough. Now look at that core takeover. There you go. Look at that shape.
Beautiful.
The pins had no chance.
And that's how I think they designed that ball to look.
Yeah, because all the strikes look the same.
Yeah.
So it's such a wide-ranging way of looking at it. So to me, it's always the challenge of coaching. I've been doing this for a long time. But I'm still trying to come up with new ways to explain it because I'm not the one throwing anymore. We've seen today why.
Exactly.
If you need a 170 bowler, I might be your guy. Spares probably aren't that good, but occasionally I'll shoot 230.
Like we gave you 2 weeks, though, you'd be all right.
Yeah, 2 weeks I'd quit. No, but so there's so many ways, but the bowling ball is such a major part of today's game, and it has to be used the right way, physically, and in the right place. So there's 3 major things to understand: how you throw it, where I'm throwing it, how to get the ball to do the right thing at 45 feet.
Good call.
So that was, I think that's different than my era. So I think that today's pros are much more knowledgeable than my crew. We didn't worry about what the ball did at 45 feet as much.
No.
Because our break points weren't near as far right.
You were focusing on the first 15 feet.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, we kind of looked for, different things, but I mean, we were instinctively, we all knew what the break point was, but we weren't trying to hit it. Or the guys I talked to didn't say that much. Maybe they were, maybe that's why I only won 4 times. But now the bowling balls are so amazing and the lanes change so much more. Where you start to where you finish. We didn't have that big of a range of moves in one round. So the bowling ball part has become such a major part of our sport that I think the bowlers today, their knowledge and their guts are bigger. We could stay in our own little zones a little bit longer. Then it was all about who could throw it the same way twice.
Yeah.
Now you got to throw it the same way twice from every arrow.
I was going to say, throwing it the same way twice sounds really nice right now, Mark.
That was a blast, my friend.
Absolutely. As always, thank you so much. Shout out to Storm, as always, for the amazing equipment. Make sure you go get the new Phase 2 Pearl. Get that new Viking as well. Depending on the kind of bowler you are, you've seen the information here. You should know what fits your game. Where you bowl does matter. I feel like the conditions are extremely important. But the balls work, guys. It's not the ball. Focus on the game and your balance and your timing and all the little
ball
things.
Definitely helps. If you got a lot of oil you're at right now, the Equinox Solid, I'm seeing a lot of those here. I'm referring a lot of my bowlers to buy the Equinox Solid.
Great ball.
I'm also seeing a lot of love on the Rockstar Amped, and the Hyperdrive Pearl is really good.
Really good ball too. I actually won some money in Vegas because of that Hyperdrive Pearl.
Yep.
I'll
So I'm
post
starting.
that video
Those
too.
are the ones I see the most, and those are the ones I'm referring the most. I can't wait till these come out. Seeing some other options in there. Pretty good stuff.
We'll have the dates below on when these are dropping. Make sure you go cop those when they get to your local pro shop. As always, bowl up a storm, and shout out to the crew. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
Clean up crew. What you gonna do is the clean up crew. Come on through to the clean up crew. Throw them balls, I hope you do, with the clean up crew. The clean up crew.
If I get it in your hand, I ain't gonna come off. All right, here we go. This will be better. I'll miss this one. Ooh. All right, now I'll strike on this one.
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's a move.
No, that was just come over the top and dump it. That was an 80 shot there. There's no hold. Watch this.
So that you guys would forcibly have to do that.
I would just miss left on purpose. I got to the outside of that. It get off my hand.
Yeah.
Because your span is a good inch long. I only got like 4 5/8 span. You're 5 1/4, 5 1/2.
I honestly don't know.
I mean, it's like I can't get my fingers in. All right. Quit bitching and bolt.
Yeah, that's what they tell you.
You know, it works good. Oh, we got
that
action.
Looks like a good one. Hey, get out of there! That was
That's
through the
why
box,
you
though.
need to stay retired. Has been.
That one was
ball
through
reviews.
the box, though.
Has been ball reviews. I used to be good. I don't practice. I'm out of shape. My wrist and knees are shot, but damn it, I still want to average 230, and I'm not going to practice. We got that to look forward to in 2026.
There's a lot of people in my league like that, too. Not going to lie, and they're in denial about it.
That was a pretty good has-been.
What's up, crew? It's Rich TV here, and if you or a brand that you may know are interested in sponsoring any of our videos on this channel, make sure you reach out to us, cleanoccrewbowling@gmail.com. We would love to have you. We have some spots open, and we want to continue to grow this game of bowling that we all love. So if that's you or a brand that you know, feel free to reach out to us. We do have sponsorship slots available. It can be per video. It can be a package. We're open to it. So just reach out, and see you guys soon. Till next time, shout out to the crew.